Leche.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Corey Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper mode, dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday to all of you. We look to sweep the week here. It's been a very successful week, and we need to put a bow on this week. Sweep it. Take care of business. It was a roller coaster ride yesterday. A lot of action. We started out 3-0 in MLB, which did take the pressure off. Then we cashed the Red Wings first period, a plus 155, which also took the pressure off. But then it was a tricky NHL card. And I'm just restarting my computer, so I don't have the comments up in front of me right now. I will have them up here in 1 second. But AM and Barry Smith were right about a lot of their predictions, and I was very, very wrong about the New York Islanders. It felt like the spots where I was wrong about, I was quite wrong, and still it was a nice, profitable night in NHL. The first time back in the Vancouver Canucks in 4 months was a hugely important late night casher for me. 4-4 in NHL, and yet got that cash with a couple big plus money spots, the Canucks and the Red Wings first period. So NHL went well. NBA, I screwed up the bet on the Cavaliers, taking them first quarter. Now, it took a 3-pointer from the bottom of the logo with no time left in the first quarter to lose that bet. But I just got to trust the heart and soul of this Cavs basketball team. I don't need 12 minutes when I'm back in the Cavs, even with Spider and Darius Garland not there. So it was very, very upsetting and disappointing that I went a 1-2. It shouldn't have been I should have kept winning in NBA, and I did not. So I'm a little frustrated about that. But we have this enormous 15-game NBA card. This is the last regular season NBA breakdowns that we're going to have here on the show. Wine Time Sports joining us for that. All right, my computer is up, and Adam, shout out to Richo INC, reviewing his Masters action. And AM not liking this NHL card. I don't mind it. I think I moved on 3 bets here. I don't mind it. It's I'm looking forward to break it down, and I get to do that with you guys here shortly. I'm going to be copying and pasting all of the action here from the cappers in the chat, just waiting for my notes to come up. Shout out to everybody joining us. Justin McKelvey in the house. Justin McKelvey stacks plays of the day. Steer over 1.5 bases, and the Oakland Athletics, the Athletics first 5 plus 105. Kong smash play of the week. Diego Lopez money line. He also has a KO at plus 500. Dimitar Sipsis for Gorky, our guy Gorky in the house. The Trill OG play today. Memphis Denver over 240 and a half. Irish King says, let's go. We're live for 5 hours. Yes, we are. The $100 free roll for UFC is alive and in business right now. Click on that link. And also our NHL Playoff Pool is in business. Our confidence pool is also up. So excited to rock with you guys this year. Let me get this up here. All right, now I can start copying and pasting. J-Dub in the house says, happy Friday. Let's get to work. Kelly McKinnis, Viper NB, Reds, Red Sox, Astros, and Tampa Bay Lightning on the puck line. The Lightning on the puck line is one bet I haven't made yet, and it's because of screwing up with the Leafs, fading the Leafs after they lost to the Panthers, and that's in my head. That's in my head. AM was on the Leafs in that one. I wasn't, and it cost me cash. Disappointing. There's our guy Spooner in the house off of the 3-1 day. 3-0 on his action here with us, but he did add the Phillies late. Royals money line, Pirates money line, Braves money line. Lucky Power ready to go. And Slatsy says Habs clinch playoff spot with win in regulation versus Sens night. I know who me and Jimmy are cheering for. It is crucial for us to get in the playoff spot. It's going to be richly rewarding for us. I am betting them tonight, though. I am betting them. I couldn't pass up the implied odds. I just couldn't pass them up. Without Brady, Kachuk in the lineup, I couldn't pass them up. We're going to talk about that here shortly. New Corker ready to get to work. Serious business. Nasty Nate, Slatsy, Crystal Craig. Crystal Craig will be in our NHL playoff pool this year. She was the winner, and we're going to race again for another spot in the playoff pool here. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time Sports going to have a Herculean task ahead of him. It's going to be a long day for Wine Time. If he wants to, he's going to be on screen here for hours and hours because we've got 30 games Wine Time's capping here on our show today. Jason Meyer, a.k.a. the Eldorado Custodian in the house. We got Lucky Power, Rich H. That was great job on the Knuckleheads. Hey, Rich? It was great. I felt good. Felt good after fading them and fading them, fading them, backing them, and they come through for me. Felt great. Old E says, running real nice in MLB. Let's keep it rolling. Sean Pulliam in the house. Saturated says 15 games, but how many are worth betting on? Well, that's what we will decipher here, Saturated, because this is an important time of year. Spooner ready to go. There's my guy BT, who I got to hang out with, which was great. Shout out to BT. Came through Pubapalooza 4. BT in the house. Ronnie Lofton says Braves lost and extras kept me from a +3 unit, and I ended up +0.5 unit. Yeah, things can swing quickly. Tank Cobb ready to get to work. T-Moss. Joe Todero, the planted flag of the week. Yair Rodriguez here. Truth Teller ready to get to work looking at golf. I love it. Wine Time ready to go. And Jeff Slaughter says, congratulations to the top 3 in the NCAA bracket tournament. I've sent out all 3 winners' payment this morning by PayPal. Monday, we will be paying the top 2 in the confidence pool. Base Life ready to go. Everybody ready to go. Love seeing all of you guys. Thank you for rocking with us. Slatsy joined me on the Habs. Now down to +125. Yeah, so we moved on it before it was available at most offshore books, expecting that we were in the right spot, expecting Brady Tkachuk will be out. We're going to discuss all of that here in a second. Real Madrid ready to get to work. Jermaine in the house. Great to see all of you guys. So let me just do some very, very quick copying and pasting here. Let's get this up, and then we will get down to a business. So we have one every day this week, and the stakes is high. Shout out to De La. Let's get this cash. Let's keep getting this cash. Ooh-wee. This was a long night of capping. I woke up at 4:15 in the morning, too. It feels like it's 5 p.m. at night. Texting Slaughter at 4:30 in the morning. I hope he had his ringer off. I feel like a dick if he didn't, because he's been, oh, God. But, this is the life we always dreamt of living. Okay, Irish King ready to get to work. There's the Trill OG play of the day here. Let's get this up here. Trill OG. Then I get Vipers action in, Spooners action in. Get this copied and pasted. And we're about ready to cap this 5-game NHL card. And I have moved on 3 bets. And I might be leaving money on the table, not backing the Tampa Bay Lightning on the puck line. Have the Red Wings given up? That is the question that we must ask here. So it's great to see all of you guys. I've got the action here copied and pasted. So, my friends, let's get to work. But before we do, we have Razor Sharp Picks in the house here with us. And he gave us his entire Keeneland card yesterday, and it was full of money. I hope some of you guys tailed the pick 5. I don't remember exactly. I think it's 4K, paid about 4K, but everything else was cash in pick 4, pick 3s. So shout out to Razor Sharp Picks, and thank you so much for sharing this, sharing your action with us, man. It means a ton. I know how much work goes into it. Jermaine, moving on. Reese Olson, K's here. Let's get this locked and loaded up, and let's get to work. So one more thing I got to do is get up the odds page here. Let's get this up and add them and get up the injury report here as well. And let's fire away. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Pub Sports Radio, looking to sweep the week. Let's get rolling. We start with, there's 2 big games on the card tonight. 2 big games. So let's get after it here right now. Come on, get this up here, please, for the love of. Okay, here we go. Let's get the odds up here. Unresponsive. And let's get to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Montreal Canadiens 39-30-9, 17-18 4 on the road. At the Ottawa Senators 42-30-6, 24-11-2 at home. We're at the Canadian Tire Center in Ottawa, Ontario. Sammy Montembeault 30-23-6, 2.81 goals against average, 902 save percentage, 4 shutouts. He's been looking quite strong lately, and so is Linus Ullmark in the other crease, 23-14-3, 2.68 goals against average, 911 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Pub Sports TV also in the house. Don't forget, we have our Pub Sports 24-hour channel, Pub Sports TV. We'll get that link up here shortly. And please subscribe and support our 24-hour channel. It has the Ice Guys on it. Has a bunch of great stuff on it. Higgsy, got the Earl Brothers on it. AM says the Canadiens are not a good road team. And that is true. They're under 500 here on the road. And I imagined that there would be some sharps expecting the Senators to take care of business, despite not having Brady Tkachuk in the lineup. And Nick Cousins is also out of the lineup. I'm not sure if he's going to get the opportunity to play, even if he is healthy. Montreal power play at 20.6%, penalty killing at 80.9%. Ottawa power play at 23.1%, penalty killing at 77.6%. I think it's fair to say that this power play for the Senators is not 23.1% without Brady Tkachuk in front of the net. And these Habs are on a 6-game winning streak. They're on a 6-game winning streak. There's a ton of excitement, especially with Demidov in Montreal. He won't be playing today, still waiting for his work visa. But this is true that this is not a very good road squad. But they have won their last 2 road games. Now, beating Nashville was more impressive than it looked. They were on the second half of a back-to-back. Nashville had a huge rest advantage, and they won 2-1 with Dobas in that. It was impressive. Their road game before that, they won 4-2 at Florida. That was impressive. What was more impressive was that they went ahead and beat them again at home. Now, it wasn't a full rostered Florida Panthers team, but they've won 2 straight on the road. Now, if we look, they had lost 4 straight on the road before those 2 victories, actually 5 straight on the road before those 2 victories. But before that, they were winning on the road. They'd won 3 of 4. So they're a better road team than they have been. And they went to Ottawa and beat them on February 22nd. But I can understand what AM is talking about. I can truly understand that. And there's our guy, Razor Sharp Picks here. And let's roll. Let's hear from you guys here as well in the chat. So the Habs come in off their 6th straight win, 4-1 at home over the Red Wings on Tuesday. They have not allowed more than 2 goals in the game during this winning streak. They're in playoff mode. They're playing in playoff mode. Demidov has arrived in Montreal. Everybody very excited about that. For those of you who don't really know Ivan Demidov, he is expected to be the best young player that we've had that's come over from Russia since Pavel Bure. That's the expectation for him. He is coming off the best season for an under 20-year-old in the KHL history. And this is coming from a defenseman. He put up 49 points. Kirill Kaprizov in 2016-17 had 42 points. And you know what he's done in the NHL. Matvei Michkov, the star rookie for the Flyers, in 23-24 had 41 points. And he was tied with Evgeny Kuznetsov, who had 41 points in 2011-2012. And AM says this is a classic letdown spot after beating the Wings. Yeah. They had the classic letdown spot as well after they beat Florida, when they played Florida at home. They had the classic letdown spot after they beat Boston 4-1, a real classic letdown spot after they beat Philadelphia 3-2 because they had to play Nashville 24 hours later and beat them 2-1. So yes, you're absolutely right, AM. You have, and I figured, capping with you for this little while that you would be on Ottawa. That was my assumption for you. At the implied probability at plus 145, I could not pass this up. Couldn't pass it up. Now, I'm looking right now at plus 115s, plus 117s. I could have passed it up then. I'm looking right now at plus 125 here at the very sharp offshore. And I could have passed it up. But I could not pass 145. I couldn't do it. Slatsy says buses are heading down to Ottawa from Montreal. Expect a lot of Habs fans in Ottawa tonight. Let's talk about the Senators. And also, this is crucial for everybody capping this game tonight, is that this is the first of a very difficult road back-to-back. They play at Toronto tomorrow night. So if they take out Ottawa in impressive fashion, you probably don't want to have anything to do with them. They're probably a fade in Toronto tomorrow night, although they've been playing with an enormous amount of heart. It is important to keep that in mind. Senators coming off 5-2 losses to the Blue Jackets on Tuesday to snap their 3-game winning streak, and they are talking about holding out Brady Tkachuk for the final 4 regular season games. This is game 1 of a 4-game homestand to finish off the season. It's a nice spot. Tkachuk is a monster. He got hurt in a hit from Ryan Graves on March 30th. 29 goals, 123 penalty minutes. He's +2, 33 block shots, 227 hits. He has been phenomenal. And Mr. Belvedere, I know that you had a monster day yesterday, and I was upset that I didn't join you on the Hawks. Very upset that I didn't join you on the Hawks. A Philly Eagle Flyer on the draw. I thought long and hard about the draw. I think that the draw could be live here in Montreal, Ottawa, and also could be live in Minnesota, Calgary. I don't want to start betting draws. And I track cappers that bet draws, and it's just not been successful. Now, this is the time of year to bet them. If you had the ability to only bet draws in the last 2 weeks of the season, especially in divisional type games, even though the Calgary Minnesota one isn't, you probably have a positive ROI. Probably an AM will be on the Ottawa Senators tonight. A Philly Eagle Flyer says that he's on both. It is interesting. I don't know if I can get there. Now, I want to be betting them come playoff time, so maybe I should get my feet wet right now. I haven't bet a draw all season long, but maybe this is one of them. All right, I'm on the Habs at plus 145. Let's roll on to game 2, 7 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Red Wings, 36-35-7, 15-19-4 on the road at the Tampa Bay Lightning, 45-26-7, 27-8-3 at home at Amalie Arena in Tampa, Florida. We got Peter Mrazek listed against Andrei Vasilevsky. Red Wings on the second half of back-to-back after losing 4-1 at Florida last night. They took a 1-0 lead, cashed me that first period plus 155, which was crucial, and then got shut down the rest of the way. They were shot 31-23, now hit 33-16. Being out hit 33-16 is alarming. Now the Panthers out hit everybody, and that's why they're so good come playoff time. They're now 8 points back of the Habs with just 4 games left. They need to win out and have the Habs lose out, which is obviously extremely unlikely. Do we get max effort from the Detroit Red Wings here? That's what I couldn't put my finger on. I couldn't quite figure out. Lightning coming off their third loss in 4 games, 4-3 in overtime at home to the Leafs on Wednesday, and it was a very costly loss here for me. They are now up 1 point on the Panthers with 1 game in hand. So they have to win this. They're 3 points back of the Leafs and are level on games at 78. Look, it's one thing if you don't win the Atlantic. It's another thing if you don't have home ice advantage against the Florida Panthers. Jake Gensel missed the game against the Leafs, which was punch in my gut. He was away awaiting the birth of his child. Chafee covered for him in the game. I expect him to be back, but I do not have that information. Slati says Wings 1-10 last 11 on the road. Tampa Bay 11-2 last 13 at home. Luke Glendening also got hurt in the first period versus the Leafs. Wasn't able to return to action. So Cam Atkinson or maybe Gensel's back. Chafee stays in. Glendening is a fourth line role player, but he wins faceoffs, and it is crucial to have puck possession in important games, and especially come playoff time. Slati says Gensel at practice this morning. So, and LJ saying that the Red Wings are 1-10 last 11 on the road, 8 losses by puck line. AM says this game is tough. I really want to play the Red Wings. I can understand the trepidation. Getting out hit like that with your season on the line. Let's take a look at the line history. I wonder if I'm leaving money on the table, something I don't want to do this time of year. This line has moved from minus 260 to minus 276. We've had 16 cents of line movement towards the Tampa Bay Lightning. And then on the total, I blew past it, sorry. On the total, we have a 6. It's minus 116 to the over. This opened up at 6.5. It wasn't a legit 6.5. It was minus 120 to the under at opening and dropped down to 6 pretty quickly. So you guys tell me, do you think I'm leaving money on the table, not moving on the Lightning puck line? Do you think we're going to get max effort from the Detroit Red Wings? That is the question. I'll put Lightning minus 1.5 here with question marks. Too expensive, way too expensive for the minus 1. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. We head to Penguins Devils. That's where we stand here. Let's see if I can get this up and add them. All right, let's roll. Okay, this is a game that makes me extremely uncomfortable. Penguins Devils. Devils have clinched the 3rd seed in the Met. They'll face the Hurricanes in round 1. They have nothing to play for in these final 3 games of the season. They do come in off an embarrassing 7-2 loss at home in front of their own fans to the Bruins on Tuesday to snap their 3-game winning streak. Is that going to make them, alert and, accountable and ready to go? I don't know. I don't have that answer. I don't trust that they are going to have. I mean, we're certainly not talking about max effort. Were they embarrassed in front of their home fans? Do they want to show something for their home fans? I couldn't answer that question, so I couldn't move on the game. Dougie Hamilton, of course, out. Doesn't look like he'll be available for the first round of the playoffs. Unfortunately, they're still trying to get him there. Jonas Siegenthaler also out. They hope he'll be ready for the first round. Those are two defensemen, and Jack Hughes out for the season. Then, so you would say, okay, well, we don't know about the Devils, so what are we going to get from Pittsburgh? Well, they just shut down 4 players for the season, so they've got a ton of players shut down. Now Crosby's going to play 26 minutes with Rust, and Raquel, but Tommy Novak has been shut down. Noel Acciari has been shut down. So those are 2 centers. Matt Nieto, a left winger, has been shut down. Rucker McGroarty, a high ceiling youngster, has been shut down. Blake Lizotte, shut down. So those are 5 players right there that have been shut down. Tomasino already injured, and I like him. So there's another center. So now you actually have 4 centers that are no longer going to be in the lineup. Pierre-Olivier Joseph as well. That is a curveball, a very, very difficult curveball. LJ from H-Town says system play Penguins Devils over 6. And Truth Teller does like that Lightning -1.5 spot. So the Penguins coming off a home and home with the Blackhawks. They lost 3-1 at Chicago on Sunday. I should have had them on the puck line with their 5-0 victory, but I'm just, with these teams that have nothing to play for. I mean, you're going to get max effort and accountability from Sid Crosby, and he will then get the players to also deliver max, energy and effort. So, and AM maybe nails it. He says, at the price it's Penguins, but the spot is Devils. And I think that is very fair. This total is a 6. It's -108 to the under. It opened up -120 to the under. We've had an 8-cent move to the over, and we've already heard from +104 to -104. And we've already heard from our guy, LJ from H-Town, that he is moving on the over in this one. And I get it. 2 teams that aren't playing for anything. Why not? We have this line at -188. It opened up at -204. So this line's moving towards the Penguins. Have gone from +177 to +168. I can't get there. And Gerald Jones, you had the best bracket. You deserve better. I was happy that you won the tiebreaker. You are a great friend of the channel, and you did a hell of a job. And you handled the situation with such class. He's a great guy. And Allen is confirmed, says Rich H. Thank you for that, Rich. And Fernando Mendoza on Lightning Moneyline and the under 6.5 at +129. I fear the under in that one. Again, the Red Wings, I don't know how many goals they can account for, but I do fear the under. But I will cheer you on there. And Philly Eagle Flyer on both. Team total over 3.5 in regulation at -103. Let's roll on to game 4 here. And I have bet this one. And I would almost never bet a dog of this size here. I would almost never bet a dog of this size early. But my expectation here with Sharks Oilers, my expectation is that a lot of these Oilers are going to be announced out, and this line was going to move towards the Sharks, which almost never happens in this range. Wallman and Ekholm are day-to-day. There's no point in playing them. Nuge was sick, so Nugent Hopkins is one who could be back. Leon Draisaitl wants to get a couple games in here. Oh, let's switch the let's get the okay, there we go. Leon Draisaitl wants to get a couple games in. I don't know if he will or how many he'll get, but he wants to play. Will he be in here? I'm not sure. We know that, Connor McDavid came back, which is a big deal. Trent Frederick, another center. So if you have Draisaitl, Nuge, and Frederick, those are 3 centermen that are out. John Klingberg has been switched to IR. That's important to open up the cap space to bring a player up from their AHL affiliate. But that's a lot of missing pieces. Now, the Sharks have had a lot of missing pieces on defense for some time, and they're more comfortable with it. We talked about Shakir Mukhamadullin. He's out for the rest of the year, defenseman with upper body injury. Jan Ruda, who could be back soon, but he's still on IR. I don't know if they're going to bring him back before the end of the year. Mario Ferraro and Vincent Desharnais are all out. And they're kind of used to that. So I think it's easier for them to handle this. Now, let's see here if we have a line move. No, it's still moving to the Oilers. Damn it. I should have waited. I thought this line was moving back and for the right reasons. Now, I don't think that will change my bet, and we'll see. I'll check it out. I got the first period for the Sharks plus a half. It's one of my favorite bets, especially against a team that is not trying. And we just saw Celebrini go for 3 goals and 2 assists, and Will Smith a goal, 3 assists. And look, I'm not saying there's going to be an offensive barrage. In fact, I would be very interested in the under in this game. Now, it's hard to bet any unders with Georgiev in net, and I imagine that Georgiev is the one listed. Shout out to my guy AOD in the house. Rich H on the second period over, last 13. And AM on the other side of this, he thinks that it is the Oilers. I don't think the Oilers care at all. And I do think the Sharks care. Now, the first period, it's only moved a cent. So I could have got a minus 108. So I'm fine with that. There's nothing, no harm or foul there. We have Skinner listed. I'm not sure if he will be in between the pipes. Sharks coming off their 7th straight loss, 8-7 in overtime at Minnesota on Wednesday. The Oilers snapped their 2-game losing streak and welcomed Connor McDavid back to their lineup in a 4-3 win at home over the Blues on Wednesday. I imagine that Bobano will be on Sharks to score a goal in the first period. I'm not. I'm going to be on the first period plus a half at minus 109. And I don't think, again, we're going to talk about it with the Minnesota Wild game coming up. I don't think there's going to be some barrage of scoring. Let's see what that total is, because I would have interest in the under. Again, I don't know how you can actually bet an under with Georgiev in net. But this is a 7 now. Good God. I mean, it's not a real 7. But the 6.5 was minus 130 to the over and 115 plus 115 to the under. I'm going to be very interested. I'm going to look, if this gets to 7, I'm going to try to get underneath it. I don't care. I do care how bad Georgiev has looked, but I do not think we're going to see another barrage here. Sweetie says, do the Oilers at 95 points need this? No, and I'll go over it here again. I didn't go over it. I said that they don't care, but I didn't go over exactly why I believe they don't care. So here we have the Oilers 4 points back of the Kings, and they each have 4 games they each have 4 games left. The problem with the Oilers trying to catch the Kings is the Kings are way ahead in regulation wins. So they can't just tie the Kings. They have to beat the Kings. That's not going to happen. No, it's all good. It's all good, Swiggy, my man. So here and AM said they're still fighting the Blues and Wild for a wild card spot. The Blues have 2 games left. The Oilers have 4 games left. So they're 2 points ahead. The Wild, there's no wild card spot. The Wild and Blues are in a different division. So the only thing that can happen is the Flames. It doesn't matter if the Blues or the Wild have more points than the Oilers. Doesn't matter. So they're not. The only team that they're trying to stay ahead of is the Flames. The Flames have 5 games remaining. So the Flames are capable of getting to 98 points. So the Oilers have absolutely nothing to play for. They know that they're playing the Kings in round 1 and going to LA, and they believe they can win in that situation. Okay, so I think that the under is in play. I'm going to wait and see how high it gets or how expensive a 7 will be, and I'll figure that out. But I'm already on that first period plus a half, minus 109. It's now minus 108. Let's roll on. Next up for us is the final spot on the card. The Minnesota Wild, 43-29-7, 22-12-5 on the road at the Calgary Flames, 37-27-14, 20-12-6 at home at Scotiabank, Saddledome, Calgary, Alberta. Slati says the Wild can clinch playoff spot with a win over the Flames tonight. I'm excited about this hockey game, and I could make reasonable arguments for either side. Something that I couldn't pull the trigger on, but I did pull the trigger on the under 5.5. I thought that first period under was a real possibility here, but this is not. I do not want to double up here at the end of the night. If I am not having a good night, I don't want to reach and double up. I'll just take the one spot. Philly Eagle Flyer on first period full game draws and first period under 1.5. I wonder if I should add the draw here. I can also do it live they're going to be playing for the point, you would imagine. So, maybe this is just simply. I guess I shouldn't say that Calgary will be playing for the point, but the Calgary sees one team that they can catch, and that's the St. Louis Blues. So I mentioned they may play for the point. I think that Minnesota is not a team that they're trying to catch. It's just the Blues. The Flames are 5 points back of the Blues and Wild. They have 2 games in hand on the Blues and 1 game in hand on the Wild. Slaty says, my argument for Wild is Kaprizov and Eriksson Ek back in the lineup. Yeah, and that is a legit argument. I mean, Eriksson Ek goes for 4 goals and Kaprizov goes for 2 goals. Some defensive issues, but maybe you can put the blame on Marc-Andre Fleury. We're going to have Philip Gustafsson in net. 30, 18, and 6, 2.54 goals against average, 915 save percentage. Dustin Wolf trying to cement his Rookie of the Year status here. 910 save percentage, 3 shutouts with a 2.64 goals against average. Connor Zary remains out of the lineup with a knee injury. And now Morgan Frost didn't finish Wednesday's game versus the Ducks. I really want to know if Frost, because Frost had 2 trips to the locker room. I'd like to know if he's in. Dryden Hunt would come into the lineup if Frost wasn't available. And this is the first of a back-to-back for Minnesota. They play at Vancouver tomorrow night. This is really important here. If the Minnesota Wild clinch the playoff spot tonight, if they win this hockey game, we're going to have to bet the Canucks 2 games in a row. We're going to have to bet the Canucks as soon as the line becomes available because they're going to let go and probably rest a few players. Jacob Middleton, upper body, is the only Wild on the depth chart. Traveled with the Wild ahead of their 2-game road trip, so he's with them. He's missed 2 games with the upper body injury. He's day-to-day, and he's been excellent this year. I've been very surprised that Minnesota's defense didn't step up with Eriksson Ek out of the lineup and Kaprizov out of the lineup. It really, I think they have such a great young defense, and then they got Spurgeon and Brodin as the vets, with Faber and Middleton. I thought they were going to be much better, and it's cost me. Just to give you an idea of what Middleton's doing right now, he has 8 goals and 12 assists from D, 155 block shots, 98 hits, and he's playing 22 minutes a game. He's an important defenseman. So the question is, do we move on the draw in Minnesota and Calgary, and also in Ottawa, Montreal? And maybe we do. Maybe I got to start betting the draws here. I have no ability to bet like a third of a unit, a quarter of a unit on draw. I just can't do it. I need the risk reward. I just need to have something up for grabs. I'm not. So even a half unit, I don't. That's just not something I do. So I would need to bet a full unit on the draw and start getting more comfortable with that, which is something I'm capable of. Or maybe I should start letting go. I don't care about the record purposes as much as I care about my bankroll. So I've got to figure, because I want to start moving on draws in the playoffs, and maybe this is the time to start rolling here. Yeah, Steve G, it was a tough loss for the Pioneers. Tough loss. I was thinking about you. It was an incredible hockey game, and your team must have made you so proud this year. So no shame in that. Let's review all action here in the National Hockey League. I'm on the Canadiens at plus 145. Philly Eagle Flyer says, yes, betting plus spots, you bet differently. No, I don't. I bet everything for the same amount because I want to be rewarded for dogs, and I want to kind of push myself away from favorites. So we all do things differently, Philly Eagle Flyer. I don't bet it any differently here. We got Keeneland action here for Razor Sharp picks. Thank you for sharing your action, Razor. Go get that cash, my friend. The Triple Crown awaiting our heavy action and heavy boozing. So I'm on the Habs plus 145 at 365. I may be adding the draw. I'm on, I've got to think and decide whether I'm leaving money on the table, not moving on the Lightning. I think I probably should move on them on the puck line coming off a loss, having Gensel back in and trying to, put their foot on the throat of the Red Wings, but I'm going to have to sit with it a little while. Penguins, Devils, I'm not involved in. Then I'm on the Sharks first period plus a half, and then the question is, do I also move on the under 7? Are you capable, is anybody capable of moving on under with Georgiev and net? I'll have to decide that here, but I am on the Sharks first period plus a half, which I like quite a bit. And then I'm on the under 5.5. 5.5 at minus 102. And let's see what's going on with the market in that Minnesota Calgary game. The under 5.5. Okay. It's now, oh God, we just had to move to the over 6 minutes ago. Okay. So it's a plus a hundo now. There's still being 4 cents of movement towards the under. I thought that it was a sharp move, the line moving towards the under, really, after everybody seeing the 8-7 game last out, which I don't think we're going to see here today. I'd like to take the unders in both games. I will wait to see if we get a legit 7 in San Jose, Edmonton. You also have Minnesota at minus 118. They opened up minus 112, 6 cents of movement towards Minnesota. I came close to betting Calgary. I came very close to betting Calgary. Very close. I almost think that I can bet Calgary here, which is something I've very rarely done this year. I've only really faded them, and it's cost me. I think I can bet Calgary here, and if I lose, bet the Canucks immediately. Bet the Canucks immediately tomorrow night against Minnesota. The problem here with Calgary, and this is what held me off of the game, was they come home from the California road trip. They beat San Jose 3-2 on Monday. They lose to Anaheim 4-3 in overtime on Wednesday. They fly back on Thursday, and then they get in. So they fly back on Thursday, then they play immediately. They had a really tough schedule over the last 10 days, and that made me a little uncomfortable. Dabby Cab in the house. There's Dylan Med. We got Dylon ready to get to work. What up, Dylan? And Dabby Cab in the house. Dabby Cab, we miss you here on the show. All right, that is the National Hockey League. So I think it's time to fire away a little more on this NHL card. I do like it a lot more after talking it out with you guys. It's time to move into Major League Baseball. There's a couple things going on here as we move into Major League Baseball. We're going to get started with our guy, Wine Time from Los Angeles, but Jose will be joining us probably in about 15 minutes, and this will be our first show, and we're very excited about it, on Anthem TV. So we are going to, when Jose joins us, we're going to do kind of another very quick kind of welcome and sort of an intro type thing. We're not going to play anything. We'll just do it ourselves, but this is our first day on Anthem TV, and we're excited to be a part of it, so we'll be hammering that. All right, and AM is pulling the trigger on the Flames. I think that I could join you. My initial concern is, if I'm already on the under 5.5, if I want the draw and or the Flames, that's a lot to have invested in this game. And I'm not against it, but it is, have to pull out a bottle Friday night and drink in the dark and watch the game. All right, it's time to get into Major League Baseball. Very excited to bring on our next guest and our first guest of the day. He's been very strong here. An ROI of 14.76%, an average line of plus 101 thus far in this Major League Baseball season. We watched him hit 60% in the regular season in college football. Can he hit 60% in Major League Baseball right now at 57.1%? Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, good to be here, man. Happy Friday to you. Can't wait to cap this card. It's a loaded one, man. You texted me last night. You're like, NBA card tomorrow, and I didn't even take a look at it. And I looked at it. I was like, all right, we got a good schedule today. So, we don't got to bet every single game, but we're going to talk about every single game as we usually do, as we always do. And we're going to make cash while we do it. So I'm excited to do it. Jose is going to be here shortly to break this MLB card down with us. Looking forward to that as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat, man. My guy Justin right there. Good to see you. Rez Mob in the building. Saturate, always good to see you. My guy Dabby Cab right there. My brother right there. Lynn Belvedere always in here. AM, Dougie Wise. Dylan Med, my guy. It was good to meet him over in San Antonio. Had no idea he was even coming, and he walked in the door, and I was like, holy shit, Dylan. It was crazy. It was awesome, man. Good to see you. Sean Pulliam right there as well. Let's get right to it, Jim.
Yeah, let's get to it. And Dylan Med was a lot of fun in San Antonio. All right, let's get started. Let me just add in the weather and get this going here, and let's get to work. We start at 6:10 p.m. Eastern with the Kansas City Royals, 7-6, 1-2 on the road at the Cleveland Cardinals, Cleveland Guardians, 6-6, 3-0 at home. We're at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's take a look at the weather in Cleveland. It was an excellent day for us here on the show. We went 8-1 with our action combined of Jose Spooner and myself. And if Wine Time had to be on, we would have gone 11-1 because he swept the board himself, 3-0. 42 Fahrenheit at first pitch, feels like 35, 6.3 miles per hour in, stays between 6.3 and 5.4 miles per hour. By the way, B. Shady going for home runs today. Ella De La Cruz, Abreu, and Alvarez for B. Shady in the house. So we have Chris Bubich going up against Tanner Bybee. Take a look at the line history and the cash flow. But let's begin breaking down these pitchers. Chris Bubich is a pitcher that I backed quite a bit in his young career. He has yet to allow a run through 12 2/3. He looks very, very good. He has a real interesting delivery and release point. He's long, tall, a huge wingspan. He's a tricky guy to go up against, and he seems like he's finally really figuring it out. 16 Ks and 3 walks through 12 2/3. 6 2/3, 4 hits, 1 run, wasn't earned. 8 Ks, 1 walk, and a 4-1 win at home versus the Orioles. Tanner Bybee on the other side has not looked good. 6.52 ERA. He's allowed 4 home runs through just 9 2/3 innings, 6 Ks and 3 walks. He's not been good, and you saw him up close. Wine Time. In the 10-4 loss at the Angels, he went 4 innings, 8 hits, 7 earned runs, and he allowed those 4 homers. He didn't allow any in the first start with 1 walk. The Royals have no power whatsoever against righties so far this year. They're hitting .212 with a .587 OPS. The Guardians versus lefties, 234, 742. Justin McKelvey has the Royals' first 5 plus 105 in his pocket. Professor Chris, nice to see you, man. Got Professor Chris back in business. We have Troy Torrance action here and Ralph Nunziata on his Giants. Got to copy and paste all of this. I'm interested in joining you guys here on that one for sure. Let me get that locked in here and copied and pasted. So the Guardians are hitting lefties and with some power. 234, not a high average, but 742 OPS. And the bullpens have been really good from both squads. Now, we knew we were going to get that from these Cleveland Guardians year after year. They have very impressive bullpens, 2.38 ERA, 1.30 whip thus far. And the Royals bullpen, 3.28 ERA, 1.20 whip. Let's get into this here, line history, and see what the thoughts are. We have the Guardians at minus 123. They opened up at minus 136. So we've had a 13-cent move away from the Guardians and a 10-cent move towards the Royals from plus 123 to plus 113. And the best bet on the Tide after second inning is here in this one for Philly Eagle Flyer. And Crystal Craig here, Ohapi, is her play of the day. And that is our guy, Wine Times, one of the stars of this Young Angels squad. Let me get this here, copy and paste. Okay, so let's get into the line history and hand it over to Wine Time. We just talked about this money line move towards the Kansas City Royals. Let's get to the total here. From a total perspective, we have a 7, and it's juiced to the under. And it opened up at a 7, but the 7 opened up minus 121 to the over at 6:52 p.m. So we've actually had a really quite a sizable move, 20 cents of movement towards the under. Let's take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to Wine Time. From a cash flow perspective, we have 97% of tickets and 96% of cash on the over. Just 3% tickets, 4% cash on the under. 51 and 68 on the Kansas City Royals. Take it away, my friend. Our first game on the board in your drive for 60% on the season. Take it away, Royals Guardians.
Yeah, Jimmy, this is a good matchup right here. Two teams that definitely their batting orders, I think, have some question marks in them. Their offense is definitely going to be up and down this year, but you touched on it. I mean, these teams pitching, especially their bullpens, that's how the Guardians got as far as they did last year. They still have some, don't get me wrong, they still have some hitters in that lineup over here. Tanner Bybee coming off, not a good performance. Cleveland Guardians coming off a sweep right here over the White Sox, Kansas City, taking 2 out of 3 from the Minnesota Twins. When I look at this, doesn't this just like scream at us under? And I don't get it why more of the public wouldn't be on this under, because these teams are just flying under this under the last couple games, especially in these last series. When we look at both these batting orders, do we really expect these teams to combine for 8 runs today with these 2 pitchers on the mound? I think Bybee's going to have a good start today. So I definitely am leaning towards the under. this was one of the games I didn't have anything in. And just seeing the line move towards the under, I feel like is just, it looks good to me, honestly. I want the under here in this spot, under 7. I don't think it can hit 7 here. It's just still a couple X's and O's I want to go over here with you. I want to hear what you have to say about the total in the chat as well. But I mean, this just tells me under spot with these two offenses and with these pitching staffs and with these two bullpens and a total being at 7. It makes sense for this to go under 7. Nothing official for me yet on this, but what do you have to say about that, Jim?
I'm with you. I don't find the side that appealing just because statistically we have Bubic looking so much stronger than Bybee. But we know that Bybee's capable here. My issue with Bubic, and let's just take a look here. There's none. Look, he's just been lights out. He's been lights out through 2 games here. But I don't see how we would trust the Kansas City Royals bats at all. We got DJ Big Boss in the house. Great to see you, DJ Big Boss. Ready to rock with us. Who banging sports talk? Yeah, I think that this is a move that probably needs to be made. Let's take a look and see what the lineups are. Oh, I guess we're not going to get any confirmed lineups. I guess I don't really need to do that. I mean, when we talk about Bubic here and how good he's been, we found, Spooner got me off of backing the White Sox for 3+1/2 last night because of the issues with him against left-handed batters. And looking at Bubic's splits, he's just shutting down everybody. Now, he's only had 2 starts. I want to go back to 2024 and see if there's any kind of issues with his splits. And yeah, lefties hit him harder. There's no doubt about it. Lefties hit him harder, and there are some dangerous lefties in this lineup. Let's get the lineups up.
Yeah, Jim, I can't wait any longer because before I came on here, the under was 7 -115. It's up to a -120 at my book. I'm moving on to right now at -120. This might get to a 6.5 if I'm being completely honest. It's going to get to a -125 at least before first pitch. Sorry to interrupt you there. I just want to get this out to the chat. Official play for me. I'm going to tweet it out right now. Kansas City Royals, Cleveland Guardians, under 7. I'm getting -120. It's a little bit juicy, but I think it's for a reason.
Ralph, my man, I have still more work on the Derby. And we're in talks about possibly doing our own breakdown, which I haven't done in a few years, of the entire card. Mr. Belvedere, I don't feel like it does. I love these bullpens so much. I don't really see why. Samit says kind of want to back Bubic in this spot. Spooner's on the Royals here says Class A's pitched 2 of the last 3 days. Bybee's 122 plate appearances versus these Royals. These bats will wake up. Familiarity helps. And personally, only no cappers on the Cleveland Guardians. Interesting. I thought that the opposite would be the case. I thought that the Royals would be public, and it's a 50-50 split right now if we're to believe the Action Network. I think you're bang on here on this under. I get why you moved on it. Now let's just go very quickly. Let's just do this very quickly and just go over the 122 appearances against Bybee and just see who is raking right now. So let's go over to it right now. So against Bybee, very low numbers for everyone except Pasquantino. Witt is hitting 267 with an 856 OPS, so that's good. Massey has hit 2 home runs and 9 at bats. So that is, he's going to be the DH today. Well, they expected to. He's going to be hitting at least. The other guys don't have very good numbers. I mean, who are the guys that you want to make sure are shut down? I mean, Witt obviously, but also you don't want Sal Perez to have any comp. He's 0 for 13 against them. I like it. I'd like to join you. I would like to join you. A lot of cappers here on Kansas City Moneyline or Kansas City first 5. Dougie Wise is on the Dodgers -1 at -145. And let's roll. And Sean Pulliam went with the Nerfy here on this one. And Wine Time has moved. Wine Time's on the under 7 at -120. And Crystal Craig says Vinny has insane history versus Bybee. Wish he was in better form right now. And Professor Chris says the under looks good. Well, no, Professor Chris, this is a 7. I'm not sure why it says 8.5 up there on the screen. This is a 7. So if your model is getting 7.44 runs on the total, then it's not good. It's not good for us. Okay, let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 6:40 p.m. Eastern. The Pittsburgh Pirates. And our guy Razor saying total's gone under in 12 of Kansas City's last 15 games on the road. Pirates 5-8, 2-5 on the road at the Cincinnati Reds. 5-8, 2-4 at home at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here at the Great American Ballpark. 50 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles left to right, slightly out. It dies down to 6.3, and it gets a little cooler as the game goes on. 47 Fahrenheit feels like 40 by the end of it, so slightly cooler. Probably didn't even need to mention it. And the stacks play today. Getting us started here is Steer over 1.5 bases. Steer over 1.5 bases at plus 124. Our guy Stacks. And let's roll. Let's see that cash coming up because we have swept. Oh. We're going for the week sweep. And it is crucial to keep winning. And shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey. Stacks. Our guy Stacks in the house here. Steer over 1.5 bases. So we have Bailey Falter, who is not. I don't know. I had high hopes for Bailey Falter. He was, of course, moved from the Phillies, and he watched the Phillies celebrate clinching the playoff berth last year from the dugout, and it looked very painful for him. He's not looked good this year, but this could be the absolute perfect lineup for him to face. Reds hitting 141 with a 462 OPS versus lefties. Professor Chris said his model has the Reds minus 208, so he bet him at minus 155. Says you could still get minus 165. Oldie says on the 12-foot ladder, and that song got me vibing out. Gonna get me killed, says Oldie. Stay safe, Oldie. We need you, man. We need you. So let's set this one up. We just talked about the weather, so let's set up the line history and talk about Bailey Falter. Spooners on Pirates money line and O'Neill Cruz home run says Reds don't hit lefties, winds blowing out, and Reds just came back from West Coast. It's blowing slightly out, but you were right. This is a tricky spot for the Reds with their travel schedule. Let's pull up the line history here right now and get into business. We have the total now at 8.5. This opened up at 8.5, and it was just, within 14 minutes, it was an 8. An hour after that, it was an 8.5. It's been going back and forth from 8 to 8.5, 8 to 8.5 since it opened. Overall, we've had a 1 cent move to the under. That's it. Just a 1 cent move to the under. On the money line, we have the Pittsburgh Pirates at plus 137. They opened up at plus 132. There was a big move towards the Reds at one point. They opened up at minus 146, and they got up to minus 169 at 5:08 this morning, and we've since come back. So we've had just a 3 cent move towards the Cincinnati Reds. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. From a cash flow perspective, we have 89% of the tickets and 90% cash on the over. We have 77% of tickets and 87% cash on the Cincinnati Reds. Justin McKelvey says Falter is ass at Great American. I don't know, again, and we all handle these things differently, but at this time of the season, when it's really cold, and I guess it's not, freezing cold, but I don't know if we'll ever, look, we know Great American Ballpark is a hitter's spot, but with this temperature, I'm not sure if it is. Bailey Falter coming off a 10-4 loss at home versus the Yankees. 4 innings, 7 earned runs, 2 homers, 5 Ks, 1 walk. This is going to be much, much easier for him. And shout out to Big Show Picks, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast in the house. Huge UFC card on Saturday. And the Locker Room Talk podcast is our showcase video on YouTube. And they also did a great job with the PFL as well. The boys are crushing. So shout out to our guy. And the $100 free contest up right now. $100 contest up right now. Brady Singer, 2-0, 2.25 ERA, 1.08 whip. He's another one of those young Royals. Now, I know he's now a Red, but he's one of those young Royals that I loved.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to come together. And And I thought they were going to have a great pitching staff, and I thought that Brady Singer would be part of it. 1.08 whip here on the year. Hasn't allowed a home run, 15 Ks, 3 walks. And it's not like the Pirates are, ripping the leather off the ball. 200, 607 OPS versus righties. And both bullpens have been good. Now, the Pirates bullpen has some outlier statistics that make it look like they could start getting hit hard. But the Reds bullpen has been better than we expected with just a 1.13 whip. So here we go. After this setup, I find the Pirates quite appealing. And I don't know if I can get there. Take it away and also, in fact, I find the under quite appealing as well. Take it away for us, Wine Time Pirates Reds.
Shout out to my guy Jeff Slaughter in the chat right there. Good to see you, my guy. I saw Big Show in there too. Good to see you, Big Show. Thanks for showing the support as always. Yeah, go check out their Locker Room podcast. Shit's Money in the Bank, man, and watch that every week. Those guys do a great job over there. I tailed my guy Spoons in the chat. Small play on O'Neal Cruz anytime home run. Also, interesting enough, Encarnacion Strand, he has the lowest odds to hit, the lowest odds to hit a home run today. He's just got 2 jacks on the year. Maybe he's a sneaky spot as well. I might throw a little something on him from the Reds, but I'm going to look a little bit more into that because I'm just now looking to the home run props. This is going to be the Apple TV game, guys. In Cincinnati, usually a hitter's ballpark. First thing I texted Jimmy yesterday, I said Pirates money line plus 140. Texted him last night around 10 p.m. I was like, dude, this just does, like, when you look at these two teams, I think the Reds are being extremely overvalued and the Pirates are being undervalued here in this spot. These are two teams that are pretty equal. If I look up and down both these rosters, I think these teams are right where they are, 5-8. I didn't have high expectations for the Reds going into the season. I think both these teams could maybe get a couple games under 500 to end the season, maybe get to 500. But right now, these two teams are pretty even. And if you're giving me a plus 140 with the Pirates, I'm going to take that all day long here. It seems like they've been playing some better baseball these last couple of games as well. After they got that last one against the Yankees, they just won this last series. They're kind of getting talked about on social media the first couple of weeks of the season, getting trashed, their ownership. When their owner came in, all the fans said sell the team. The whole thing with Roberto Clemente, just a lot of things happening in Pittsburgh, and just all surprising because it's, the Steel City. That's one of the stadiums that I just, it's a pretty new ballpark, but it just looks absolutely incredible. It looks beautiful. Can't wait to make my way down there one of these days. And this is going to be a good game, but if you're going to give me a plus 140 with the Pittsburgh Pirates here in this spot, I'm going to take it all day long here. The line's not really moving in my direction right now. It's a plus 138, so I got a little bit of value, but it's kind of been everywhere. Jim talked about it. The Reds jumped to bigger favorites this morning. This is going to be a good game, and I'm going to take the plus 140 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Not going to lie, when I was capping this game yesterday, Jim, I was leaning towards the over a little bit too, because it's an Apple TV game and it's out of hitter-friendly ballpark. But seeing it go from 8.5 last night could have gotten 8.5 at plus 100. Today, right now, it's an 8 at minus 120. Juice to the over. Something's fishy about this total to me. I'm going to just stay away from it because it is a lower total for being in Cincinnati. So maybe this is an under spot. So I'm going to stay away from the total in this game. I'm going to stick to my original game plan when I texted you last night. Pittsburgh Pirates plus 140, tweeted out last night. And I sprinkled on O'Neal Cruz anytime home run. That's not going to be official, but just for everyone in the chat, just a little something on that. Tailed my guy Spoons. I like that play.
Pirates plus 140 for Wine Time. Yeah, I like this. I think we're getting a better number than we should be with the Pittsburgh Pirates here. I'm also going to move on the under. I think that Falter can bounce back. This is not the Yankees against lefties. This is the worst team in MLB versus lefties to start the year. The Reds bullpen looked horrific 2 days ago, so they got that slap in the face and cost me money. God, that hurt. Fucking hurt so much, dude.
I know. I wasn't officially on that game, but I was definitely on that game. I was on that and the Astros. Unofficially, but just crazy. Just epic collapses. And watching those games, I'm like, damn, I was right on this cap. I didn't give these plays out. You know what happens? I would have gone 0-2 on those. But that's baseball, man. Just sometimes you get the bounces your way. Sometimes you get them the other way. Some teams just go off one inning. It's crazy. This is crazy what we do, Jim, but we love it, man.
We do, and we've had a strong week. We must keep it going. So I like this. I like the setup. I like the setup quite a bit. So I'm going to be on the full game under. I'm going to be on the Pittsburgh Pirates as well. If this line moves, if I feel it's too expensive to take the 8.5 and it moves to an 8, I'll deal with that. And if that ends up me being a push, because I'm gonna have to deal with that. Now, I can also move on this here during the show, which I might do as well. There's our guy Chang Kim in the house. What up, Chang? Great to see you. My man wants a parlay piece from both of us, and you will get that, my friend. I would like to finish capping the card because it's very possible that we have some things, appear in the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm very, very interested in it. All right, let's roll. Next up for us is 7:05 p.m. Eastern with the Atlanta Braves, 22-9, 0-7 on the road at the Tampa Bay Rays, 5-7, 5-4 at home at George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Let's take a look at the weather here in Tampa. I mean, it's so funny how within 1 year this has become the hottest ticket in Tampa. I know only 11,000 seats, but tickets are expensive. Everybody wants to go. It's beautiful. 75 Fahrenheit. Feels like 73, 9.8 miles per hour to center. Nice offensive weather here. Pull up the line history for this spot. We have Atlanta right now at plus 123. It was a very late night for them. They opened up at plus 101, so they had a big move towards the Rays. Minus 112 to minus 133. A 21-cent move towards the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's take a look at the total for this one from a total perspective. We have a 9, minus 111 to the over. Opened up at 8.5. It lasted at 8, and it was a heavily juiced over. Minus 118 to begin, but the first move was towards the under, just a 4 or 5 cent move. But then it went back to the over a couple minutes later, and it moved to 9. So it moved to 9. Not quite legit. It moved to 9 legit about 11:15. So it only took about an hour and 45 minutes for that to happen. So let's roll. Robert Frank says Rays money line, terrible spot for the Braves. BJ says bad spot for Atlanta. Man Bear Pig says first glance I like Rays today, but I have a hard time fading the Braves. And Big Show Picks is on Riley Green over 1.5 bases here at plus 155. We have Bryce Edler on the bump, 6.75 ERA, 4 inning. Well, look, he's only had one start. It was 6-5 loss at the Dodgers. He pitched well. Look, I know he allowed 2 home runs, but they needed a start from him so badly, and he gave them one, and they screwed it up. They lost the game. They screwed it up. Taj Bradley, 14 Ks in 11 innings with just a 1 whip. He has allowed 2 jacks. He didn't look great at the Rangers. 5 innings, 2 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 7 Ks, 4 walks. There's our guy, Just My 2 Cents in the house. Star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. Huge weekend for the squad. Braves versus righties, just 231, 669 OPS. Rays versus righties, 276, 739 OPS. And both bullpens have been good. Braves bullpen getting better in the last few games. 3.98 ERA, 1.28 whip. And we looked great last night. And the Rays bullpen, 3.72 ERA, 1.01 whip. Robert Franklin looking at the Bradley over 6.5 Ks. Fernando Mendoza looking at the Rays first 5. Let's grab the cash flow here for this one because we already talked about the line movement. We have 23%. Oh, sorry. Let's move over here. We have 93% of the tickets, 94% of cash on the over. We have 55% of the tickets and 59% of cash on the Rays. So it's not like the public's going to hammer the Rays. The sharps have come in, and the books are, reacting. Take it away for us, Wine Time, Braves Rays.
Oh, man, I love this game today, Jim. This is the game I will be zoned in, locked on watching. Had a fun time capping this game yesterday. Got 2 plays in this one, and I got value in both of them. I saw this total yesterday, 8.5 juice to minus 120. I absolutely had to take it here. Love to see it move to a 9 at minus 115 on my book this morning when I woke up. I'm also on the Rays minus 120 here in this spot, guys. Yeah, Braves, this is a tough spot for them. I don't know if anyone watched that game yesterday. They had that win against, Ozuna walk-off win. Game got delayed. Over there on the East Coast, I believe that game didn't end until like 12:30 or something like that. It's not a long flight to Tampa by any means, and these guys, they got nice airplanes to go over there. They're sleeping well on those planes and stuff, but still, it's a tough travel spot, I think. Playing in this spot, Tampa Bay Rays getting smacked yesterday, 11-1 at home to lose the series to the Halos. That right field corner, guys, is going to be home run derby in Tampa this year, guys. I wish I would have done more research on this ballpark before the season, man. I think we got so much value at 8.5 yesterday. That's why I moved to a 9. We're not going to see a lot of totals under 9 at this ballpark, I think, this year. especially for lefties, but even for righties to go the opposite way. It's just, you just have to hit the ball 322 feet. A routine fly ball at almost every single ballpark is going to be a home run there. We saw it for the Rays in game 2. They had 2 home runs, 327 feet. Trout hit a home run yesterday, 320 feet. You know what I mean? That's when I was playing in Little League Majors, our field, I think, was 250, 270. You know what I mean? This is bigger than a Little League field, but that right field corner is going to be home run derby, and I think there's going to be a lot of runs scored here, and I think the Rays are going to be able to score a lot of runs here in this spot. Rays, going to the season, there was 3 teams that I wanted to back every single game, 4 teams that I wanted to back every single game this season that I thought I would have value on them. Tampa Bay Rays were probably the 4th one. The 3rd one was going to be the Blue Jays. 2nd one was the Diamondbacks, and 1st one was going to be the Angels. I just thought I can get affordable prices on all 4 of these teams early on in the season. If I could back them on the money line, I can get them at dogs in certain spots. I can get them as small favorites in certain spots. And I like these teams going into this year. Not so much the Rays. They started off this season being a couple minus 200, so it was tough to take them there. Although I did take them on the minus 1.5 line, cash with them there. But these were teams that I wanted to back, and I'm going to back the Tampa Bay Rays here. I like their head coach, Kevin Cash. I think he's one of the best in the game with the team that he always gets every single year. That bullpen's going to be strong. Expect a good, I don't expect it to be strong here, but throughout the season, I expect a lot of runs, at least 10 to 11 runs here. This might get even more than that. This is going to be home run derby today. Tampa Bay is going to win this game as well. I got minus 120 on the money line last night. It's up to a minus 135 right now. I love this. I love these 2 plays today, Jim. I would still take the over 9. This is going way over 9, guys. Like this is getting double digits runs today. So yeah.
Over 8.5 and minus 120. And what did you get the Rays at?
Minus 120 money line.
So both are minus 120.
Yeah.
Over 8.5 and minus 1. So you have no concern about a sleepy Braves team against Taj Bradley, who's coming off a poor start on the road?
I mean, I do expect the Braves could hit here too. I saw Spoons. I mean, they were mashing the ball these last couple of games. They still have a lot of good bats in that lineup here. I just think the Rays are going to be able to get a good amount of runs scored on the board today after only scoring 1 yesterday. I think they're going to get a lot. I think they're going to have a lot of home runs to right field. And it's going to just get over the wall, and they're going to somehow be able to score probably 6 to 7 runs in this one. I expect this to probably be like a 6-4, 7-4 type game in favor of the Rays. I think they're going to, I mean, you could probably even take them on the run line here in this spot. I think they're going to take care of business. Although I do think the Braves we're going to need them to put some runs on the board here. Maybe it happens early. We can get some more value back in the Rays live. But those are my 2.
I like it. I like it. We have Wine Time in business here on the over 8.5 and the Rays. We have our producer ready to rock with us. We'd like to hear a review of his plan for the first 3 games on the card. So without further ado, joining us from the home studio in the Southtown 101, San Antonio, Texas, best bar in Texas. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the telecast. Jose, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. Nice to see everyone. Let's do the intro and then we can do the review.
In fact, Jose, I wouldn't mind if doing the review of these 3 games and making these bets and then we'll do the review with me or the intro with me on camera because I want to get these bets in right now. I feel like I should have moved on them. So I wouldn't mind doing that. Would that work okay?
So what do you want to do?
I'm going to bounce out right now. You do the review of these 3 games, and then we'll do the intro to Anthem TV all together.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
All right. Nice to see everyone. Hello, Wine Time. Thank you to your Angels. I appreciate your Angels for a no-sweat winner yesterday. That was nice.
Yes, sir.
And shout out to them. First 5 full game winner. It was 2-0. It was a short card. And it was nice. I'm desperately trying to keep that card shorter than it typically is on a baseball season for me. But let's talk about all these games in here real quick. It's nice to see everyone in here. TC, all the boys. Appreciate you guys. Nasty Nate and company in here as well, I'm sure. So shout out to you guys. We will quickly talk about Kansas City, Cleveland in here. Let me bring this back up here real quick. Bobby Bubic. I broke down all these games. I don't have any bets on them so far, and I was very interested to obviously talk these out with you. Bubic has not seen the Guardians as a starter in quite a while. His first 2 starts of the season, both very good for his standards. 6 2/3, 1 earned run, 6 innings, no earned runs. And Bobby has kind of struggled, Both starts on the road, though. This was a minus 145 last night, now down to minus 130. I definitely leaned towards the Guardians here, and I was semi-interested in them. Minus 145, it was too expensive for me to bet. Now 51% of the bets, 68% of the money on the Royals here. It's just an interesting line move. I'm not going to go up against it. I don't typically like going up against line moves all that often here. But yeah, last night I saw this line open up. Well, not really open up, but I saw it at MGM at minus 145. Got up to minus 142 where we used to play poker, now down to minus 124 here. So something smells fishy. I'll stay off here, and I'll keep rolling on here. I leaned over, though. I will mention if, maybe if Bybee doesn't have a good start here, it indicates that he gets touched up, or that's what the line's moving down here. So no action for me in that game. That will roll us into game 2, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati here. And Wine, I know you're on Atlanta and Tampa Bay, and I'll talk about that here in a second. But Pittsburgh, Cincinnati here. Funny game because Brady Singer in my head is still a Royal, and every time I see him on the Reds here, it kind of surprises me. One good one bad one for him. Brady Singer, 5 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned against the Milwaukee Brewers at the Milwaukee Brewers. Still got the win that day. And the Texas Rangers, 7 innings, 1 hit shutout there from him. He's faced these Pittsburgh Pirates before last year at Pittsburgh, 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs there, and a 3-4 loss. Falter has also faced Cincinnati plenty of times before. 5 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 6-5 win. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, and an 11-5 loss. And 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and a 2-1 loss here. Not a guy I want to really back, especially I guess in Cincinnati. It's always a little sketchy to back these kind of pitchers here. I'd lean over. Honestly, I know that the weather might not be ideal in Cincinnati here. And let me refresh RotoWire real quick just to see what we're talking about here. It's 50 degrees. It's pretty cold. So I get it if the ball's not flying out here today. But I'm sure in the summer when it gets hotter, this total is going to be 10.5. or something closer to that later on in the season. So I will stay off of this game as well here. I'll quickly mention again the market in this one. I know Jimmy's talked about it, but 77% of the bets, 87% of the money on the Cincinnati Reds here. And line really has not moved much. If anything, it's moved towards the Pirates here. 3.3 move towards the Reds here. So, it makes me semi-interested in the Pirates.
I'm on the Pirates, Jose. Plus 140.
Okay, well, that's interesting there. I'll mention I thought you were on one in this game. I just didn't know what side. I guess
what I told Jimmy is I think both these teams. I think one team's being overvalued and one team's being undervalued. Cincinnati. I think both of these teams are pretty equal when I look at both of these rosters. I know some people have high expectations for the Reds. Not so much me. And I just think if we're getting a plus 140 with the Pirates, I think it's just too much value not taking them here in this spot. Playing in Cincinnati, I think Pirates, I told Jim, we all saw him get trashed on social media the first couple weeks of the season. Whole thing about the Roberto Clemente thing, how, it was disrespectful what they did. Took his number down. The family was upset. They put it back up. I think this team's going to probably start coming down a little bit, or coming back up a little bit, I should say. Play some better baseball going forward. Both these teams, I think, are going to win around 80 games this season, probably maybe a little bit less. I just think too much value here with the Pirates. Shout out to my guy, Nasty Nate, in the chat. He said Reds first 5. No, take the Pirates first 5, my guy.
Okay. I'll write Pirates down with a question mark here. I think the Reds are a good ball club. Real quick, bullpen-wise, I want to refresh and see who we have available for both squads here. Reds don't really have a good bullpen to begin with here, so I'll be seeing a day off yesterday, so everyone should be ready to go. Okay. Very interesting. And the Pirates here, and where are they? PPP. Where are you, Pirates? You sons of bitches. The Pirates are right there. Day off yesterday as well here. So, all right. Both ready bullpens. All right. I have Pirates money line written down as a very interesting bet. I might be joining you there. Wine time. Atlanta Braves, Tampa Bay Rays, Bradley versus Mr. Elder here. A very interesting line here. Wine Time. Again, I wrote down. I'm gonna try to start making a habit of this, writing down what BetMGM has these lines at when I look at them. This is last night at like 11, 12-ish when I was doing my notes. So I'm going to try to do that more often. I don't have them in my odd sheets where I can like look at their line history, but if I could do it manually, that'll be fine. This was a minus 115 Tampa Bay Rays last night, now up to minus 130 here. Very fascinating movement there. For everywhere else here, I'm seeing minus 110 where we used to play poker at, and up to minus 135 now.
I'll be right back.
Very interesting. No worries. Go ahead. So I think the Rays are definitely live in this game. I don't know if I want to bet them a full game perhaps here. I will look at the bullpens right now. They played yesterday. Mason Engler threw 36, Hunter Biggie threw 19, and Garrett Clevenger threw 11. Pete Fairbanks threw back-to-back days and got a day off yesterday, so we'll see if he is available here. The Rays are definitely a semi-interesting team. Maybe a first 5 bet here. So I'll write down the Rays as well. Jimmy, Nasty Nate was asking, what were the bets you left us to go make?
I'm just putting them out on X right now. I took the under 7 in Kansas City, Cleveland. Got minus 112 offshore. I could have got plus 137 offshore with the Pirates, but I sent it in at plus 135. The 2 cents, no need to be liquid on. I took the Pittsburgh Cincinnati under 8.5 offshore at minus 115, and I took the Rays minus 1 at plus 107. I just couldn't take on that vig, so there we go. I'm in business here, and I'm ready to move on to the next few games. So we are through 3 games right now in MLB. We're going to break down the rest of the MLB card and the NBA card. So we want to welcome our new friends.
Well, hold on. We have to do the intro first.
Cool.
Hold on. So let's do that.
Well, you were going to do the intro for. I was just going to welcome them, and then you're going to say the official welcome. So
yeah. Well, we have to play the video first. So for all of our YouTube video viewers, you guys are loyal. We appreciate you guys. This is going to have to be a little thing during the show. So shout out to you guys. We appreciate you. We'll be back in 20 seconds.
The opinions expressed of this show are for entertainment purposes and should not be misconstrued or interpreted as fact. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
Anthem TV, welcome into Pub Sports Radio and Betting with the Bag. My name is Jose Bouquett. Over there is the aforementioned Jimmy the Bag, and we are live now on Anthem TV. Shout out to all the new viewers here. We break down all of these sporting games on the card here today, broken down from a gambling perspective. We are on MLB currently, so thank you for jumping in with us. If you're new here at Anthem TV, we appreciate you guys. We will be live here every Tuesday through Friday. We'll be live. Peter Loshak will be with us on Tuesdays. It'll be a whole lot of fun. So thanks for rolling with us. Jimmy the Bag, nice to see you. You look great, by the way. I like your pullover. And how are you?
I am good. I'm ready to get to work here. We have Giants Yankees next up on the board. Thank you for everybody joining us over at Anthem TV. San Francisco Giants, 7:05 p.m. Eastern, are in the Bronx, baby. Bronx, New York, Yankee Stadium. Giants 9-3, 5-1 on the road at the New York Yankees, 7-5, 4-2 at home. We have Robbie Ray going up against Marcus Stroman. I have a feeling that the Stro Show will not be in pinstripes shortly. He'll be on one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball, and he will not report.
That sounds about right.
That is my prediction for the Stro Show, that he will be traded to a bad baseball team and not report. Robbie Ray going up against Marcus Stroman. Let's get into this right now. We have 47 Fahrenheit overcast. Feels like 37. We have possible precipitation throughout the evening. Gets up to 59% precipitation after an hour. 11.6 miles per hour in, and it is cold. If it is raining or drizzling, it will be snow. Let's get into the line history here for Giants, Yankees. Giants playing over their heads right now. Ralph Nunziata in the chat believes they can continue to do so. Let's take a look at the line history here for the New York Yankees. They opened up at minus 116. They're now minus 124. We've had 8 cents of movement towards the New York 8 cents of movement towards the New York Yankees. From a total perspective, we are dealing with an 8. It's minus 107 to the over. This opened up at 8.5, and it was a legit 8.5. It wasn't, plus 106 to the over or minus 122 to the under. This was a legit 8.5, and it took 21 minutes. It took 19 minutes to get to an 8. Then it bounced back up to 8.5 and then back to 8, and it stayed at 8. Not only that, but at 3:30 in the morning, it moved to 7.5. This was a 7.5 from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Then it got back up to 8. So it's a legit move to the under and somewhat of a move towards the New York Yankees. Serious business on the Yankees -1. Let's get into the cash flow. We have 67% of the tickets, 64% of cash on the New York Yankees, 98% of tickets, and 99% of cash on the over here. Razor Sharp Pick says totals gone under in 11 of San Francisco's last 12 games when playing on the road against the New York Yankees. Leonard Porsche Jr. said, did Nutflush Allen give us a preseason win total bet on the Giants this season? He did not, but our friend Nutflush Allen will be back in action with us and fully back in action. It's been a very tough road for our friend Mike Allen, Nutflush Allen, as he was giving his elderly mother round-the-clock care in his home. And he is going to be joining us soon to let you know that she has passed. And it's very tough for the family. Young Caden, the young golf star, Skylar, she's a phenomenal student right now, great soccer player, and of course Bailey in med school in Montana. So, and Kristen, Mike's wife. Our love goes out to the whole Nutflush Allen family, and a tough time for them right now. But these types of situations brings families together, and the bonds become so strong. So our thoughts and prayers are with the Nutflush Allen family. If you get a second to send out your love to our friend Nutflush, Mike Allen, that would be appreciated. He's such a wonderful guy and a big part of our community here at Pub Sports Radio. So just wanted you guys to know that that's been going on. And because of that, Mike hasn't been able to put his undivided attention towards Major League Baseball, which is something that he wants to do desperately. So when we finally get to see Mike in the chat, you guys will know what has been going on, and you'll know that he's ready to rock and be a huge part of us moving forward. And Andrew just says, what a great son he was. Yeah, they lead by example, and I just wanted you guys kind of to know what's been going on and why he hasn't been in the chat this week. So our love to our friend Mike Allen. And these are his San Francisco Giants. Robbie Ray on the bump for the Giants, 2-0, 3.18 ERA, 1.15 whip, 11 1/3, 6 Ks, 6 walks. Not the kind of K-walk ratio you want. You don't want to also allow 3 home runs in 11 1/3, but he's only really allowed home runs. His last start, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 2 Ks, 5 walks, and a 4-1 win at home versus the Mariners. And then we have Strosho coming off the 10-4 win at the Pirates. That's when they went up against Bailey Falter, who I am backing Bailey Falter today. Stroman went 4 innings, 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 Ks, and 3 walks. The Giants, it's their ticky-tack bullshit, man. I do not know how they are sitting here at 9-3, 5-1 on the road. They have no power, yet they continue to deliver. 231, 701 OPS. Yankees versus lefties, 282, 911 OPS. The Giants' bullpen has been phenomenal this year. 1.79 ERA, 1.13 whip, while the Yankees' bullpen, 3.97 ERA, 1.17 whip. So just to go over everything again, we've had an 8-cent move to the Yankees. We've had a move to the under. And you guys know, if we're talking about Yankees baseball, that the public is on the Yankees. 67% of tickets, 64% cash. Not that many people on them. And 98, 99 on the over. I find this game difficult, and I want to fade Marcus Stroman. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Robbie Ray is going to be lights out against a team that's hitting 282, 911 OPS versus lefties. And I'm also not going to sit here and say, the over is the play if it's gone from 8.5 to 8 with 98, 99% of the tickets and cash on them. this doesn't correlate properly for me to make any move. Jose, take it away, Giants, Yankees.
Yeah, this is one of two totals that I looked at, and I was like, how is this not an over? The Yankee Stadium factor, obviously. The Yankees against lefties so far in this season, 221 plate appearances. Is that the most in the league? That is the most in the league. And they have the second highest weighted runs created plus, 163 weighted runs created plus against lefties. Marcus Stroman, a guy I don't trust, a guy I don't like, a guy I don't think is going to be a good pitcher. Like you said, a guy that I completely agree with you, will be traded at some point because the Yankees will find another starter. He's not going to be in the bullpen because they already bitched and moaned about it in the spring training. So I agree with you. I expect him to be like on the White Sox and then just not go. So I agree with you there. Giants against righties, 98 weighted runs created plus, so just a little below average. He pitched against them last year at the Giants, 7 1/3, 2 runs, one of them earned, but that was in the Giants, one of the most pitcher-friendly parks, and now he's in New York here. I leaned over, but the market movement will probably have me off. This is one of those rare first 5 overs as well that I almost considered betting here. But the total movement has kind of got me off. I looked at the first 5 movement too, and it was minus like 125. Some places even had it. It was a 4.5 juice to the under, but not going to move on this game. Just too much line movement discrepancy. But I leaned over with you.
If you're not going to move on this game, like myself, hit that link. Listen to a little Mike Stud, man. I still bang Stro Show's songs.
I was like, who the fuck is Mike Stud?
Mike Stud. Hit that link. Bang a little Stro Show. I think he hits it, man. Now he sounds a lot like Drizzy. All right, let's roll on. No action for me. We talked about Nut Flush Allen's San Francisco Giants, Ralph Nunziata's San Francisco Giants. Let's talk about my Toronto Blue Jays. 8-6. Set up the parade, Jose. We got Vladdy for 14 years. We're a happy group.
At a reasonable annual per salary number.
That was crazy. Can you explain that a little more, Jose? Because you sent this to me, and I was mind blown.
Yeah. So the main reason, I'm going to call it the main reason that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. accepted this deal is because he got a $325 million signing bonus, a signing bonus that is not taxed. Because he lives in Florida or whatever bullshit. I don't know. He's not getting Canadian taxes on it. So that's great for him. So $325 million up front. Full no trades clause, by the way, as well for you, Jimmy. So that's nice. But his salaries, he gets $17 million, $16 million, $15 million, $14.5, $12.5, $11.5, $10.5, $7, and $6.25 AAV. So that's the advantage of being, a fucking network that owns a fucking team. You can just pay them all up front and say, fuck it, who cares?
All up front. Thank you, Andrew G. Yeah, I've been listening to it for years, man. I've got to be a 500 of those 45 million views. Let's talk about the Toronto Blue Jays and Bowden Francis. Another darling up here that we got for scraps.
The Jays are back, everyone. Jimmy's happy with his Jays. He's never been more happy.
I also cashed on the Canucks last night.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Jimmy's childhood's back.
Last start for Bowden Francis, 5 1/3, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, no homer, 6 Ks, 2 walks, and a 2-1 loss at the Mets. He was the best pitcher in Major League Baseball over the second half of last season. And there were a lot of people who didn't believe that he would be able to turn it on here. Going up against Tomoyuki Sugano. 2.89 ERA, 1.29 WHIP, 9 1/3, 5 Ks, 3 walks, 1 homer. Last start, 5 1/3, and 5 1/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 4 Ks, 1 walk, and an 8-1 win at the Royals. Nasty Nate said didn't cash them yesterday. I have not bet the Jays this year, so I've not been involved in any of their victories here. I've been very curious. Look, I wanted the signing. I just wanted the signing. We wanted some hope in this city. Jays versus righties, 248, 632 OPS. They have 3 home runs this year and 8 victories. There are times when I think, well, that means they're a really good baseball team, and I've been proven wrong when I believe that a team who, if they're not hitting with runners in scoring position is still getting victories. That doesn't mean they're a great team. Maybe it means they just can't hit with runners in scoring position. Orioles versus righties, 244, 711 OPS. Jays bullpen, 4.47 ERA, 1.27 whip. Average. Orioles bullpen, 3.35 ERA, 1.29 whip. Very, very strong. No, let's say one there. Look, guys, Jose didn't agree with me when I said I thought the Orioles were going to have a good bullpen this year. So it's still left to be, I shouldn't say very, very strong. We'll see. We'll see what they do. It's very early. This total opened up at 8. It jumped up to 8.5 at 8:42 a.m. and then came back to 8. We have an 8 right now. We've had 12 cents of movement towards the under. And when we get to the money line here, we have the Orioles at minus 123. They opened up at minus 112. So we've had 11 cents of movement towards the Baltimore Orioles. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have, here we go. We have 43% of the tickets, 46% of cash on the Jays, 72 and 70 on the over. Jose Bouquett, there's our guy Ron Crawford in the house. Rob Free Bands back in my guy Bowden. Jose Bouquett. Take it away.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm a big advocate of Japanese baseball. By the way, I've implored my sister. I've texted her twice about this. They're giving away World Baseball Classic pre-sale tickets or whatever, pre-sale access for fucking Venezuelan Heritage Night in the Marlins ballpark. I need that hoe to go to those games. I need that pre-sale access because, Jimmy, you know what, Wine? This conversation is going to exclude you for a second. Could you imagine these American assholes, Jimmy? They think they can fucking throw out a fucking MLB Network analyst again to fucking be the manager of their WBC team. What a fucking disgrace they are.
Well, let me tell you something, Jose. You care so much about the World Baseball Classic, and guess what?
I'm scared to say what here.
Nobody else does.
I disagree. We fucking made money on it last year.
The Americans don't care, Jose. They don't care. Ed O'Neill could manage that team. Now,
they're fucking cunts. I hate it.
Look, it's great that some of our friends down south care about this tournament very much. We're happy for you, Jose. We're happy that you get some smiles here, but we don't care.
Fucking assholes. These American assholes fucking think they're fucking sliced bread. They fucking think they're sliced bread. But as I was saying, I'm an advocate of Japanese fucking baseball here. Sugano is going to be a good pitcher through his. Yeah, we go. Let's get back on the track here. I think he's gonna be a good pitcher for the first time through. No one sees him. No one's got film on him. He pitched well against Toronto in this one start already. Well, in quotation marks, 4 innings, 2 earned runs. Fine. I just don't think he does it again. Nasty Nate, I fucking hope you take that back. I fucking hope you take that back, Nasty Nate. I have your fucking Funko Pop.
Okay, sorry.
I hope you take that back, Nasty Nate. You son of a bitch.
It's my fault.
I think the Jays win this game. I'm shocked this game's not an over game for me personally. I think I'm going to move on to Jays, and I'll pass it off here. Jays over.
Wait. Give me more of a breakdown on your expectations from Sugano, because I have not moved on it. Because I mean, is he an ace?
No. I think he's like a number 2, 3, 4 guy. I don't think he'll be like a top 10 pitcher in baseball. I don't think he'll be a top 25 pitcher in baseball. But he'll be fine. He'll be a guy that'll probably be in the league for like 5-6 years, do his thing, and then probably not get a second contract would be my guess. So now, what an asshole this guy Nasty Nate is. I can't believe him. I'm gonna cover the fuck out of the WBC now just to shove these videos down his throat. You son of a bitch. I think the Orioles are going to get bombed. I think Sugano is going to get bombed off today. Blue Jays offense gets right.
Wine time. Your thoughts on this spot?
Yeah, Jimmy, excuse me. I believe in this Blue Jays team. This is one of the teams I believe I told you first week I came on here. I wanted to back them every single game this year. Haven't done that. I might start doing that here, and we're getting a good price here. I got it plus 100 yesterday. I want to look what you can get right now. I think you can get an even better number right now. I think it is moving slightly towards the Orioles here. Let me just double check on my book what I can get here. Orioles, Blue Jays plus 116 now at my book. Move 15 points in the other direction from what I got it at last night. I don't really care, honestly. I think Blue Jays are the better team here in this spot. I think the Orioles, I mean, what is it, 57, 58% of tickets are on them right now. I think a lot of people still believe in this Orioles team. They are a good team. They do still have a really good deep lineup. I'm unsure about their pitching, though. I'm going to take the Blue Jays at being an underdog here. I like this team. I'm going to start backing them in a lot of games this season. So we're going to start here with the Blue Jays plus 100. You can get a better number. You can get a plus 115 probably at a lot of spots here. I believe in this Toronto Blue Jays batting order. I like their 1 through 5 a lot. I think they got a really good 1 through 5, one of the deeper ones in baseball. Orioles, don't get me wrong, they have some good bats in there. But I think the Blue Jays can take care of business here and getting them as underdogs. I don't know why the Orioles are favorites here. Maybe it's for a reason. But I think it's kind of just the fact that people are going to start thinking that the Orioles are going to start taking off here because of what they did last season with the young studs that they have in their batting order. Because they do have a lot, like I said this a couple times now, deep batting order for the Orioles. But I'm on the Blue Jays here. I love the Blue Jays here in the spot plus 100.
Jays plus 100. Yvonne Polo resides in Charm City, and he does not think this game will go. And yes, this was BJ's best bet, Orioles money line. It's 94 and 95% precipitation through the game. I don't think this game is going to go. If it goes, nobody's going to be in the stands. And I think this is an under spot as well. BJ's best bet on the on the Orioles. We have Wine Time on the Jays, Coin on the under 8. Stephen Harrison likes the O's here. He's been riding the Jays as well. I do not think this game goes, but I'm going to bet the under. And I'm going to bet the under during the show. I'm going to get this in. I don't need to leave here. I'll wait till I got something else that I want to bet. But I'm going to move on the under in this game with the expectation that the game doesn't get played. That's my expectation.
I'm not going to move on this game, but my one bet would be Jays first 5.
All right.
No action for me, though.
So we have a lean here from Jose. Let's roll. Next up for us, and TJ says Blue Jays pen usage is worth looking at. They didn't. I'm not concerned with the pen of any team other than, I guess I would say the Phillies, Braves, Jays, and Red Sox pens are the only ones that I have. I guess you could add the Twins and Royals in there. So I guess there is yeah, okay, you're right. So can you touch on the Jays pen here? Again, that could possibly, yeah, that's important. Thank you, TJ. What do you think of the Jays pen here, Jose?
Blue Jays bullpen. Chad Green 23, Nick Sandlin 20, Yimi Garcia 23, Brendan Little 14 there. That leaves Jeff Hossman, who was disgusting the other day. I think he threw 2 innings, 20 pitches. Jacob Barnes, Yariel Rodriguez, and Mason Flaherty available. I do not. I know Nick Sandlin doesn't go today. I should say that. Chad Green, I'd be a little surprised if he went today. As well. He went Sunday, 21 pitches, day off. Tuesday, 14 pitches, day off. And then Thursday, 23 pitches. So I think he'll have another day off today. And that leaves Yimi Garcia, who I could see throwing back-to-back here if they really need him. Jeff Hoffman, I believe, will be available here as well. So you've got at least the 2 best arms there. But it's still not a good bullpen for the Blue Jays.
There is our friend Nutflush Allen in the chat. I wasn't sure. I just trusted. I wasn't sure when to talk about it, how to talk about it, but I felt I had to talk about it when he was brought up. I don't know, how I could not focus on what we're trying to do here without talking about it. And there he is in the chat. And says, to all my low back family, we cannot express the love we have to everyone that has reached out. Having lost both parents in a little over a year is tough, but my mom is a tough one, and you are my family. We love you so much, Nutflush, so much. We also want to help raise funds for the funeral Mike. I know, that this kind of sometimes people are uncomfortable with that, but we really do want to help raise funds for the funeral. We'd love to know how we can do that. So if you can get in touch with us and let us know how we can how we can raise funds to help out for the funeral costs. And we care very much about you. And we just talked about it maybe 10 minutes ago. So I imagine it's only been 10 minutes that people knew, and that's how much they love you, man. So 8 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, all those messages you received were in the last 10 minutes, and they just found out about it. So just know that you're truly loved here in the community, and let us know what we can do and how we can help. We have wine time on the Jays. I want to move on the under, and it is time to move on. And, when we get back to a sense of normalcy within the Nut Flush Allen household, it's going to be wonderful having him back in the chat every day and hearing his takes on the Giants. And so I hope for your family to get to return to normalcy as much as possible. And the sacrifices you guys have all made to take care of your mom were inspiring to all of us. Because as you guys know, and I don't want to get too much into it, but as you guys know, in the history of our culture here in America and Canada, we don't look after the elders. We just tell them to fuck off. We ship them off to some home. And that's not something that happens around the world. It's just us. My wife's Vietnamese, that's just us shipping out elders. So it was wonderful to see you take care of your mom. It was inspiring that you did that. And our thoughts and love are with you, my friend. Let's move on. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Washington Nationals 5-7, 0-3 on the road at the Miami Marlins, 6-6, 4-3 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. I have a difficult time. I just expect the roof to be closed. I always just expect the roof to be closed, and it's kind of an ignorant way of handling Lone Depot Park. Can somebody enlighten me? Because it's so easy to find out if the Diamondbacks roof's open and stuff like that. Do we just expect this roof? Jose, do you expect Lone Depot Park's roof to be closed every game?
Roof status is open from what I'm seeing right now.
And where are you seeing that?
Marlins ballpark /gameday.com. It's MLB.com /Marlins ballpark game day. I just Googled it. It says Lone Depot Park roof status open. It wasn't the same website I saw the other day, though, for the Diamondbacks. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, because I've never been able to find consistent information here from whether this roof will be open. And it just drives me absolutely crazy because you can't put together a legitimate plan, if you don't know exactly what's going on. And Plus Money 305 says, reporting live from Miami, looks like rain today from Plus Money 305. Okay, thank you for that. We got Dabby Cab's action here as well. We'll copy and paste his action. Okay, let's roll on here. We have Mitchell Parker, the lefty, going up against Cal Quantrill. And I don't want to simplify two things and say, oh, we saw this happen like this, so it's just going to happen again. I don't want to ever do that. But
not Cal Quantrill anymore.
It's not Cal Quantrill. Okay, who is it?
Edward Cabrera. Excuse me.
Okay, I have Quantrill set up, so you got to give us the breakdown if you don't mind. So we'll go right to Jose next, so we can get the breakdown on the pitch. Or actually, because we got the Red Sox too, where we want. But then we have so we're going to go to Jose's going to start the next two games, and then we'll have a Wine Time start out the Angels game and the Tigers game. So we're going to do back-to-back starting off from Jose. So we watched Dylan Cease have two excellent starts at home. He went on the road. The market told us he was vulnerable, and he got lit up and smoked in his first road start. Now, Mitchell Parker has had an exceptional start to this season. The young lefty, 2-0, 0.73 ERA, 1.22 whip. 12 and a third, 7K, 6 walks. K to walk ratio is bad, but no homers. And here we go. A Marlins money line for Razor. He's coming off another phenomenal start at home. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 2 Ks, 4 walks. And now it's his first road start. And I told you guys that I want to start tracking this. And we only get it in the third week of the season, where we have a pitcher who shines in 2 home starts and then goes out on the road. And it's a vulnerable spot, and possibly, and I wish I had more data and it wasn't more of just like a hunch, that this would be a hugely profitable angle for us. We don't have Cal Quantrill, but we know that the Marlins hit lefties. 260, not with a ton of power, 726, but they hit lefties. The Nats don't hit righties. Is Cabrera a righty? It's the young Cabrera, the kid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. I need the breakdown from him to put this all together. Nats bullpen's being horrible. 5.91 ERA, 1.78 whip. Marlins bullpen's being disappointing. 4.03 ERA, 1.44 whip. Spooner says Cease is a righty, and the Athletics Park is clearly one of the most offensive-friendly parks under the right weather conditions. That's very valid. Very valid. We expect the roof to be closed here due to the weather conditions from our guy, plus 2305. Let's talk about the total here in this one with Cabrera on the bump. This total is an 8, minus 112 to the over. This just came out 2.5 hours ago. So that's where, there was a little bit of movement, but it's come back from Wentz. On the money line here, we have the Marlins now minus 104. They opened up at plus 111. Just a constant move towards the Miami Marlins. I'm a little hesitant to give this cash flow information because some of the books had this set up with my guy Quantrill, Paul's son. 79% of tickets, 80% cash on the over. 76% of tickets and 83% cash on the Nationals. Jose, breakdown Cabrera. We liked them last year. And Kelly McKinnon says it's currently open. I never trust what we get for the Marlins ballpark. But yeah, it doesn't. There looks like there could be a little bit of precipitation at 8. But even so, it's just average conditions. 5.4 miles per hour in. I don't think it'll change too much. Jose Bouquett, take it away.
By the way, I typically do assume that it is closed. I think in like Marlins Park, they've had like a handful of games where it's open. I'm not saying it's not open today. Again, they've had literally like 5 games there though in the last few years where it's been open. So I typically do assume it's closed. Yeah, the market is kind of screaming in this game, huh? Mitchell Parker has been he's had the 2 great starts back to back. You could easily say he's one of the best pitchers in baseball right now. Blah blah blah. All the hyperbole, but it does feel like a Marlins spot here, for sure. Now, the real question that you would kind of have to decipher is the line movement, because Cal Quantrill is out and now it's Edward. I find that to be very interesting.
Not the line movement I gave you, Jose, because that was from an offshore that didn't open up the action until 10:12 a.m., knowing who was pitching.
So yeah, that's good information. Thank you. He's faced and Edward has faced the Red Sox AAA team twice, which I obviously know pretty well, and has it's a very good team, the AAA team. Honestly, it's a good team with Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer, and all those kind of guys. 4 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. One of them earned 6 Ks, 1 walk. 3 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks. No walks there. His injury was a finger injury. Seems like it was a blister. So I think that's very interesting. I will be on the Marlins here, it seems. I was trying to sit here and battle between first 5 and full game, honestly. And I kind of was on the verge of adding both, if I'm being honest here. Edward is a good pitcher. I trust. We trusted him last year, and both bullpens are 100% rested. Both bullpens didn't go yesterday. So I don't know. It just seems like, again, we've had this conversation before. If I'm looking at the full game movement, I need to bet the full game, but I also want to protect myself from a potentially shitty Marlins bullpen. And it's not like the Nationals bullpen's any better, but I just battle that back and forth. So I do like the Marlins here. I'm going to move on them in one way or 2 ways here.
I'm only going to move on them in one way, and I think the Marlins have the better bullpen of the 2 teams. Certainly so far this year, but that was the expectation, was the Marlins would be around 25th or 26th, and the Nats would have the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball. I thought that was the expectation coming in. I like the look. I like where Razor's at. We have AM on the over. Let's hear from Wine Time your plan.
Yeah, I had nothing going into this game. The more I was capping this game going into this morning and looking at it now, hearing you guys and hearing the chat talk about this game, I want to take the Miami Marlins here in this spot. I mean, Mitchell Parker coming off back-to-back good starts. He's looked good so far this year. Maybe there's some high volatility for him to get hit today by this Marlins team. They've got a lot of young bats over there. They're playing at home here. And seeing the line move towards the Miami Marlins with people hammering the Nationals. We saw them take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers recently. They've got these are 2 young teams heading in the right direction, I feel like, with their players and stuff. But we'll see how they end up doing over the long haul of the season. But I'm definitely want to take the Miami Marlins here. I haven't moved on it yet. I might end up moving on this. If so, I'll end up tweeting it out. Still want to look over a couple things, look at the weather a little bit, and see if the roof is going to be open. But I think looking at the market, looking at the line, these 2 teams, I think Miami Marlins is the play here in this spot. It definitely seems like the sharp play.
Yes, I'd like to move. I'm going to move on the Marlins, and I'm going to move on the under in the Toronto-Baltimore game that we don't expect will be played. I still want to, do the due diligence. So I'm going to bet those 2 here in the next 5 minutes, and I will let you know when I do. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. We're also going to hear Jose's additions on them. We're going to hear from all of us. We're all going to likely move on the Marlins here in the next few minutes. Let's roll. Next spot on the board, 7:40 p.m. Eastern. 7:40 p.m. Eastern here. And I before we do, let's just go back to the last game quickly, Jose. Very quickly, the Nationals-Marlins game, because more from Spooner here. He says, Alcantara comes back from the paternity list tomorrow. So I think this Marlins spot is fishy. They save their bullpen pieces for tomorrow's game. They'd rather give Sandy the win versus the worst Nationals pitcher. That is coming to us from our friend Morgan Spooner. I still feel like I have to pull the trigger on this angle. I have to. It's this hunch I've had now for a while. 3rd start of the year, or 4th start if it happens, which is very rarely. 3rd start of the year where the first 2 are at home in a cushy environment. You get fortunate, you get lucky, and your simple stats look great. But when you dig in, you see that they've been very fortunate. The balls have just been laced to fielders. So I hear what you're saying. I'm willing to risk.
I almost bet team total over 3.5 minus 130 Miami. That was also interesting.
Oh.
Kelly McKinnon says Miami wins on getaway days, loses the next.
Look, I'm on full game first 5 with you, Jimmy. Minus 102 first full game first 5 minus 110.
Okay, so Jose has moved. The first 5 was what?
Minus 110 full game minus 102. I didn't add the team total just because I didn't want to just rely on the Marlins bats here. I like Edward. I wanted to make him a part of the bet.
I like him too. He can get strikeouts when you need him. He'll also there'll be a lot of traffic.
But he didn't walk a person in both rehab starts, so that's a good sign.
Yes, they've been hammering that home. Kelly McInnes on the Nationals, and same with Morgan Spooner. Let's roll on Boston Red Sox, Chicago White Sox, rate field. No longer guaranteed. 7-7, 3-4 are the Red Sox. The White Sox 2-10, 2-4 at home. We have Sean Newcomb, who is Hunter Englehart's college roommate.
That's crazy.
How did you find that out?
Because he gives me all the inside tips on Newcomb starts. 0-1, 5.1. He says he's a gamer. Maybe not the most skilled pitcher, but a gamer. 5.19 ERA, 219 WHIP, 8 2/3, 9 Ks, 5 walks, and no homers. Oh, sorry, Johnny Guns. Look, you know how I cap. I love, I get when, cappers focus on trends. I get it. It's just not how I do things. And
they're all meaningless and they don't mean anything ever. Who was it? Slatsy that gives our meaningless trend. Shout out to Slatsy.
Yes. And so that's just the way I do. So this isn't a trend. This is a hunch that I don't have the hunch, Johnny, is that when a pitcher has 2 home starts to start a year and looks excellent, that his first start on the road will be bad. And now that worked with the Dylan Cease hammer and the market was with it. But Spooner has explained why he thinks that happened to the righty at Sutter Health Field, whatever it's called. Jesus. AM is on the under 8 here. Let's roll. We have Sean Newcomb versus Davis Martin. Not exactly the pitching matchup. Well, for Hunter, he loves it. Newcomb's last start, 4 2/3, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 5 Ks, 3 walks. He looked excellent, and he had some bad bounces in that first start. So infield hits, he had some bad bounces. Davis Martin, 5.73 ERA, 1.55 WHIP. He has 4 strikeouts in 11 innings, 4 strikeouts, 4 walks. He did not look good in the 7-2 loss at the Tigers, but the Tigers are hitting hard. Red Sox versus righties, 251, 718 OPS. They're hitting them, not with a ton of power. White Sox are not, 200 with a 586 OPN. And that's Nate. So I thought the trend was ask stupid questions and chopsticks get sharpened. I like that. So well put. I like.
It could be on a shirt almost.
I know, and I know a lot of cappers are very successful with their trends and using their trends. Like, we all cap differently. We all have the same goal. It's part of the fun. Red Sox bullpen 3.62 ERA, 1.19 WHIP. White Sox bullpen 3.83 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow, and then hand it over to Jose. We're gonna have Wine Time setting up the next 2 games first. Newcomb and the Boston Red Sox opened up at minus 166 and now minus 155. So we've had a slight move towards the White Sox. When we get to the total here for this one, we have an 8, and it is juiced to the under. This opened up at 8, and it went down to 7.5 at 8:09 p.m. last night. It only lasted there for about 20 minutes. Right now, we've had 7 cents of movement towards the under, which takes us to 2 things. First off, is going to take us to the cash flow, but it also will take us to the weather in rate field. 45 Fahrenheit, feels like 38, but the wind's not blowing in. It's blowing left to right very slightly, 4.5 miles per hour and slightly out. It does get down to 2.7 by the end of the game. Devers over 1.5 bases in Justin McKelvey's pocket. And cash flow wise, we have 98% of the tickets and 99% of cash on the over. We have 89% of the tickets and 96% of cash on the Boston Red Sox. Wow. Jose, can you make sense of all this, my friend?
Yeah, Sean Newcomb's not a reliable pitcher that you feel good about.
And sorry to interrupt, but unfortunately I gave you guys the White Sox numbers against righties when they're clearly facing a lefty here, so I apologize for that. Sorry, Jose.
No worries. Yeah, I wrote this down. I wrote this line down at a minus 175 last night, minus 160, minus 150. All the money on the Red Sox. It's scary. It's absolutely scary. Bullpen advantage obviously goes to the Red Sox, but let's just look at Davis Martin's one and only start against these very Red Sox. At the Red Sox, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3-1, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and a 3-1 loss against the Red Sox last year. I think Davis Martin could have a good start, and I see a lot of people betting the unders in this game. And I don't know about you, Jimmy. I tend to believe that unders correlate towards underdogs. You know, if it's a low-scoring game, give me these plus money guys that are going to stay in the fight, and I'd much rather lose a 1-0 with plus money on it than the minus 130 1-0. You know, so I like the White Sox here, and I think I'm going to move on them first 5. I just don't want to move on them full game. Again, I need to say things like I'm looking at the full game movement, so maybe I should move full game. I'm going to look at the first 5 right now. First 5 lines went from minus 150, minus 140 to the Red Sox. You know, Newcomb just starts off poorly. It's like 1 bad inning, and then he wriggles out of it and then starts pitching well. So maybe it's a situation where we live bet it. But I do think the White Sox are live, if not first 5. Maybe, Jimmy, you could take a first 3 plus a half or whatever the fuck that those bets are. I forget what they are already. But White Sox first 5, I think, is going to be on my card here.
That is a fascinating breakdown. I know the market is saying that there's low volatility, but looking at these pictures, you'd have to think there's high volatility. What are you doing here with this Wine Time?
This is a really tricky game, honestly. You know, Red Sox playing some 500 baseball right now. White Sox only got 2 wins on the season. One of them was opening day. Both the wins they had, they scored, I believe, like 7 or 8 runs in both the games that they won. Other than that, they have not been taking care of business. My guy Jose's Boston Red Sox against Billy Friedrich's Chicago White Sox right here, man. I'm not going to lie. I have a lean towards the White Sox here in this spot. I think if they're going to get one game in the series, this might be it. This line looks a little, I don't know, it looks a little fishy to me if I look at both of these teams. I'm not going to make a play on the Chicago White Sox. This is not a team I plan to back at all this season in any game. I believe that their roster is not good, but I do believe they will win some games here. Do I think Boston could win this series? Absolutely. I think this is probably the best chance for Chicago to get a win here. But I'm going to stay away from here in this spot. Nothing for me.
Well, let's roll on here, Jose.
Official, real quick, official for me, White Sox first 5 money line, plus 125. And by the way, Man Bear Pig, I just looked up my Red Sox record, betting against the record this year so far. I'm 0-2 betting against the Red Sox this year. So maybe you're right.
Size, very small. We'll see, but I like that you're tracking it. Let's move on to Wine Time's Los Angeles Angels and Jack Kohanowitz on the bump here for said Angels. And he's looked good in 11 innings so far. He has allowed 3 home runs, coming off a 10-4 win at home over the Guardians. 5 innings for it, 3 runs, 2 of which were in, 2 jacks, 4 Ks, 3 walks. Going up against Ronel Blanco, who looked horrific in his last start. Made it through 1 2/3. 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 Ks, 3 walks, 9-7 extra inning win at the Twinkies. AM on the over 8.5 here. And Dylan Med looking at that White Sox first 5 as well. So Blanco here for the Astros. The Angels versus righties, 245, 783 OPS. They are ripping the leather off the ball. TJ says the Angels clearly have a vendetta against me. I've not got them right all year. It's personal now. They got us paid yesterday, which is very helpful. Great way to start out the day. Astros are not hitting at all. 211, 592 OPS versus righties. Angels bullpen has been a problem. 5.45 ERA, 1.68 whip. And if you don't count the Astros bullpen falling apart when we were on them on the -1 line on Wednesday, they've been very good. Overall, 3.77 ERA, 1.21 whip. And Spooner says, don't forget, Blanco threw a no-no versus these Angels a couple years ago. Ronnie Lofton staying on the Mike Trout train. Let's get into the line history and set this one up. Line history-wise, from a total perspective, we are sitting here with a 9, -118 to the under. Opened up at 9, -115 to the under. Went down to 8.5. Went down to 8.5 several times. But we are sitting at 9, -118 to the under right now. So 3 cents of movement towards the under. That's it, just 3. When we get to the money line here, we have a plus 123. This opened up at plus, okay, just moved to plus 122. Opened up at plus 126. So we have a slight move towards the Angels. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Angels. Robert Franklin on these Angels. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 53% of the tickets, 62% of the cash on the Angels. We have 94% tickets, 96% cash on the over. Both of these pitchers are question marks right now, but Kohanowitz has a lot of upside. Take it away for us here. Wine Time, Angels, Astros.
Yeah, Astros have kind of been the Angels' kryptonite over the last 4 or 5 years or so. And it's usually been 2 guys, and their names Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker, who are no longer on this roster. This Houston Astros team definitely took a step in the wrong direction this last offseason, if you ask me, especially losing Kyle Tucker. To me, like I've said this numerous times, he's a top 10, maybe a top 5 player in baseball. Both sides of the ball, he's good. I saw this guy single-handedly beat the Angels in multiple games last season over his career in Houston by himself. Go-ahead home runs in the 9th, miraculous catches to end a game. Seen him do it all. This Astros team, definitely still have some hitters in there. They grabbed Christian Walker this last offseason, but he also was hurt last year. He hasn't really got off to the right foot. Yordan Alvarez, though, is an Angel killer as well. I think him and Trout being right now in my book plus 300 anytime home runs, most likely for a reason. I kind of said this offseason, I said, Mike Trout's most likely going to hit 220, 230 this year, and he's going to hit 40 to 50 home runs. When he's up there, he's very much so swinging for the fence most of the time. He's trying to hit the ball as hard as he can and try to hit it out pretty much every single time. And when he doesn't do that, he gets walked. I mean, this guy gets walked every single game. It's just as good as a hit. It's just because pitchers are afraid to throw to this guy still because you don't want to make a mistake. Throwing this guy, you throw him the wrong pitch and he's going to take you 410, 420 feet every single time. Angels definitely heading in the right direction right now. I like what's going on in the clubhouse with the young guys, especially with Logan O'Hoppe, Nolan Shawna-Wells playing really well, and Kyron Paris. Everyone else is pitching in right now. Guys like Jorge Soler, Mike Trout, obviously, Taylor Ward. This lineup's pretty deep, and I am on the Angels plus 130 here in this spot. I've rode this Angels. I mean, you see the shirt I'm wearing. I could be an Angels homer. You know what I mean? I backed the Angels every single game this season so far. It's worked out well. That's not my plan to do it every single game this season, but until I see something differently from this team does believe in right now. They believe in each other and they believe in their head coach, Jack Kohanowitz, up and coming guy. He made the roster over Reed Detmers. Reed Detmers had hit it to the bullpen because this guy impressed very well. Someone mentioned in the chat, Blanco threw a no-no against these guys a couple years back. Yes, I think the Angels are going to get some revenge here in this spot. Not saying that it was the same team that he faced a couple years ago, but I do think the Angels get this done here on the road, plus 130. I'm going to take here. I've been riding these guys. I'm going to keep riding this train until the wheels fall off, honestly. So Angels plus 130 here.
Angels plus 130 for Wine Time. Jack Kohanowitz, 24 years old, out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, drafted out of high school in the third round, 2019 draft. You don't usually see high school kids. High school kids are drafted in the most elite prospects are drafted extremely high and then very, very late because of concerns whether you can sign them. So a third round pick, obviously they knew that they could sign them, but that's a high draft pick for a high schooler. So he started within this organization in 2021. He's worked his way up from the fall league and single A to double A, and never was in triple A. In 2024, he was in double A, Rocket City. And they looked quite good, 5-8, 4.50 ERA, 1.28 whip. Then in the majors last year, he looked like he fit in. He threw 65 in the third. He made 11 starts. He had a 3.99 ERA with a 1.19 whip. And he's looked very good through 2 starts this year. This is Jack Kohanowitz. And our guy Wally with his NASCAR action, the Food City 500. He says, like Hamlin, but not under 5-1. He's on Blaney 8-1, Busher 20-1, and Keselowski 25-1, and Barry 33-1. Our guy Wally. It's Wally's time of year coming up. Triple Crown coming up. So, Jose, we've heard Wine Time on the Angels, and I can't wait to hear your plan of attack. Is this what we should be doing? Is backing the Angels, and if we do we want it full game or first 5? Take it away, Jose.
I'm personally off. I didn't want anything really to do with this game. Excuse me. I don't know really how I feel about Kohanowitz, honestly. I will say that is a great scenario situation for a pitcher to become one of my guys. I look for that all the time. Battles with older pitcher or has like a guy kind of breathing down his neck in the spring training, beats him. And now I think like kind of every start is kind of like I have to keep pitching well to keep in my job, et cetera, et cetera. So I could easily see Jack Kohanowitz doing his thing here, but I'd rather, if I had to, bet this game, I would rather lean towards an under because I just don't trust the Angels bats after that ass whooping yesterday, honestly. So I stayed off this game, keeping it semi-short and sweet.
I've lots. Okay, I'm going to think about that. I did move on those 2 spots that we had spoken about here. I did move on the Marlins full game. I didn't get as good of a line as you guys. I got minus 105. I could have sent it in offshore at minus 104, but I bet at 365 minus 105. And I'm on the under 8 minus 110 in the Jays Orioles game. A game I don't think goes. All right, let's roll on here. And thank you, Wally, for your action. Wine Time on the Angels at plus 130. Wine Time going to get this one started as well. And I may get there with you, Wine Time on the Angels. I just need more time on it. So Jermaine says, do you guys take travel into your cap for baseball or teams playing with no days off yet? It's important to do that. I find deep diving in these baseball games is just going to get easier and easier as the season goes on with more sample size. And I don't know if the travel is going to hurt as much very early in the year. But also, with an NHL card and an NBA card, very soon all of our attention is going to be on baseball, all of it, and we'll have enough sample size of statistics, so we can break it all down. It's going to take a little bit of time for that, but it is important.
I would also just mention that it has to be pretty far, and it's more of a concern for the bullpen. No days off for the bullpen.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Absolutely. So let's roll. 8:10 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers 7-5, 2-4 on the road to the Minnesota Twins 4-9, 1-2 home at Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have a Reese Olson going up against David Festa. And let's start with the weather in Minnesota, as we do. It is cold this time of year, but not too bad today. 55 Fahrenheit, feels like 51, 2.7 miles per hour to left field. It becomes right to left after about an hour, but it's very light, 3.6 miles per hour. Then we have David Festa on the hill. It was fun to cap him last year out of Seton Hall University, 13th round pick. And Festa has spent the year at St. Paul in AAA. He split last year between St. Paul and Minnesota. And in St. Paul, he was 3-3 last year with a 4.03 ERA and a 1.36 WHIP. He came up to the majors and he was worse, as one would expect. He was 24, now he's 25. 2-6 with a 4.90 ERA and a 1.32 WHIP in the show. This year, he's made 2 starts for St. Paul. He's only made it through 8 1/3, and he's allowed 13 hits, 5 earned runs. He has a 1.8 WHIP. Now, I've made the mistake in the past of saying, well, he's been getting hurt in AAA. He's going to get hurt up here. It's not helped me. So let me be the first to tell you that expecting the same thing to happen in the show has not equate. There's been no success doing it. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, well, look, he's had 2 terrible starts in AAA. He's going to get lit up here in the majors, because I used to think that. I'm 45 now, and I know that has not helped my ROI. Let's get into the line history here. We have, and I haven't talked about Reese Olson, which we'll talk about here in a second. This total is an 8. It's minus 115 to the under. It opened up minus 113 to the under. Let's get to the money line for this spot. We have Festa minus 115. He opened up minus 109, so 6 cents of movement towards Festa. I am Nasty Nate. 1 year older than you, man. I don't think I didn't see the gray in your beard too, man. I saw it, Nate.
God damn.
Reese Olson, 1-1, 5.06 ERA, 1.50 WHIP, 10 Ks and 10 2/3, 5 walks, 1 homer. His last start was a beauty, but it was at home against the White Sox. How much do we put into that? 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 3 walks, and 7-2 win at home. And as I said, the Tigers are raking against righties. 291, 887 OPS. The Twins aren't hitting righties at all. 236, 69 OPS. The Twins bullpen has been phenomenal, and the Tigers bullpen has been good too. It's let a couple long balls in, but been good too. So cash flow wise here, before Wine Time gets us started, we have 98% of tickets, 98% cash on the over, 74% of tickets, and 80% of the cash on the Detroit Tigers. Yes, Fest does not look good in AAA, but it wouldn't surprise me if he outpitches Reese Olson here. And I like Reese Olson. It's just not, they don't just mean, I've already said my piece. Let's hear from Wine Time. Take it away, Wine Time. Tigers, Twinkies.
Yeah, that's convenient. I didn't know Minnesota's AAA ball club was in St. Paul. That's right down them. That's pretty close. I wish that's not like usual MLB teams to have the AAA team right there. That's nice. But getting to this game, man, Minnesota Twins, this lineup is weak, man. You look at their 1 through 9, there's maybe 2 or 3 good hitters in this lineup. I've never been high on this Minnesota Twins team. Don't think they're very good. They're swinging at first pitch almost every single time, hoping they can get a fastball. People know how to pitch to these guys nowadays. It seems like Carlos Correa just heading in the wrong direction right now at the plate. Byron Buxton got hurt again. I'm not sure if he's going to be in the lineup for today's game. That's their best hitter. That's their best player right there. And he's most likely not going to be in this one. Detroit Tigers, though, playing some really hot baseball. This line's just weird to me. The Twins are the favorite here in this spot. Tigers are playing much better baseball. Maybe it's because a lot of people like the Minnesota Twins, it seems like. It seems like people are high on them every single year. That's maybe why, but I really want to take the Tigers here. It just seems a little bit fishy, though, so that's what made me stay away from this game. Minnesota Twins, it just seems like they can't really score. It seems like they need 1 inning every single game to get their runs on the board. Outside of that, they can't really score. Yeah, they've got some pretty good pitching, which makes me want to take the under, but at the same time, I feel like this total should be at like a 7.5 or maybe even a 7. looking at these batting orders. And that's not the case here. So this game might go over and the Twins might win this game. And I can't get to the window on either of those plays. Whether it's sharp or not, I can't back this Minnesota Twins team. I backed them once this year. I got to win with them because they scored, I think it was 7 runs in 1 inning. And outside of that, this team's not good. Like I said, they swing first pitch every single game. They don't try to dig into that starting pitching. That starting pitcher usually goes a long ways. The bullpen's always fresh, whoever faces this team. So I'm going to stay away from this game because it seems like Twins in the overs the play, and I only want to take the opposite of that, and I'm not going to do that. So this is a pass for me.
I think the Twins, the market is
It's telling us Twins.
certainly, and I'm going to listen.
I just can't get there watching this team this year, Jim, watching this batting order go up there, and just be so inconsistent. They're due for a win, though. I mean, this team, they need to start getting a win here. You can get to this game for $5 right now, guys. Beautiful Target Field, man, in Minnesota. If you live in Minnesota, get to this game. Go support your
Wine,
Twins.
that's my bit, you son of a bitch. That's my thing where I tell people the ticket prices. I need a cease and desist.
Shout out to my guy Jose on that. But yeah, this is a pass for me, guys. This should be a good game, though. I mean, these are two. I mean, I would say the Tigers are the better team here, and I want to back them, but the market tells me otherwise, and I just can't get to the window on the Twins. Whether it's sharp, I can't do it.
I'm a little surprised, AM's talking about how Reese gets lit up by this Minnesota squad. No one, only Julian is double-digit at-bats. No one else has more than 6. 43 at-bats. 1 home run. And 6 RBIs. There's been a lot of rinky-dink singles. I mean, going through it, like Wallner 1 for 3, Vasquez 2 for 4, Miranda 0 for 2, Larnach 1 for 2, Julian 2 for 10, Jeffers 1 for 6, France 0 for 2, Correa 2 for 3 with a homer. That's the only homer. Castro 0 for 2, Buxton 2 for 5, but we don't know if he's going to be in the lineup. And Bader 1 for 2. I don't know if it's quite as dramatic as it's put in the chat. But I think the market is telling us that the Twins are the bet and that Festa is going to pitch better up here than he's looked so far in AAA. And they've had experience with Reese Olson. This is the market's just indicating here, and I think we should follow suit. I mean, it's done well for us so far. Jose, take it away. Tigers, Twinkies.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the rare games where I don't listen to the market. And I'm going to stay off this game. I just kind of agree with Wine Time. The Twins' offense has just been that bad. And Reese Olson, I kind of disagree with him getting touched by these Twins so often. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned last year. 4 Ks, 2 walks, 3-4 loss against them last year. I think he's a better pitcher than last year. I think this Twins' offense is worse. I just didn't want to move on this game. I found it to be pretty difficult. I like David Festa, though. I don't think he's a bad pitcher at all. And the pitching depth of this Twins team is kind of why everyone loves them. But the offense just continues to be too much of a hurdle for me to jump over. So I'm off this game. There's another game that I'm probably going to move on in place of this one. This is like a just missing the cut bet for me, basically.
This is a bet for me. The Lake Minnetonka Twinkies, man. I'm on them. I haven't bet them yet, but I will be betting them. Let's roll on. Oh, and our next spot, we have action from Dabra Cadabra. Dabby Cabs on the Phillies Cardinals first 5 over 4. On the Rangers first. Oh, sorry, that's it. Just Phillies Cardinals first 5 over 4. We'll get into the other spots here. So let's talk about this game. Phillies Cardinals, Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here to get this one started. 55 Fahrenheit, feels like 50, 5.4 miles per hour left to right, and slightly in, dies down to 2.7. So and Spooner says, why the Tigers price this way, not minus 130. I'm going to trust the market here, Spooner, on that spot here. And, if
I'm going to kick myself for not taking them. Even if they don't get it done, this is a spot, Jim, where I completely agree with you. I'm surprised me and Jose are both saying the same thing. It's like the market's telling us what to take here. It's a clear-cut Minnesota Twins spot. I might end up getting there with you.
I think you guys will be beating yourself up.
Exactly.
Honestly, if you don't
win or loss, I'll beat myself up over it because this is a twin spot, but it's just tough to get there.
Let's talk about Andre Palante and Aaron Nola facing off at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Nola has not looked that good. He's allowed 4 jacks thus far through 11 and a third. He's coming off a 3-1 loss at home versus Dodgers, where he did look good. Quality start against Dodgers, not easy. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 jacks, 2 Ks, and 1 walk here. AM on and over here, over 7.5. He says this hits 11 plus runs, no problem. And Mr. Belvedere here on the St. Louis Cardinals and Andre Palante. Jose just watched him closely in a 5-4 extra inning loss at Boston. He went 4 1/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 6 Ks, 3 walks. I've been waiting for Palante to show that he's belonged. And he's never seemed to do it. This has got to be the year where he's got to do it, or he won't have a job. 3.86 ERA, 1.39 WHIP. He's got 9 Ks through 9 1/3 with 5 walks and 2 homers. Both these teams are hitting righties. Phillies 253, 774 OPS. Cards 286, 781 OPS. I don't think anyone thought the Cards would come out of the gate with these kind of numbers offensively, despite the uptick in offense that we weren't expecting. They're still 5-7, but they are 4-2 here at Busch Stadium. Both bullpens have looked vulnerable. Phillies bullpen 4.42 ERA, 1.45 WHIP. Cardinals with the same WHIP, but a 4.94 ERA. Let's get into the line history. Matchups. Let's get into the line history here in the cash flow. Line history wise, we have the Philadelphia Phillies at minus 107. They opened up at minus 136. Good God, that's a monstrous move. Cards have gone from plus 123 to minus 101. And then from a total perspective here, we have eight. I see 7.5s across the board, but I'm looking at 8 right now. It just moved back to 8 5 minutes ago. It's a plus 102 to the over, minus 115 to the under. But it opened up at 8 at 6:48 p.m. It dropped to 7.5 at 9:22 p.m. and it stayed at 7.5 until 5 minutes ago. Take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to Jose Bouquett. We have 98% of tickets, 99% cash on the over, 70% of tickets, and 71% cash on the Phillies. God, we're back-to-back games where the market is implying that we must make a bet here. Jose Bouquett, Cards, Phillies.
Yeah, I like this one better than the other one. Substantially more than the other one. I'm on the Cardinals full game. You just mentioned their their full numbers against righties. 121 weighted runs created plus so far. I want to double up in this game if I'm being honest. And I'm desperately trying to unit, I guess, like volume control. Like I'm trying not to get over my head here. So I'm going to be on the Cardinals here. And I'm either going to add my co-host on Saturday, Dabby Cab's first 5 over bet, or Cardinals team total over 3.5 here. I like both. If I think the Cardinals are going to win the game, I think they're going to score more than 4 runs. That's my justification there, obviously. And the first 5 over guards me from Palante sucking dick and balls, which I think he could, because this Phillies team is very good. But I look back at some of Nola's starts in the early part of his season, and he's just bad, just not good in the start of the seasons here. I'll quickly pull up his baseball reference to get his career numbers in the first part of the season, but it doesn't start off well. I think the Cardinals are hitting surprisingly well against righties, especially because you just said, Jimmy, how bad they are, projected to be this year. By the way, April and March, our guy, is there innings pitch? Where are you? ERA. Here we go. Our guy, Nola, 17-12, a 3.88 ERA. That is the, third highest months. In June, he has a 4.38. In September, October, he has a 4.45. Obviously fatigue comes in there, but just not good in the early parts of the season. Gives up the most amount of home runs in this early part of the season here as well. So I like the Cardinals. I'm going to be on them full game, and I will sit here and decide if we're going to move on first 5 over or team total.
And what is the juice you're getting on Cardinals full game?
Even money.
Plus 100. I'm happy to hear that Palante looks after the balls as well, because that can be sometimes overlooked throughout the process. Also, I don't like it when someone says, if I'm being honest, because it implies that they're often lying to our faces.
That's true.
What it implies when someone says that.
That is true.
Excellent work, Jose. regardless. Wine time. Phillies, Cardinals, take it away.
Yeah, I'm on the Cardinals here in this spot. I got plus 120 last night. Got some really good.
Oh, wow. You got 120 last night?
Yeah, I think that was the last message. I sent.
Jimmy's not going to move it on it now. Jimmy's not going to move on it now. He's going to be jealous. He's not going to do it, Wine Time. You just fucked it. You fucked it.
It's unfortunate with the Cardinals losing Ivan Herrera, the catcher behind the plate, who started off the season really high. You know, he hit those 3 home runs in the one game, hit the home run the next game. He's out for a couple weeks. I like this Cardinals lineup today. Phillies coming in here tired. You know, they got taken 2 out of 3 from the Atlanta Braves after taking 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. That series they cared about just seems like so much. It seemed like that was the most important series of the year for them so far. And I expected some regression from that in that last series, and that's what we got with the Braves last night. Here with the Cardinals, it's just, I mean, this line movement's telling us everything we need, even at plus 100.
Why were you on it before the line movement?
So last night, this line was already out when this game, because we saw the Phillies game get delayed yesterday by like 3 or 4 hours. You know, when I was capping the card yesterday, you know, I had the game on my phone, and I was capping the card, and I saw the line was available. I was just like, this is a tough spot. You know, the Phillies, like my buddies, like I told you, my buddies from work, 2 of them from Jersey, big Phillies and Eagles guys. They were texting me like, oh my gosh, why is the game still on? I was like, oh, it was delayed. Like, I thought it was going to get postponed too. He's like, dude, it's like 12:30 on the East Coast. Like, how are they still playing this game? I'm like, yeah, I know. These guys are going to be tired tomorrow. I don't think they're going to care too much about this game going into this one. Do I think they can take 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals? Absolutely. But this is the best chance for the Cardinals to get one right here. Cardinals being 5-7 coming into this one. I like this team decently enough. We'll see how much value we can get with them this season. Not saying I back them all the time or anything, but I just think this is a good spot for the Cardinals. Phillies coming in here, probably a little bit tired. The lineup's been inconsistent this year. It's been very inconsistent. They rely very heavily on the long ball. If Schwarber and Harper aren't hitting it, it's just hard for them to get runs here. It seems like for the Phillies at times in certain situations, and this seems like it's going to be one of them against Palante. So I'm on the Cardinals plus 120. I still endorse the plus 100 as long as you don't get them at juiced. You know, if you can get a still plus 100, by all means, I would still take this play here. The market's telling us to take it here. The travel spot, I mean, I know it's not a long travel spot for the Phillies, but they got to be tired. You know, they were waiting around for 3.5, 4 hours for that game to resume yesterday. And they went into extra innings and still couldn't score. You know, it was just crazy. So, yeah, I'm going to be on the Cardinals here.
I ended up moving on first 5 and full game here. First 5 money line, even money as well here. I don't like that the total went down from 8 to 7.5 is basically the only reason why I'm not. And by the way, I think it's crazy that first 5 line minus 120 for Aaron Nola, allegedly a top 15 pitcher in baseball versus Andre Palante, a nobody pitcher that only people that cap baseball know. So I think that is very interesting. So very interesting.
Troy says this is a sharp trap. I'm a little nervous. How is this a 7.5? Yes, the Phillies are tired. Both bullpens have struggled. The one bullpen with the Phillies is exhausted. You know, I'm getting a 7.5 minus 115 here at 365. I know that offshore just moved it to 8. How is this possibly? This makes no sense to me here. And Troy is on the Phillies.
This is often a sharp trap that I fall for frequently. So
yeah, expecting a team to be exhausted.
I'm just saying the money movement, like a line going all in one direction, it's something I fall for frequently. I also, again, it's not in division, but I have the note: don't bet home dogs plus 120 to minus 102. So here we are.
Huh. And TJ says thoughts on Detroit. I suspect sharp trap here.
Fuck.
Dougie Wise implying that he's been lying to us all along. Okay, let's. I think I should make these bets and get them in. Is this just too? I'm concerned that I'm simplifying too much on these 2 Phillies and Braves teams, just fading them because we're expecting them to be tired. It makes me nervous. Makes me really, really nervous. But I've already bet the Rays. I mean, I think I need to follow through here with the Cardinals. much to my chagrin. We only have a few games left. We've moved on to the late action here. So we're going to talk Rockies, Padres. Jose, I'm just going to go ahead and bet these spots. I feel like the lines are moving quickly, so I don't need to leave here. But you set up, if you don't mind, Jose, set up Rockies, Padres, hand it over to Wine Time, and then I'll be ready to jump in here third.
Sure. I'm starting to look at these pitcher versus team a little more. We saw the other day that Joe Ryan 10-0 now against the Royals in his career. Very fascinating things that you can just look at. We have one of those cases here. We'll talk about that here very shortly. Pivetta versus German Marquez. German, very vulnerable guy, we thought, after his first outing of 6 innings, 4-hit shutout against the Phillies. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned against the A's at home in Coors. So pretty good start, but he had 6 walks compared to his 3 Ks, so I'm sure he was still pissed about it. Nick Pivetta on the other side. First of all, Nick Pivetta, douchebag, dickhead. Let's get that out of the way.
Whoa.
Douchebag, dickhead, grouchy old man. That's why he's on the Padres. Hates young players. So Jackson Merle, I hope that you can stand being next to that big douchebag.
Jesus.
Secondly, 3 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs against the Cubs at the Cubs. Started off his season great, dominating the Braves. 7 innings, 1 hit shutout there. And has faced the Rockies before in Coors, so I didn't really take it into much account, but he got crushed at Coors once before. So I'm not really worried about that. Yeah, Nick Pivetta, I don't like. Here's your fun fact of the day. Obviously, the Red Sox had that Netflix series following them around last year. After one shitty start, Nick Pivetta just smashed their mic that he was wearing. Just was furious one day, just threw his mic, smashed it. Not a fun guy to work with. Fuck Nick Pivetta.
So he cares too much about baseball.
No. I think he's a douchebag. I think he's an asshole.
And one of his issues is this guy cares too much about baseball.
No, that's not what I said. No, I think he's an asshole. I think he's a dick.
Okay.
No, there's nothing wrong with him caring about baseball. I just think he's a, douche. But, Jimmy, would you believe me, and Wine, I'll tell you this too, I guess, since you're here. Would you believe me that German Marquez has not lost an outing against the San Diego Padres since fucking COVID? 2020. Now, obviously, he didn't pitch all last year. I know that. So, waters down the stat a little bit, but has not lost to these guys since 2020. And if you know anything about these lines, obviously, the Rockies are huge dogs in all of these games against the Padres. That would be 6-0 in his last 6, and that would be 9-1 in his last 10 games against the Padres here, going back past COVID to 2019. I try to unit control and volume size my bets here because I kind of wanted to bet the Rockies here. I bet Joe Ryan kind of blindly the other day when he was undefeated against the Royals. I like Joe Ryan as a pitcher, so that was a little easier. I don't like German Marquez as a pitcher. I don't like that the Padres are such a good lineup, obviously, here. Machado hitting .414 against him in 29 plate appearances, a home run, 8 Ks, 3 walks, and 5 RBIs there. Jason Hayward hits .429 against them. Yuli Gurriel hits .500 against them in 10 plate appearances. So those are all things that I'll be worried about here. But this is kind of like my dog shot of the day. I'll ride the trend out, and I will ride German Marquez here. Full game money line. Plus, I'll tell you right now here. But I'm going to ride the streak here and see if the Padres. Yeah, see, that'd be good. And Wine, you cashed on a big plus money the other day. I forgot who it was. I was sitting there
against my guy Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel. Yeah, I was sitting there jealous. I was on the under. And I kind of feel like this is, I'm hoping this is something similar here. So German Marquez and the Rockies plus 190 for me here.
Wow. Yeah, this is an interesting spot right here, guys. I mean, if the Rockies are going to get one game, this might be it here. I mean, we're going to see the Rockies have about 5% bet, 7% of money on them all season long, especially in this kind of market. Do we think they're going to get swept in all three of these games? I don't think so. I think if you can hopefully pick one of the three to get, or one of the two to get a win in, you're going to come out on top here. And the Rockies, they got some decent bats in that lineup. They're very inconsistent, though, guys. This team's either going to go out and score 7 or 8 runs, or they're going to go out and score 1 or 2 runs. That's what it seems like they have been. They have been able to get about one game in each of these series. I backed them the last 2 games, didn't get. They got smacked 2 days ago. I went back to the well with them yesterday. I believe it was plus 100 or plus 120, something like that. It was just a weird line. This isn't a weird line because obviously the Padres are good and they're minus 210 for a reason, but it seems like they opened up at a bigger line and it's moving towards the Rockies here. I'm not going to back these spots all the time. It seemed like the Marlins was a good spot because McGill was just pitching so well and just seemed like a good spot to fade him in that spot. Here, I don't know if I want to fade Pivetta. It's a very tricky situation. I love the price you got here, Jose, because, I mean, if you get this win here, you're pretty much winning 2 units. I mean, so much. I mean, there's some value here. I mean, if you're going to bet them today and they lose, probably bet them again tomorrow if the market's telling you the same thing here, because we're probably going to get probably around a plus 160, plus 170 tomorrow, I would guess. But I would definitely lean towards the Rockies, maybe. And I wouldn't take them plus 1.5, minus 120, because I don't know. They could get this win here. We'll see. And plus 190, some really good odds here. Padres, don't get me wrong. They've got some really good bats over there. They just spent a good amount of money on Pivetta this last offseason. My buddy that's a Padres fan hates the guy, though. So it's kind of funny to hear Jose.
He should.
It was just funny. He was telling, because I kind of wanted the Angels to sign Pivetta this last offseason. He was like, why would you want that? He's overpaid. And he was talking shit off the other day, and so it's funny to hear Jose say that.
He's a dick. He'd be a dick to all your young players. He'd be pissed off at them being young and making mistakes. He'd be a fucking dick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like baseball too much. I like where Jose's going on this because of the value here. Like I said, you get a win here, you're winning 2 units. I mean, that's going to take care of almost 2 losses for you today if they get it done here. And if you take a loss, I mean, it's just 1 unit. You're not laying any juice here. And you're getting this number, that's a good spot. I'm going to stay away from this one, but I like where he's going.
Well, let's just dive a tiny bit deeper. Why are we not cutting out the bullpen? Padres bullpen's been phenomenal. Rockies bullpen is trash. And, we're going to get Marquez, at a nice price. I mean, right now the first 5 has not moved. I wonder why that is. Let's just see the difference between Marquez first 5 and Marquez full game. Difference is 25 cents. We actually now have a move. Well, the Padres hasn't moved, but the VIG's tightened. Why would we not? And then AM looking at the under 7.5. I mean, even that makes sense to me. I think Pavada can handle. And TJ's is classic Colorado first 5 plus a half. I mean, isn't it?
Plus, yeah, you're getting plus money still. Right now, first 5 I'm looking at for the Rockies, plus a half at plus 110. You're still getting plus money to have them be tied in this game after 5 innings. This might be a Rockies first 5 type spot plus a half, honestly. I don't know if I may get to it right now, but it definitely looks appealing, man, the more I'm looking at this game.
We have nice weather, but the fog comes in late, which would probably help the under. I mean, what did you watch that Padres Cubbies game, Jose? Did you watch it?
No, not too closely.
I wonder what went wrong for Slick Nick. I imagine that he can roll through this lineup. Imagine it, I wonder what the cost of this is going to be, but the first 3 under hit 4 of my last 5 first 3s as well. Wonder if this is one now. So I don't want to get too caught up in these first 3s. I would prefer it to be the double down spot, honestly, to take the full game and you double down on the first 3, because my lone loss in my first 3s over the last 2 days was the Cleveland White Sox game that went under full game. And then I stayed off of the Schwellenbach first 3 under 2. That would have been a push, and then the full game went under, a pretty clean under here. Troy says this looks like a rocky spot, but Padres actually been great against spread, which is contrary to the MLB wide sample. Justin not wanting to go back, to the window. I didn't get paid for. What bothered me so much? I mean, we don't need to get into it, but really, I had first 3 queued up, and I was like, you know what? I'd rather have a no vig situation. So I took the 5 because it was plus 101, and of course, the Rockies win the first 3 and push. I was lucky that Feltner got out of that jam in the 4th inning. Loaded bases, none out. He allowed 1 run. That was the type of situation that Feltner is a bet-on pitcher. I'm telling you, he's a bet-on pitcher. That was the type of situation he gets blown up his whole career, and now he, stays within himself. He doesn't try to do too much, and he gets out of the inning. Let's just look here at this. What the first 3 would cost. And I know we got to move on. We got an enormous basketball card here to break down, but the first 302 is even money. I think. God, I want to get involved in this. I think that the under is very live here. What is keeping you off the under, Wine Time?
I mean, yeah, the more you guys are talking about this game, the more I want to get involved in this one. I definitely think there's some low volatility for both these batting orders today to get runs on the board. So, and if so, I think Rockies, first 5 could be a play here. Maybe it's a 1-1 game after 5, Herman Marquez could pitch well against this Padres lineup. It's such a tough game. Just got so much action so far today. This is a very interesting game, though. I didn't think I was going to have anything in this. And the more I look at it, I definitely I'm leaning with you guys on the first 5 Rockies and probably the full game under. I haven't been able to get there yet.
Dabby Cab on the Padres team total over 3.5 minus 130. The fog comes in. The fog's going to come in at the 2-hour mark. So you want to have got to that. Oh, now the Rockies bullpen's trash. Maybe it doesn't matter if there's a marine layer in effect or not. This unfortunately looks to me like a triple up spot. The only other triple up spot was the Max Meyer start, not last one, but the one before, and I lost all 3.
Oh my gosh.
That's the only triple up spot I've had this year. But to me, this looks like a Rockies first. But this is the exact same triple up that I had in that game. First 3 under, full game under, and then the dog first 5 plus half. In that respect, I took the first 4.5 plus a half, which would even be something to look at here as well. Take that bottom of the 5th away from the Padres. But again, I don't want to be betting those first 5s. But then it's the bottom of the 5th that crushed me. So 4.5s might be okay. Okay, I'm going to figure this out. I got to figure this out, whether I want to, how much do I want to invest in this game? First 4.5 under. Okay, and Dabby Cab on the Padres team total over 3.5. Spooner says Merle on the injured list, Tatis questionable, and Cronenworth expected to play. All right, let's roll. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 games left here. Let's roll into the next spot. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Milwaukee Brewers 7-6, 2-4 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks 7-6, 4-3 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park, Seattle, Washington, and Jose, do they have somebody listed for us on RotoWire?
They probably do, but RotoWire kind of sucks about
not being great. Do you mind taking a look here? We have Eduardo Rodriguez on the other side.
Jose Quintana.
Oh, wow.
But
Jose
again,
Quintana.
Who knows? Take that with a grain of salt, whatever. I was going to say take that with a bag of rice. I don't think that's the saying.
Hey, I'm looking at over 8.5 in this one. Brewers aren't hitting lefties. Well, they're hitting them. I mean, it's early in the year. Sample size small. 213, 601. It's not an abomination like others. Let's go to Diamondbacks Stadium roof here and see what's going on. If the roof, this is the one spot we always get the right information here. It's closed all weekend, so nothing to worry about there. Closed all weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the Brewers bullpen's been horrific, dealing with injuries, a real problem. 6.32 ERA, 1.52 WHIP. Ronnie Lofton knows these Diamondbacks inside and out. He's on Carroll over 1.5 bases, Naylor over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs, and says until the wheels fall off, being money. Diamondbacks bullpen's been good. Diamondbacks are a good baseball team. So let's get into the line history and hand it over to Snips. We have the Diamondbacks right now minus 154. That's where they opened, and this line didn't open up until 35 minutes ago. Offshore, it's very concerned. Like, this is a book that claims they don't kick anybody out. We do know that they do limit people at times, but they were afraid to put this line out. This total is a 9, and nice job by AM getting the 8.5. Again, it did open at a lower number. It's just that we didn't get an opener here until, again, 1:15 p.m. Since then, it's moved a cent to the over at 9. And then cash flow won't help us much. Just 3,000 tickets in, 95 and 96 on the over. 23% of the tickets and 64% of the cash on the Milwaukee Brewers. Spooner says he has Elvin Rodriguez expected. So
I trust that more than I trust that more than Roto.
So take it away here for us, Jose, if you want to. I guess we need to get more information.
Yeah, I don't have much. You gonna say something? Sorry.
No, my bad. Keep rolling.
No, I don't have much. I was gonna just pass on this game. Eduardo Rodriguez, kind of a bet on pitcher, but I don't want to back him here at a minus almost 160, and who knows who the Brewers are pitching. So I stayed off. Pretty easy pass for me.
And DJ saying first game after Coors typically fade, but can't bet it without a starter. Yeah, I'm interested in Arizona here, but we do need to gather more information. All right, let's move on to our next spot on the board. Jose, Texas Rangers at Seattle Mariners. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. As I told you guys, the weather rules within roof statuses don't apply to Seattle. As you see, they'll open it up when it's 56, 57 degrees.
I mean, this shit's open anyways, so that's why. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Like, it's not like a dome. The shit's open air.
Well, there's a retractable roof.
Yeah, but if you close the roof, it's not going to get warm, is what I'm kind of saying.
Okay, no, I feel you. Okay, so let's just take a look at the weather here in Seattle. 53 feels like 47. There's no way this is not open today. It cannot at 47.
No, I don't think so either, especially with the total being a 6.5. I think that's indicating closed.
We have Jacob deGrom going up against Bryce Miller here in this one. DeGrom's last start, 5 2/3, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 homers, 3 Ks, no walks, and 6-4 win at home versus the Rays. He's gone 10 2/3 thus far and allowed 2 jacks. Let's start there. What are your expectations of Jacob deGrom this year, Jose?
God, that's an excellent question, huh? I like to believe in health. I'm more optimistic about health, especially after like consecutive years of being hurt. Like, look at Chris Sale, obviously, for example. So I expect like 150-ish innings from Jacob deGrom and it being really good, and he is. I heard the radio, or I guess it was a radio broadcast saying he's throwing slower, but it's not like he's throwing slower because he can't throw harder. He's throwing slower because he's making an effort to stay healthy. So I like all that stuff. So I kind of expect him to be healthy throughout the year, take some phantom IL stints. The Rangers will probably give him some to keep him healthy as well, keep him fresh. But I expect him to be that big brother in rotation for lighter rocker and throw 150, 75-ish innings and have a good year. Two pitchers I like here, I'll tell you that. And I bet you, I think Jacob deGrom has that kind of like LeBron James effect on other pitchers. And they're like, oh, fuck, this is Jacob deGrom. This guy's been the best pitcher, best stuff guy in baseball for the last like 5-6 years. Like, I'm going to bring my A game tonight. Kind of stuff, kind of a step up scenario. Like, you see the other guy across, you go on a match of zeros, stuff like that. I'm kind of interested in. Like, I think Bryce Miller definitely looked up to a guy like Jacob deGrom.
Okay. And as Dabby talking about, when they do close it, now they're capable of closing the roof all the way, but when it's the pouring rain, things like that. But generally, when they keep part of it open, the wind then doesn't have nearly the same effect. But that's why it's somewhat open at 55, 56, 57 Fahrenheit. So Dabby, it should be listened to what Dabby's saying here. But I've been there when it's fully closed there, but Dabby's right. Let's set this one up. DeGrom, first 5 run line for Dabby Cab. AM says Seattle will rally late, and this will go over the 6.5. Lit picks in the house. Nice to see him back in business with us. Says Mariners can't hit a beach ball. Seattle team total under 2.5, and Seattle first 5 team total under 1.5. Bryce Miller on the other side, coming off a 4-1 loss to the Giants, where he didn't look good, but we know what he looks like at home, generally speaking. And when we talk about the Mariners not being able to hit righties, the Rangers have been worse. 197 average with a 605 OPS, and both bullpens have been good but have looked somewhat vulnerable. Let's take a look at the line history and the total. From a total standpoint, we have a 6.5. This opened up at 7, and it lasted there for 13 minutes before it moved to 6.5. There's been actually little movement, though. The opener was minus 115 to the under and plus 102 to the over, so a slight move to the under. And then on the money line, we have these Mariners at plus 111. They opened up at plus 112, so very little, movement all told. When we get to the cash flow, we have the 98% of tickets, 98% cash on the over, 79 and 86 on the Texas Rangers. Running a book, when there was, I won't get into it, but I had an opportunity to shadow someone who was running a book down and running the sports book. Not like he didn't own the company or anything like that. He was running the sports book, and I had a chance to shadow him. And I am going to take that opportunity if it's still available, when I get older. But I always wondered, Jose, how this part of it, like how do you, with the totals, when you have 98% on all these games on the overs, and
I find it fascinating. Yeah,
I
would love to know if these we believe these numbers. I believe these numbers, but I'd love to know how much, how facts are these numbers? Are people really that is it? Everyone's just betting overs in baseball. That's it. Just feels nuts to me. Not even in football. We see football unders all the time.
Yeah, and AM saying that I'm reporting numbers that are wrong, and the Action Network has had reporting errors in MLB totals for years. Yeah, I mean, legally, they're not allowed to. We've talked all about it, extensively, AM. We've talked about the issues around the numbers, and, we could simply not use them.
But they make us better cappers, so we'll continue to use them.
But the total numbers are a question mark, and they're not they're not audited. They're not audited as far as we know, but I hear everybody has a different feeling on it, and we've talked extensively about it. We got Bilbo in the house. What up, Justin Biller? Germany in the house here. So with this spot here, Jose, how do you want to attack it? Take it away. I'm all ears.
I do not. I will stay off this game as well. I do think Jacob deGrom is kind of in a spot for him to get touched up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Jimmy, I figured that you would like kind of this spot to fade him here if it wasn't for Seattle's porous offense in a park that doesn't provide offense really, or promote offense, I should say. deGrom, first 2 starts, cushy home starts, kind of what the Texas Rangers want. Get him comfortable at home, get him going, whatever. He went 5 2/3, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, and 5 innings shutout against the Red Sox. Now he comes on the road. This is a team that he faced twice last year. People forget Jacob deGrom actually pitched last year. Pitched him twice just last year, combined 6 2/3, 7 hits, 1 earned run on a home run there. 9 Ks, 1 walk. So that's kind of what got me off. His numbers were a little worse against the Mariners. Maybe I would be on a team total over. I'm sure even a first 5 team total over is 1.5 on this total. I'd be semi-interested in that. But it's the Seattle Mariners who, are not an offensive team that I like to back here. I'll let you guys know against righties, the Mariners so far 16th, 102 weighted runs created plus. If you guys think the Red Sox are bad at offense right now, they are 1 point better in weighted runs created plus with the Mariners. So, they're kind of the same, and I wouldn't want to back the Red Sox against deGrom right now. I mean, I'm fading him against fucking Davis Mertens or whatever the fuck his name is. So, I'm off this game. I'll let the DeGrom's lore keep me off, and I like Bryce Miller to match him. And 6.5 is just a little bit too low for me.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know quite what to do.
Maybe and what kind of pissed me off, I think it was yesterday, Jimmy, we talked about, I was leaning towards the under in that game. I think it was the White Sox game, and I wanted to bet the under, and they score early, and I was like, 8.5, that's great. And I couldn't get the bet in, and then they scored immediately after. Well, the game ended up pushing. It was like 6-1 Twins or whatever the fuck. And they pushed the full game, and then you lose, or I guess I would have won my live under. Kind of the same situation here. Like I kind of hope that the Rangers or whoever scores early, maybe we'll get a 7.5. You bet the 7.5 live, and then you hope.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sit with this one longer, DeGrom Miller. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. My friend Griffin Canning on the hill for these New York Metropolitans. 99 month. Okay, TJ. Wow, that's great. That would be extremely helpful. That's worth the investment, isn't it?
$99 a month. Good Lord.
Yeah, time line moves, 10-second delay. I'm going to look into it. Mets A's here. We're at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. We've heard that righties have had a tough time here. Let's take a look at the weather in Sacramento, California. We have 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 69. It's 8 miles per hour out to left center. Gets down to, or slightly left center, basically center. Gets down to 7.2 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for Canning and JP Sears. We have the New York Mets minus 123. They opened up minus 132. Yet another market move to the Oakland Athletics. We've sure seen a lot of it so far this year. From a total standpoint, we have a 10 minus 110 to the under. This opened 10 minus 113 to the under. It's been very difficult for me not to push the button on all Griffin Canning starts. I hate it. I like him. Like the character, the kid. 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 6 Ks, 3 walks, and 3-2 win at home versus the Toronto Blue Jays. JP Sears coming off a 7-4 win at the Rockies. He's been strong this year. 1 whip, 9 Ks, just 2 walks over 13 innings. Has allowed 2 jacks. The Mets aren't hitting lefties that, to be too concerned about. 241, 685 OPS. A's versus righties, 232, 672 OPS. The Mets bullpen has been absolutely elite, and the A's bullpen has struggled throughout this season. Jose Bouquett. Do we trust the line market here? And do we back JP Sears? Do we think Griffin Canning can continue to pitch the way he has thus far? He will not see a lineup a third time. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm off. I just don't want to mess. Well, I'll say this. Obviously, we've seen that the A's new stadium right now is a super offensive-friendly park. It's, Coors Field West, I guess. At a total at 10. If I like a pitcher, I'm not going to back them here in wherever the fuck they're playing, Sacramento, because the park's going to take away from their advantage that I think I have, and then the higher scoring games, for me personally, tend to lead towards the better teams winning. I don't know. It's just, again, like I said, unders lead to underdogs for me. Over leads to favorites. If I wanted to bet a side on this game, it would honestly be the Mets. Just because even if I don't get A+ stuff from Griffin Canning, I'll still trust the Mets offense over an A's offense, which is good. But Juan Soto and the crew will just bump it up a little bit for me. So I stayed off.
If the righties get touched up here, this is a terrible spot for Griffin Canning.
Yeah, and by the way, Mets 63, only 63 plate appearances against lefty, 97 weighted runs created plus. So I could see it, but I'm not on it personally.
I think I'm with Robert Franklin. I think it is the A's first 5. I hate going up against Griffin Canning, but maybe I can get over my love for him if I fade him. I want to back JP Sears here. I think this is a terrible spot for Griffin Canning. And let's just before we move on, because this will be a trigger that will be pulled, I just want to go over his start, Griffin Kenning's start before that. Are we sitting here in the perfect situation? Did he have 2 home starts?
No, it was against Toronto at home and then at Houston, 5 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks. He's faced the A's twice last year, 3 1/3, 6 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 Ks, 2 walks, and a 13-3 loss. And then at home, and I guess I was in Los Angeles, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 5-1 victory. Here's your fun fact about Griffin Canning, Jimmy. 11 straight starts, he's given up at least 1 home run. 1 home run, 11 straight starts. So if you're going to be a home run better, you find someone in the A's.
I like this. I like this a lot. I think Griffin Canning's vulnerable in this spot. I'm going to run with Robert on the A's first 5 here. And let me ask you this. What would take you off of the A's first 5, Jose? Well, why do you not want the A's first 5? I'd love to hear
the high volatility in the 10. I'd rather be in a low scoring 1-0 game than having to constantly need my offense to come through if my pitcher shits the bed. And with that 10, you're expecting, or 5.5, I guess, first 5.
It does not surprise me that TJ's on the A's first 5, by the way, because he thinks Griffin Canning is a gas can and would tell it to me every time I had hope for Griffin Canning. Justin McKelvey going to ride as well. So I think I got 4 more bets on the card. I also like that I'm sending them in during the show. It's pain, but I like doing that as well because then you can control the movement somewhat. Nutflush says the A's will make us money this year on team total overs, and AM saying under 10. Let's
quickly. We also should make a note. Like, we should just pay attention to how the A's do after leaving home. That first game after leaving Sacramento could be the same thing as like a Coors effect. Mm-hmm. So keep an eye out for that, everyone.
Especially as it gets hotter throughout the summer. The Steinbrenner Field and Sutter, is it Sutter? Sutter Health Park is both going to provide more offense as it warms up. Final spot on the board is a beauty. 10:10 p.m. Eastern. As you guys know, this is my favorite night of the week because I get to live bet all these games and not have to cap tomorrow's card except for NHL. Chicago Cubs 9-6, 5-2 on the road at the LA Dodgers, 10-4, 6-0 home at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. A stadium the Dodgers have yet to lose in. And they were just on the East Coast. It's not It's not a good spot for them. 70 Fahrenheit in LA. It's warming up. 4.5 miles per hour to right center. It dies down to 2.7 miles per hour. And TJ's official play today was Washington Miami over 8. Thank you, TJ, my man. Looking forward to have you back. We're going to set up a fixed schedule. We're also going to be getting videos in from our guys. So everything, we're just kind of we're forming baseball right now. And as you know, there's going to be new baseball programming, new shows this weekend, and might be a third new show this weekend coming in. But we're going to be discussing that. It won't happen this weekend, we don't think, but we're talking about it. Dougie White says boots in the ground, absolutely perfect weather. Boots on the ground. Yeah, I wish I was in LA right now, man. Great city. We have Matthew Boyd, the lefty, going for the Chicago Cubs. He's looked very strong this year. A pitcher out of the Blue Jays system. He was, of course, part of the Price trade from the Jays to the Tigers back in our heyday. Boyd, in his last start, 7-1 win at home over the Padres, 6 innings, 5 hits, 5 Ks, 1 walk. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the other side, 1-1, 1.69 ERA, 1.06 whip, 16 innings, 19 Ks, 6 walks, 2 homers. Last start, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, wasn't earned, 5 Ks, 3 walks, 3-2 loss to the Phillies. The Chicago Cubs are hitting righties, 247, 746. And I know the sample size is small, but is this going to be back like it was a few years ago when this was our opportunity to fade the Dodgers against lefties? They're hitting just 189 with a 635 OPS. Cubs bullpen 4.97 ERA, 1.74 whip being a problem. Dodgers bullpen, as always, being very good, 2.25 ERA, 1.00 whip. Let's talk about the line history here, and then we move or don't and head over to the NBA with a 15-game card that's going to require time. And I got lots of that. The total here is an 8. It opened up Oh, did it move back to 7? No, it's at 8. So it opened up at 8 minus 113 to the under. It was bouncing around and it stayed at 7.5 for a while. Would go up to 8, back to 7.5, kept bouncing around. Right now, we have a 1 cent move towards the over. When we get to the money line here, we have the Dodgers at minus 182. They opened up at minus 186. There's been no movement on the Chicago Cubs. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 96% of tickets, 96% cash on the over. We have 12% of tickets and 9% of cash on the Chicago Cubs. Look, I don't want to fade Yamamoto, Jose. So should I just stay off? Because this to me is Cubs or no bet. And if we think Yamamoto can be okay against the Cubs, then would we be looking at an under here? Because I like Matthew Boyd a lot. I think he's a quality pitcher. And I think there should be question marks around what the Dodgers are going to do against lefties this year. Take it away.
Yep, it's Cubs or nothing for me. I'm not on it either, but I agree wholeheartedly. Matthew Boyd was a guy that I liked backing last year. He was kind of a list adjacent guy for me. So I agree with you. I like him here. You mentioned the Dodgers' numbers against lefties are not good. Troy Torrance dropping Cubs first 5 money line. Is that a -1 or a +1? I can't see there. But yeah, I agree with you guys. It's Cubs or nothing here, but it's nothing for me. Just again, as Jimmy would say, these aren't picks. These are bets. And I'm trying to keep my shit together here, not bet too much on certain days. Sometimes I feel like I can overbet myself to death. So no action here, but it would definitely be Cubs, first 5, maybe like Troy's saying, or nothing.
Yeah, because the Cubs first 5 plus a half is plus money. The Cubs first 3, and I know there's danger when you're talking about these Dodgers in the first 3 because you see Ohtani twice, but first 3 plus halves minus 125. I find both spots appealing there. The first 3 and the first 5. How much I want to invest in the game would be the question mark. And then the first 3 under. I wonder if I think that the minus 135 is too expensive and that you'd have to take it to a 2 at plus money, unfortunately. I think that we should be involved in this baseball game, Jose. I think there's money to make here, fading the Dodgers early with the return back from the East Coast, expecting their offense to be somewhat diluted. I think there's money to make here. This is a must move on game. But again, I'm not moving on first 5 totals. So it'd be a first 3. And then the next question would be, do I take how much do I want to invest on the Cubs first 3 plus a half or first 5 plus a half would be the next question. First 3 plus a half. And then finally, before we move on, Jose, your feeling on Boyd as we move forward. Am I giving him too much credit here?
I said I was a Boyd guy last year. I'm kind of less of a Boyd guy this year because because he's on a good team and I'm not going to be getting those big plus money spots on him like we were last year. But this is one of them. It just comes against the best team in baseball. That scares the shit out of me trying to fade here. So,
what do you think, about Chase J's point? Do the Cubs have revenge from the Japan debacle?
I don't think they give a shit about the revenge, but I think they care more about having film on Yamamoto. I think the experience going against Yamamoto and having the film and seeing how they pitched him, that will be the big factor here. So, yeah, I mean, he went, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run last time, and he wasn't really fully stretched out, ready to go. I think he goes... I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 5-6 inning 3 earned run start for Yamamoto here.
AM thinks Yamamoto going to get touched. I'm going to be involved in this baseball game. This is another game where I'm going to invest in.
By the way, shout out to Topstat. Good afternoon. Can I get 2 birthday picks?
From happy birthday. And we got Chang Kim too. We got to get Chang's parlay in. So I'm going to need a little bit more time to figure out my best bet. Are you ready to give yours, Jose?
Miami Marlins. There you go. Top set. Take your hometown Miami Marlins. Full game money line or first 5, whichever one you would like there. Welcome back, Wine. Nice to see you. I'll give you that one. There's a lot of good spots here I like though today, though. And a quick shout out to Saturated, who asked me about the Dong report. Saturated, you're going to have to keep reminding me about that, and I can pick some out for you. There's a couple obvious ones. This is a good day for him. You got a lot of big names that you could root for here. Aaron Judge, 13 plate appearances, 3 hits against Robbie Ray, all home runs. You've also got Ryan Mountcastle, Blue Jays killer, we all know. 5 plate appearances, or let's just say 9 plate appearances, 5 hits, 2 home runs, 7.14 average against Bowden Francis. Good Lord. And a sneaky deep cut. I'll give you 2, I guess. Mitch Garver. If he goes against Jacob deGrom, he's caught him, I'm sure. And he is 2 for 2 with 2 home runs against Jacob deGrom.
Wow.
You could also look that way. I think that's fascinating. And Jake Cronenworth, 21 plate appearances, 6 hits, 2 home runs against Marquez. Machado also hits Marquez well, but he only has 1 home run in 34 plate appearances, 12 hits. So a few good names on there for you, my guy, Saturated. But yeah, shout out to you, Tops. Happy birthday, my guy.
I think at this point, and it might change, but I want to write it down. I think that the bet for me will be, at this point, will be Stacks play the day number 2. It'll be the Oakland A's first 5.
Shout out to Stacks.
Yeah, that was a game. Sorry, I didn't touch on that game, guys. I wasn't here. Just quick play. I'm on the over 10 minus 110 in that game. Yeah, I'm on the over in that spot.
On the over, do you have a best bet yet, or would you prefer to continue through basketball and see if something comes up there?
Raise money line.
At this point, it's raised money line. Okay, let's just get this all here. So, yeah, it'd be Oakland first 5. Now, I want to sit with that a little bit longer. So, Jose, you're Marlins first 5 or full game?
Full game.
Marlins full game for Jose. And I think it's going to be A's first 5. Yes, it is. It's A's first 5. Now, I'll see if anything beats that at this point. I'm not sure if it will. Bo Jackson says Twins money line. I like that spot as well. And right now for you, Wine Time, it's what? Sorry?
Oakland A's over 10 minus 110.
Oh, and that's your best bet for the birthday pick.
Oh no, I'm sorry. My best one would be Rays. It just kind of sucks. The line's kind of at minus 135 right now. But I mean, I guess if you're
fine for a parlay piece.
Yeah, if you're in a parlay, Rays money line today.
And Skunt Blaster loving the Lightning minus 1.5. We're trying to figure that out. Skunt Blaster, if I'm leaving money on the table, which Truth Teller was saying he suspects that I am, so we're going to figure that out. Okay, I think you're right though, Skunt Blaster. I think I need to add that. All right, well, let's do a review of action here for all of us and in Major League Baseball. First, I'll go here, and then while you guys are going, I can set everything up for NBA so that we're ready to rock. But I've made bets here through the show, and there's really 2 games that I'll be focusing on after the show and be investing pretty heavy in. I'm on KC Cleveland under 7 at minus 112. Pirates money line at plus 135. Pittsburgh Cincinnati under 8.5 at minus 115. Rays minus 1 at plus 107. Toronto Baltimore under 8 at minus 110. I don't think that game goes. Marlins money line at minus 105. I'm on the Cardinals money line at minus 101. Philly St. Louis over 7.5 at minus 115. And the Twins money line at minus 115. So there's 9 bets that I placed. Now the additions at this point here are going to be the Rockies. And I'm not sure exactly how to hammer it. First 5 plus a half. Do I double down on the unders first 3 under 2 and full game under 7.5? Quite possibly. Mike's with me on that under 7. I'd like to hear that. And then I'd like to move on Arizona. I want a little bit more time. And then the A's first 5, I'm going to bet. And then another investment here is with Chicago LA Dodgers. This is going to be a heavy day of investing. We've had a great week so far, and this is crucial to succeed here. TJ's best bet is the Washington Miami over 8. Washington Miami over 8. So the additions on that Chicago Cubs Dodgers game, I got to figure out. I probably don't want to double down on the first 3+ half and the first 5+ half. That probably doesn't make sense. It doesn't against the Dodgers. I think you're kind of playing with fire. So I'll bet one of those, and then the first 3 under 2.5. Wine Time Sports. Let's hear your MLB action, and then Jose will deliver his MLB action, and then Wine Time and I will crack this 15-game NBA card.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Pirates money line plus 140, Angels money line plus 130, Braves Rays over 8.5 minus 120. A little juicy. Got it last night. It's up to a 9. Still endorsed the 9. Rays money line minus 120, Cardinals money line plus 120. It's down to around a plus 100 right now. I still endorse it. Mets Athletics over 10 minus 110, and Blue Jays money line plus 100. It was a game that Jimmy just touched on. He said he doesn't think it's going to go. And then I added Kansas City Royals, Cleveland under 7 minus 120. That's my action for today in MLB.
I love it. And you are hitting at 57.1% through 21 bets with a 14% plus ROI. One time, it's extremely helpful for the show as much as it is for your bankroll. So thank you for what you've done thus far. Jose, take it away.
First of all, I'd like to reprimand Chase J for saying my dong isn't stiff enough here. Chase J, I can guarantee you that I've got the stiffest dong out there. My dong is going to be the best out there. Be saturated. I got you, Chase J. My dong will be. As for the bets here today, Tampa Bay Rays first 5 minus 135, Miami Marlins full game minus 102, first 5 minus 110, Chicago White Sox first 5 money line plus 125, St. Louis Cardinals first 5 and full game both at even money, and the Colorado Rockies full game money line at plus 190.
Excellent work, Jose, my friend, except for the last 45 seconds. Join us back. We're racing for a spot in our NHL Playoff Pool. So join us for that. Jose, any last words before we get into NBA?
Yeah, no problem. Blame Chase J for talking about my dong.
It's easy to send blame around here. Oh, we have a very, very there's a thumbs down, says Nasty Nate. Razor. Okay. We're losing subscribers here. Okay, we have a very tricky NBA card, and let's get right to work. Let's do a quick look in and see if there's a chance. Oh, no. Yes, there is still a chance. There's still a chance that I have Corey Connors, just $75 to win, $75 top 5, $75 top 10, just $225. That $75 to win pays a little over 4.2. Or a little under 4.2. And then the rest, 9 to 1 top 5. It's fun bets. So he's sitting here at minus 5 through 7. Rose shot a minus 1 today. DeChambeau is at minus 7 right behind Rose. You have Hovland in third, tied with Rory McIlroy, who shot a minus 6 today through 15 holes. Thought Rory was done. No, sorry. McCarty, the American, shot a minus 40. He's at minus 5. Lowry and Heggard, they're both at minus 5, tied with Connors at minus 5, and Scotty Scheffler at minus 5. Scheffler is a minus 1 through 3, and Connors is a minus 1 through 7. There's my guy True Lot, 4th and 1 Entertainment. Let's get to work. Perfect timing and coins action. Let me copy and paste coins action under 8, Baltimore under 8, White Sox under 8, and Cleveland under 7. And let me also say with the Dong report, which we should change the name of certainly, to ensure that this doesn't happen too often. We have Razor saying Nate unsubscribed yesterday. I just did that. I find it so funny that Nate wins his first race and is livid and is so angry about it. It's just such a funny angle that I was not expecting. And Mr. Belvedere's when Mr. Belvedere and others moved on the Hawks, what the hell was I doing? I even said to Drill, I was like, well, I mean, shouldn't they handle the minus 4 first quarter? And I got cold feet on that. Would they win the first quarter by 25? Like and then I wanted to triple up on the Cavs. And instead I was like, just make the one bet. And it was the first 12 minutes. It was stupid. I should not have been 1-2 yesterday. Very angry here. So let's get to work.
Let's go.
We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, with the complications here with who's going to be and who's going to be out, all of the NBA plays today, and then they all play again on Sunday. There's no NBA action tomorrow. So if this is just a stupid situation, we don't need to sit here and hem and haw when it's an ugly gambling situation. So we can just move past them if it doesn't work out the way we're looking for it. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Milwaukee Bucks 45-34, 19-20 on the road. The Detroit Pistons 44-36, 22-18 at home. We're at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Of course, Dame Dollar out. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the next spot here. He is probable for tonight's game with the shoulder injury. We'll pull up the needs for each team here. Ivy out, but it's going to be coming back. We heard, and Isaiah Stewart not available here for this one. Let's get the line history up, and we'll here we go. We'll have it up right here. We go. So let's get into the needs for these teams. We know that the needs for Detroit are finished. They are 2 games back of these Bucks. They play the Bucks twice in a row. Is the first tiebreaker against the opponent, and the second is a record in division, right? I'm saying that a lot. I believe that is the case. That it's record against the opponent, then record in division, and then record against playoff teams. I think it's the third spot here. We talked already about the Bucks being up 2-0, which would then, and we did this yesterday, which would then lead us into, if that is the first tiebreaker, the second tiebreaker is record in division, and they would then tie. So if Detroit won both of these games, they would have the same record. They would have the same record against each other. They'd have the same record in division, and Detroit would win the tiebreaker in conference. Shout out to Franco, birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Franco. Dougie Wise bonus play is the Pistons -2. So if that's true, is that true? Those are the 4 tiebreakers?
I'm not too sure, honestly, Jim.
Okay. I believe that is it. Because then if those are the 4 tiebreakers, then if the Pistons win both these games, they would be able to move up. NBA playoff tiebreakers. So here they are. In order, division winner, record against tied teams, so that's against each other, which would be tied. Division record, which would be tied. Conference record, which Detroit would take. That is correct. Okay, thank you. So this, if we go down to the 4th tiebreaker, the Pistons would be able to leapfrog Milwaukee. And do they want to? Yes. They want to play the Pacers over the Knicks. Right?
I would like to play the Pacers over the Knicks, especially. I mean, do we have a status on Brunson? Is he going to be 100% for the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to face. Yeah, I'd rather face the Pacers than the Knicks.
Okay, so we've got this one figured out. So we'll go down to the 4th tiebreaker. Mr. Belvedere says his card is solely based on incentive tonight, which makes perfect sense. And we've copied and pasted his actions, so we'll go through it all here. Okay, so here we go. This is the first one on the board. Detroit right now is -6 at -101. So this line's moving slightly towards Milwaukee. It's not really. This opened up at 5.5. Sorry,
I saw 5.5 last night.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was a 7. My bad. So this opened at 5.5, got to 6, 6.5, and now we're at a 6. But we could get back to a 5.5. It is possible. It doesn't concern me too much. From a total perspective, we have a 231.5 at a pick'em. This has come up from 228.5, a 3-point move to the over. That is a bit of a surprise. Milwaukee 5-0. They're 18th fastest pace, 98.55 possessions a game over the last 5 games. They are hitting 51.3 from the field and 38.7 from 3. Mike, it means home run. The Dong report is home run. LF3 says, Jimmy, this Pistons team is savage. They play too physical. They may go far. Dougie West said, I think the market is begging for Bucks money. Detroit 2-3 over the past 5, 13th fastest pace, 99.6 possessions a game. Shooting the ball poorly. They're shooting just 45.6 from the field and 31.8 from three. They are playing physical. They're playing tough, and that's what's keeping them winning games here. Let's talk about the rest situation and travel situation for both squads. Nobody's on the first of a back-to-back. We know that. We have both teams playing yesterday. Bucks took out the Pelicanos 136-111 with ease, and the Pistons beat the Knicks 115-106 here. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Is this a spot where the Bucks lie down a little bit and say, well, let's just beat them at home?
Yeah, when I originally saw this line yesterday, it wasn't available for me over here, -5.5. So I was never able to see the 5.5 when I woke up this morning. I saw a 6. Sometimes I even saw 6.5, I think, at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. But yeah, this is a Detroit Pistons spot. This is going to be the first leg of a 4-leg parlay, and I'm also going to take a -6 here, -110. Jim, we've talked about this Detroit Pistons team all season long. I said this is going to be a team I'm going to back in the playoffs. I hope they see the Pacers in that first round. I'm going to be backing them in that situation, in that series. I think they can take care of business there. This is a good team. I like this Detroit Pistons team. I like what they did in the offseason, adding some of these veterans. You got Cade Cunningham, who's just playing some real big-time basketball now that he's healthy. So Pistons are going to be the first leg of a 4-team parlay, and then we're also going to take a -6, -110 here. I think they're going to take care of business. I think they beat these guys by 10 plus points. Detroit Pistons are the better team here. They're at home on a Friday night at Little Caesars Arena. This is the NBA TV game. I expect Detroit comes up here and they play in a big way. This team loves playing together. I don't know if you guys have seen it on social media and stuff. This team is together right now. They want to win. They want to win now. I'm not sure if they will win now. But we're going to have some fun watching these games in the playoffs, especially Cade Cunningham. I'm really, really excited to watch Cade Cunningham in the playoffs. I don't know if you guys remember when he was on Oklahoma State a couple years ago. That guy was so fun to watch in that March Madness tournament, man. And I'm excited to watch him in the playoffs this year, especially against a team like the Pacers, who made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. A good team, well coached, good overall team. So that's going to be a fun series for sure. But yeah, I'm on the Pistons in every way you can get right here. Love Detroit Pistons here. Detroit Pistons -6 in the first leg, money line in a parlay.
I like it. I'm right with you. I don't know if I think I might have not talked about the cash flow, but it's perfect. 31% of the tickets, 32% of the cash on the Pistons. It's perfect.
It's crazy that the Pistons are still kind of being undervalued by the general public right now, even though Dame Dollar's out. Everyone knows Dame Dollar's out, and the public still wants to back the Bucks here. I get it. The Pistons are a big favorite, but I mean, if you've been watching this Pistons team this year, man, the way they play together, very underrated group that doesn't get talked enough about in the general media. The general public, you don't see a lot of people talking about them. So, Detroit here.
And I cashed my first NBA parlay of the season on Wednesday, a 3-team banger plus 116. Yeah. I'm interested in doing everything that you're doing here in this one. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern with the Orlando Magic, 40-40, 18-21 on the road at the Indiana Pacers, 49-31, 29-10 at home at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. So let's start here by going over if there's any necessary needs for either of these teams. The Pacers can catch the Knicks. They've won 6 in a row. I think that you want to get to that 3rd seed. I think you want the highest seed possible. So I think that they're still trying. The Orlando Magic, on the other hand, do not. Oh, let's see what we'll have to go, because if the Hawks win 2 games in a row, can they take the 7th seed from Orlando? So let's just quickly take a look at what's happened when
this total is dropping 212.5 right now. It's crazy.
Let's just take a look and see what's happened when Atlanta has played Orlando here, and then see if that is in the cards. Oh wow, they play, of course. So interesting. They play on Sunday. So far, the Magic are 2-1. So the Magic can take the Hawks can't, right? Is that right? Because then the Hawks. So if the Hawks won Game 4, so the Magic should try tonight. And let me just verify the divisional record here quickly. And would they take the next tiebreaker? They are in division. They're 9-6, and in division Orlando's 12-3. So they can't catch Orlando. Orlando is clinched there, that spot, and even for more than that, the Magic have clinched the division. So the Hawks cannot catch Orlando. Thank you. Tell me you didn't just say yes. Orlando locked into the 7th seed. Sorry, I probably didn't need to do that on my own. Orlando stuck in the spot, and the Pacers can move. So let's take a look at the line history and who we expect in the lineup for the Pacers. Everybody's sitting. Turner out, Siakam out, Naismith out, Nemard out. Halliburton is a game time decision. Oh no, Halliburton out.
He's out. Yeah.
Everybody is out.
That's what I was going to ask you. What, like, that's crazy. Like, this is an interesting game, man.
So they don't care. Very, very, very interesting. So the Pacers aren't going to try to take that seed. They just want to be rested, which is strange because you're not in the. I guess they're just making sure that no one gets hurt, because if you're not in the play-in, you're going to get the week off anyways.
Yeah.
But they're not going to try to take the 3rd seed. They probably want the Bucks and think they can take out the Bucks, and they probably. Well, we'll talk more about it. So the lineup for the Pacers: McConnell, Mathurin, Walker, Toppin, and Thomas Bryant at the 5. For Orlando, Wagner, Carter, KCP, and Banchero out. So it's Batadzi, De Silva, Caleb Houston, Gary Harris, and Corey Joseph at the 1. Line history wise, let's start with the total. This total is a 212.5 minus 107 under. This has dropped from 219.5, and even more so 224 in the afternoon. Just nuts. On the money line, we have Orlando +4 minus 107. They opened up at +7 minus 105, a 3-point move towards Orlando. And shout out to Franco on his birthday, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Birthday tomorrow, turning 35 tomorrow. Thank you, Franco, my man. Mario Barrios getting it. Mario Barrios 420 getting it. Thank you, Franco. It means a ton to us, man. So LF3 says there's a reason a total too low. Book knows. Rand says like a preseason game. No one's going to be playing defense here. Why would this total have moved so much? Cash-wise here, 51% of the tickets, 42% of cash on the Magic, 94% of tickets, and 85% cash on the over. I mean, I guess this is such a mess that we can just skip it. What do you think here, One Time? Anything interesting?
Jim, this is a skip for me, my man. Nothing to do with in this game. I'm surprised the Pacers are still favorites, honestly. I mean, I guess because all of Orlando's out too. It's a game I want nothing to do with here, Jim. Let's skip right past this one.
And Mr. Belvedere is going to move on that money line parlay, which these spots have been very, very good to us. And I said I'm not going to sit on sidelines and watch you guys cash them, and I moved on one on Wednesday. Okay, so let's move past it. Look, the public's all over the over. I've not seen any buyback on the over from the market, which is what I would expect. I mean, wouldn't you expect at some point they're like, well, this is too low? I mean, there's going to be no defensive intensity. I guess it did get to 2. Did it get to 211? It got to 211.5. But it looked like it was about to go to 213, and that didn't happen. Maybe it's just a bum fight that we don't need to be involved in. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Atlanta Hawks, 38-42, 18-22 on the road at the Philadelphia 76ers, 24-56, 12-27 at home. We have the Hawks on Mr. Belvedere's card. They looked awesome last night. Second half back-to-back. Atlanta 2-3, 8th fastest pace, 101.3 possessions game. Shooting the ball nice, 49.8 from the field, 39.6 from 3. Philadelphia 1-4 over their past 5, 20th fastest pace, 97.7 possessions game. Shooting 45% from the field and 30.1% from 3. So these Atlanta Hawks right now are in 8th. They can't catch 7th, but they can get caught. They can get caught by the Chicago Bulls. All they have to do is win this game, and it's done. Win this game, and they clinch that 8th spot, which is an important spot to clinch. Let's take a look at the line history here. We'll start with this total. It's 240.5, juice to the under. This opened up at 240. We've gone up a half point. This did get up 241.5. Let's get to the point spread here for this one. From a spread perspective, we have the Philadelphia 76ers plus 11. The Hawks are minus 11 at minus 107. This opened up at 11. It dropped down to 10.5, and we're right back at 11. Are these guys going to turn it on again? I don't see why they wouldn't here. Trae Young is again a game time decision. I mean, would there be any fear that he's not in? Noiseless is probable. Okay, that's good. And then on the other hand, the Sixers, we don't even know if Grimes is going to go here. Edwards might not go either. Grimes questionable with the shoulder injury, and Edwards is also questionable here with a rib injury. Look, I sat back like an ass last night when you guys all cashed on the Atlanta Hawks. Now, I don't want to, be late to the party and early to the funeral here, but I don't see why I don't move on them now and in this spot. Take it away, Wine Time, Hawks, Sixers.
Yeah, so we talked about in that first game with the Pistons. It was a first leg of a 4-team parlay. We're gonna be adding the second leg. It's gonna be Hawks money line. I think they take care of business today. You know what I mean? They absolutely need this win against the 76ers team. And Jim, if we're looking at one prop today, I don't know how we're not looking at Lonnie Walker over 19.5 points, minus 120 right now. It's high for a reason. This guy's been going over it. This guy's going out there attacking the bucket. He can hit his 3-pointers. He can hit his free throws. He wants to be in the league next year again. He's fighting out there for a roster spot somewhere next year. He was out of the league at one point this year. Now we're seeing a point prop at 19.5 for Lonnie Walker. All day long here. This is going to be a full unit play for me. I'm just moving on it. Lonnie Walker over 19.5 points, minus 120 right now. I just want to make sure let me just double check really quick. I love this right here, though. I think he's going to easily be able to get 25 here in this spot. And I'm on the Hawks money line. I just think they absolutely need this game right here. They get this game. I'm pretty sure they clinch a playoff spot. They're going to be in that. What are they in this 8th spot right now, I believe? Yeah, and so they want to keep it there. And so I do think they take care of business here. I do think Trae Young plays in this game. Let me just make sure that this prop is still I'm sorry.
No worries. I want to look that up and see if it's locked in at that number. Yeah, this makes sense. It makes sense that they turn it on. I like where you guys are at thus far, and I will be joining you. Let's move on to Hawks minus 11, minus 110, Lonnie Walker over 19.5 points and minus 120. Let's roll on to Hornets Celtics. Nasty Nate says Celtics second quarter. Let's line this up. As you guys know, Celtics have nothing to play for, and the Hornets can win, and it won't change anything. They can't win 2 games, though. That would then tie them with the Pelicanos. But they can win 1, and they're unlikely to get it here at TD Garden. Let's see who's going to be in here. We have Andrew G saying Celtics need one more win for a beautiful number of 60, but it's not important. Brown is out, but everyone else is in, which is a bit of a surprise. We have Green, Bridges out. This is looks like a little practice session for the Celtics. They're minus 19.5 here at minus 103. They opened up minus 19.5, minus 103. There's been no movement here. From a total standpoint, we have a 214.5. It's juiced to the under. Open up minus 105, now minus 109. 4-cent move to the under. We get to the cash flow for the spot. We have the 46% of the tickets, 55% of the cash on the Celtics, 92 and 95 on the over. Yes, Bridges is out for Charlotte. Double check that. Yes, Bridges is out. And then we have both teams were off yesterday. Both teams played on Wednesday. The Celtics lost 96-76 to the Magic. We were all over the Magic spread and money line parlay. And the Hornets looked atrocious at Toronto. They're just playing out the string, clearly just playing out the string. There are going to be some backdoor opportunities for some teams, but I don't think the Hornets and they play again here on Sunday. So so maybe we should bet them on Sunday, honestly, as soon as the line comes out, because the Celtics are going to play these guys except for Brown, and then they'll all be sitting on Sunday. Take it away for us here. One time, Hornets, Celtics.
Yeah, we have a loaded card today, Jim. I'm on the Boston Celtics minus 19. This is a smash and grab. They beat these guys by probably 30-plus points. If you have alternative lines, guys, like I said on Wednesday about the Nuggets, move that up a couple points. Get some plus money here at the Boston Celtics. But I'm going to go ahead and take the minus 19, minus 110 here. Guys, they're going to be up by 30 points at the half. They're going to be up by – this game's going to be over. Charlotte Hornets are not going to ever have a chance in this game. Absolutely love the Boston Celtics here, minus 19. This is a clear-cut Boston Celtics spot, man. They're almost laying 20 points here. On that alone, I'm going to take them here. I think they take care of business, even with their B squad out there the entire second half. The Boston Celtics can make it rain. Anyone out there on the floor can hit those three balls, especially being at home here on a Friday night. This is a simple Boston smash and grab. Probably Boston's been my most profitable team backing this year. I absolutely love backing the Boston Celtics in certain situations, and this is a spot right here. Shout out to my guy Nasty Nay. I know the Boston Celtics put a lot of cash in my guy's pocket right there. I see him in the chat. I'm with you today, man. I'm with you on the Boston Celtics. I think they beat these guys by 30-plus points.
I'm going to have to sit with that one a little more. Mally Mouse saying fading the Hornets first half being money too. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Cavaliers Knicks at Madison Square Garden. We know that the Pacers are not trying to catch the Knicks for that spot, the third seed. We have, OG, Brunson, Hart, Towns, all game time decisions here. We have Cat, questionable. I would say he's not playing. We know he's not playing. He played last night. There's just no way he'd be in. I think these guys are all out. Josh Hart, questionable. Now, he missed Thursday, so he could come back. That's, that anybody who played last night is not going to play tonight. So Brunson, my expectation, and again, I can't confirm any of this, but my expectation would be Towns and Brunson are out. OG Anunoby, we know he's a China doll. I don't think he plays either. So the only person that we think, that I think probably will play is Hart. But again, this is just speculation. For the Cavs, Ty Jerome played last night. He's out. Merrill played last night. He's out. Hunter, Mitchell missing back-to-back games. Mobley back in the lineup. So it's Garland is a game-time decision here. And if he's not already being announced, back in, he's probable with the toe injury. So there's the situation. The Cavs have Garland, Okoro, Strus, Mobley, and Jared Allen as their 1 through 5, and we don't know what the hell the Knicks are going to have in there. Let's touch on the rest situation and go over a couple more things here. First off, let's touch on these teams. New York been playing slow all year. 28th fastest pace in the league over the last 5 games, 94.92 possessions a game, shooting 49 from the field and 36.4 from 3. Cleveland 3-2 over the past 5, 14th fastest pace, 99.5 possessions a game, shooting 49.5 from the field and 40.4 from 3. The Cavs are on the second half of back-to-back, and so are the Knicks. Both teams lost last night, but the Cavs again showed a ton of heart, losing by 2 to the Pacers. That I'd fucking throw something right now. It's just how do I only move on the first quarter? You just can't leave money on the table. It doesn't matter if you're having a good week or how much you're up or whatever. You just can't leave money on the fucking table. Let's grab the line history here and the cash flow and then hand it over to Wine Time. From a total perspective, we have a 225.5. It's minus 108 to the under. It's opened up at 226.5. We've dropped 1 point to 225.5. Then on the spread, we have the New York Knicks minus 2.5. They opened up at minus 9.5 and went to 10.5, and now we're down to 2.5. We didn't know that the Cavs would keep, running everybody out there. I don't think we should beat ourselves up for not being on it earlier. In saying that, I'm really hesitant to get on it now. 68% of tickets, 79% of cash on the Cavs, 95 and 95 on the over. We know they're going to give us honest effort, but how long are they going to play for? Take it away, Wine Time, Cavs, Knicks.
Jim, it's funny. You look at the card, it's like a couple weeks ago, this is the best game on the board. You know what I mean? It's two good teams here in the Eastern Conference. And it's a game I want nothing to do with because I don't know what's at stake for really either team and how badly either team wants to win this game here. It's in Madison Square Garden. So, I mean, the place is going to be rocking and rolling, whoever's playing out there for the Knicks here. Jim, interesting. I'm curious, who's playing on ESPN tonight? I don't see an ESPN game anywhere. I see an NBA TV game for the Pistons game. And for some reason, this game isn't even a nationally televised game for some reason, which has me scratching my head at who's going to play in this one. And do they think this is actually going to be a good game to put on national TV? But I don't see who's playing on ESPN tonight, Jim. Do you know?
I'm going to check.
I don't see it. NHL, MLB, NBA, anywhere. Who's playing? I'm not sure if, maybe the Masters. I'm not sure. I'm not a golf guy. Maybe that's on ESPN or something. But with that being said, this game doesn't – I'm going to stay far away from this game. These are two teams that should make runs when it comes to in a couple weeks when we're looking at the playoffs, two teams that we are going to want to back, especially Cleveland Cavaliers. Curious to see how they're going to do in the playoffs this year, after the season that they had, best team in the Eastern Conference. Definitely going to be interesting. And you look at the Knicks, the accusations they made in the offseason, getting Bridges, getting Karl-Anthony Towns over there, getting this group together that wants to play together. It's going to be a fun group to watch when it comes playoff time. But for this game tonight, I want nothing to do with this one, man. This is going to be a hard pass for me. I've got nothing in this game.
Yeah, there's no need to force it here. I mean, if we were look, the Cavs should have been moved on at a much higher number. Maybe they should still be moved on at a 2.5, and they probably should.
Yeah.
I mean, should we get over the anger? Like, when was this line moving here? Did we have a chance at a much better line like a few hours ago? Like when? Yeah, we did. Jesus. It was 6. It was. Yeah. Oh no, that was last night. My bad. Sorry.
That was last night. I think I saw that last night.
Yeah. So it was moving last night. And then today we could have got the 4 earlier, and now it's 2.5. Okay. All right. I'll make that decision here whether the Cavs are still worth it at this price. And they probably are. Okay, let's move on. 8 p.m. Eastern with the Washington Wizards, 17-63, 9-30 on the road. The Chicago Bulls, 37-43, 17-23 at home. So we have yet another team that must win. They must win, and they can catch the Hawks, but the Hawks are expected to win here. So, and they're the tiebreak here for them. Again, we can go over them all, but basically, let's just say that they need to win. And tell me, didn't you say this? As Cavs are playing Tristan Thompson in crunch time last night. Don't think you can take a full game at this point. Number is gone. I think you're probably right. But often my anger and jealousy of people getting a better line puts me in a situation where I leave money on the table, and then I'm dually pissed off. But here we have a total at 238. It's minus 107 to the over. This opened up at 236. It did get up to 238.5, but now we're back at 238. And I don't know if I said the spread here. The spread for this one is 16.5 for Chicago. God, that's a lot of points. I know that they're trying, but that's a lot of points for the Bulls. And the Giddey game time decision. So that's the most important situation here. He's got the forearm injury. So, we'll see. He played 40 minutes last game. We'll see. And if not, it'll be Javon Carter getting all of the run. And then on the other side of things here for the Washington Wizards, we have a simple situation. Poole, Middleton, Holmes, Gill, Brogdon, Sadiq Bey out. So we know it's Carrington, Johnson, Champagny, George, and Alex Sarr at the 5. This team is just going to get wrecked. Yeah. Man. They're just going to get destroyed. Let's go over the line history as well. Set it up just very slightly. The Washington Wizards are coming in off their 4 straight loss. On Wednesday, they lost 122-103 at home to Philly. The Bulls bounced back from that loss to the Cavs. Now they, rested their key players, and they beat Miami 119-111. It was impressive. Now, again, Kobe White went under his number, and I can't push it more harder than when you hear a capper break down a player prop, it always sounds good. They've always found an angle that they believe in. It always sounds good. I never hear a player prop where I'm like, God, that sounds wrong. Like, it always sounds good. And then you got to look and see what the number is. That number was 23.5, and he'd beaten that 16 of his last 18 games. So you just can't bet it, and he ended up, I think, at 18. If you're shrewd enough, you can bet the under. Cash flow wise, here we have 56% of the ticket, 61% cash on the Bulls. Not even that much. 84 and 84 on the over. Take it away one time. Are you on the Bulls on the point spread here?
Yeah, I'm on the Chicago Bulls here. I'm going to move on a little bit different of a way, though. I'm going to move on their team total over 127.5 minus 110 here. I think I see my guy right there, LJ. Bulls team total over has hit 15 out of the last 18 games. Wow. Love seeing that, my guy. Bulls team total over 127.5 minus 110. Guys, this team total is extremely high for a reason. I'm not sure who's going to be able to stop them out there on defense for the Wizards. I don't know who's going to be trying out there. This is a bull spot. If you want to take them on the spread, I endorse it as well. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just going to go ahead and think if they can score. I think they can score 130 points here. So I'm going to take the over 127.5 minus 110. They can name their number here. The Bulls, man, it's crazy. Ever since the Levine trade, how much better they've been playing collectively as a team. We see Giddey out there playing some crazy good basketball. My guy, Sweaty Butcher, he's made so much cash off this guy over the last couple of weeks, man. It's crazy. I'm on the Bulls team total over here. I think they easily get over this right here. Chicago Bulls probably beat these guys by 30 plus points as well. Name their number here. But I'm just going to go ahead and move on the team total because this total is high for a reason. I almost wanted to move on the team total under for the Wizards, but I almost thought, I'm like, why is even a 111.5? That almost seems like a little bit too high, but maybe they get over that number. Maybe this is a very high scoring game and we move on the full game over as well. But I'm just going to go ahead and move on the Bulls and think that they can score 130 points against this defense.
Swish took the Bulls team total over on one and the Wizards team total under on a different slip. So I think it's a Bulls first half full game spot. I get the team total over 127.5, though. I get that very much. By the way, I don't think I mentioned that Chicago playing at second fastest pace in the NBA. It slowed down a little bit. But second fastest, 104.2 possessions game, shooting 51.4 from the field and 39% from three. The Wizards shooting poorly and moving slow. I mean, this was a team that was running up and down the floor when they were using all their players. Now they're 25th fastest pace, 95.8 possessions a game, shooting 43.4 from the field and 32.6 from three. I'm going to get involved here on the Bulls first half and full game. Let's move on to 8 p.m. Eastern. A team like the Heat here probably have looked and seen who the Bulls are playing. I don't think that the Heat, I think they might just let go. I think they might just let go. The Bulls just beat them. So let's see if they have any. So let's just see if they have any chance at the tiebreak now that they were just beaten by the Bulls. They don't. They know that the Bulls are going to beat the Wizards. The Heat are not going to try. Now, I don't want to make it a black and white thing saying, I'll say I do not think that the Heat are going to try in this basketball game, which does create a fascinating situation. And though I know you guys, Lex Steele says Jazz won a game, now Wizards tied for the worst team for that number one pick. Don't worry. Remember, the bottom three teams all get 14% chance at the number one pick. There's no advantage being the worst in the NBA. You get the same as the third worst team in the NBA. So you don't need to worry about getting caught up in that one. Here, I don't think the Heat are going to try. And I don't think they're going to try on Sunday either against the Wizards. How we can use that to our advantage is questionable. Let's talk about the situation for these teams. The Pelicans are on the second half of back-to-back. They just lost 136-111 at Milwaukee. Look, in saying that I don't think the Heat care, I don't know how we can end up on the Pelicans. They were in Milwaukee last night. They fly home. I know we're not talking about a huge flight, but this is just, it's pain. The Heat lost to the Bulls on Wednesday and they've let go. But roster-wise, even if the Pelicans are trying, what does it matter? At this point, is Missy or Alvarado going to play? Missy is not going to play. That was just announced, so the kid won't be there. And then is Grand Theft going to play? Is Brown's not going to play? He's questionable. I don't see why Alvarado would play. This is just going to be as ugly a game as you could possibly imagine. I don't see why Tyler Hero would. Oh, he's listed as probable. Okay, so Hero's going to play a bit. And Tori says it's easy. First half over in the Heat game, no defense. Oh, yeah, I get that, Tori. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a look at the line history for this bum fight. 46.8 from the field for the Pelicans over the last 5 games and 33.7 from 3. Miami Heat is shooting the ball well from the perimeter, 39.9 from 3 and 46.4 from the field. Line history-wise, we have New Orleans plus 16 and minus 112. They opened up a plus 12.5. They're telling us that Miami Heat's going to try in this basketball game when I don't think they are. Look, and I don't want to try and look, I'm not trying to look a certain way. I don't want to get too cute and say this is wrong. But I think that the Pelicans can cover this basketball game and that Reeves and Keon Brooks and Robinson Earl can do enough because these starters just aren't going to play much. They're just not trying. And Ron Crawford, again, we can go over this again. They don't have the tiebreak with the Bulls. They don't have it. So the Bulls have to lose to the Bulls then have to lose to the Wizards at home for the Heat to still be in this. So take it away for us here, Wine Time, Pelicanos Heat.
Nothing for me in this, Jim. For me, this line opened up at 13.5 last night when I was capping this game. I kind of wanted to include the money line in a parlay, but it just really wasn't worth it, I think. I ended up staying away from this game in general. It's moved up to a 15.5 now, 2 points since last night when I originally looked at it. Makes me think maybe the Miami Heat are alive, honestly. I'm going to stay away from this one, though. This is just another clear pass for me. I want nothing to do with this game. I don't want to back the Pelicans, and I don't want to back the Miami Heat to beat these guys by 16 points here. You know what I'm saying? I'm already backing a team to beat a team by 20 points already, so I'm going to stay away from this game. Yeah, it's a hard pass for me.
God, I think I get there, man. I think I get there on the Pelicans, and I just and Troy, nobody moved on that game.
I stayed away from that game. No play for me in that one.
Nothing for me.
I have a lean towards the Yankees. I'm not going to lie, but not enough to actually throw money on them.
I think I end up on the Pelicans. I'm going to sit with it a little longer because it's not an easy. I could easily say out loud, here's my pick. It's the Pelicans. It's another thing to press the button, and I got to make sure that I can press the button and have the conviction to do so. But I do think I get there one time. I think I get there. I think that everybody thinking that the Heat have something to play for, it doesn't make sense to me because the Bulls are going to beat the Wizards. The Bulls own the tiebreak.
Yeah, I get you.
And then, but look, when even wrong writing 8, 9, 10, there's people who are going to think that that maybe they, again. I'm going to have to sit with it a little longer. Let's roll on. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Toronto Raptors 30-50, 12-27 on the road. Dallas Mavericks 38-42, 21-18 at home. American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. One time for me, watching the Dallas Lakers game, I honestly felt sad. I felt sad for Dallas fans.
Me too. 100%. I mean, I was, me, I was on Dallas in that game and Max Christie, so I was just kind of sad in general. But it was cool to see. It was cool to see my team win. Don't get me wrong, but to see what happened, to see Anthony Davis kind of just sitting there on the chair and hear them all say that, Anthony Davis is still a top player in this league, and don't get me wrong, he's had injury prone, but I feel bad for him. He didn't ask to be in this situation. It almost seems like the fans kind of don't want him to be there. It seems like his career might kind of go on a downfall, which kind of makes me sad. You know what I mean? When this trade happened, I was extremely excited, and I still am, because Luka Doncic could be the greatest player to ever step on the planet, and he's 25, 26 years old. But at the same time, Anthony Davis, he was a good member of the squad for a while. I liked him as a player. seemed like a good person as well. To see him in a situation, but you know what I mean? He's making a ton of money over there regardless. But it definitely makes me feel for him over there because he didn't
Funny
ask.
because I couldn't have given a fuck about AD. Seriously, it was not even. It didn't even cross my mind. I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But I get why you did. You cheered for him for a few years. But for me, I don't care. AD can do
Yeah.
whatever. He can wallow in self pity. What the fuck? But I felt bad for the Mavericks fans. Here was a kid with his lip quivering, like tearing up, watching all the memories he had in Dallas, and he wasn't asking to be traded. So in the Mavericks fans, watching those step back threes, I'm like, God, I mean, that's worth the price of admission. So this is still, I still can't figure it out, and we don't have time to talk it all out, but hopefully we will over drinks on some of our live streams talk about it a little more. We have Toronto, third fastest pace in the NBA. They've been playing at a high pace for a long time. They're 2-3 over their past 5, 103.7 possessions a game, shooting 46.1 from the field and 37.3 from 3 over that stretch. Dallas 1-4, 19th fastest pace, 98.4 possessions a game, 48% from the field and 33.1% from 3. And the reason why I don't AD, this is a business. You're going to get traded from a team or a city that you want. It's just a business. You signed up for it. You get paid for a lot for it. But for the fans of Dallas, not getting to have this kid on their team, it's very questionable decision making here by the brass. We have Dallas minus 12 at minus 103. Sorry, is that 12.5? Yes, that's minus 12.5. So we have a point and a half move towards the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks right now still can catch Sacramento. They still can here. So that is important. It'd be very important to get that 9th seed. Let's also then make sure that that's the case and that maybe they hold the tiebreaker with Sacramento, which I can find out here in a second. So here we go. I don't think they do hold the tiebreaker, but let's find out. They have no chance. They've been swept in their 3 games against the Kings, so they're not going to be able to catch them. And this Raptors team plays with heart and they care, and the players who are on the floor are trying. I'm a little surprised that it's this big of a spread and moving towards the Mavericks is a little surprising. And do they bounce back off the debacle, their 3rd straight loss against the Lakers? Maybe. But the Raptors won 2 straight. Who they beat? They beat Brooklyn and they beat Charlotte. Both teams played on Wednesday, but the Raptors have had to travel a great distance. Sorry, I might have said the total already, and I apologize if I have, but I was just going to go back to this total. It's a 224 adjusted to the over. Oh, yeah, it's come back from 225. Okay, so a move to 1 point move to the under, and then a move towards the Mavericks. When we get to the cash flow here, we have just 39% of the tickets and 36% of cash on the Mavericks. So Mr. Belvedere on the Mavericks minus 12 here. And Chase says Raptors plus 12.5 is the best bet of the day, in his opinion. So this total has 93% tickets, 92% cash on the over. And then, so Mr. Belvedere expecting the Mavericks. I mean, it is a nice bounce back spot after the loss to Luka, but they're not going to catch. Let me just take a look at Sacramento's remaining schedule here, because we're going to see them tonight hosting the Clippers. Maybe they can lose. Take it away, Wine Time.
Nothing for me in this game, although I kind of wanted to parlay up the Mavs money line in a parlay. I'm not going to end up doing it here. I think this is too many points here for the Dallas Mavericks, but at the same time, I mean, Toronto coming off back-to-back wins, Dallas coming off 3 straight losses, an emotional loss in the last one. They're playing back at home here on a Friday night. This team's going to be in the play-in tournament, so these fans are going to be forced to have to root for them for a couple more weeks, but I want nothing to do with this game. It's definitely a weird line, though. I wouldn't take the Mavericks to beat any team in the NBA by 13 points. Not along a team like the Raptors that have won 2 straight games, but at the same time, looking at it from the outside in, maybe it's for a reason. Maybe the Mavericks are just due for a big time game. Their players are going to make some big time shots here, and Toronto kind of falls down because Toronto has won the last 2 games. Maybe the books know something I don't know here, and they have this line priced at this price for a reason. I'm going to go ahead and stay away from this game. Nothing for me in this one, Jim. I want to stay away from this game.
I completely understand why. I also think that the issue. So we know Walter, Quickly, Pirtle, and Barrett are out. So Shed, Agbaji, Battle, Barnes, Mobo. And then Dinwiddie and AD are game time decisions, but you have to expect them to be
I
in.
expect them to be in this one.
Yeah.
I would think looking at the line at least.
I would be very careful about moving on the Raptors here. The public's on the Raptors.
Yeah.
We just watched the Mavericks get embarrassed. I would be hesitant. This line moving towards Dallas with the public on Toronto is just. I would pump the brakes on the Raptors. I know that they play with heart, but this line move is telling. It's really telling.
Yeah.
We've all seen the Mavericks look terrible and lose 4 straight. And they probably want to have some momentum going into the play-in game. I might actually end up on the Mavericks, unfortunately. Okay, I'll have to think about it a little more. It might just be a pass. Let's roll on. 9 p.m. Eastern, the Brooklyn Nets, 26-54, 14-26 on the road. The Minnesota Timberwolves, 47-33, 23-16 at home. We are at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I might, Mr. Belvedere, I might. Let's talk Brooklyn Nets, Minnesota Timberwolves here. We're at the Target Center. Brooklyn 2-3 over their past 5, 7th fastest pace in the NBA, 101.4 possessions a game, shooting 44.5 from the field and 37.4 from 3. We have the Timberwolves 4-4, 26th fastest pace, 95.42 possessions a game, 49.6 from the field and 36.2 from 3. You can see I'm kind of upset about NBA yesterday. I thought we capped it fine. Another addition to my anger was that after I was on the under here, and I was pretty adamant that their pace of play had been slow to the extent where they shouldn't have a total as high. They went off and had a crazy first quarter, and I live bet the under. I'd have to look and see what I got. I think I got under 247.5 from a 231.5, and not even at the end of the first quarter. Within 5 or 6 minutes, it moved in my direction heavily, and then Minnesota puts up 52 points in the third quarter, and I lost the live bet as well, So I was just angry yesterday. I hope so, Mr. Beldy. I'm really excited to work with you guys in the playoffs, and I'm really again, if I didn't have that horrific run there, and then, look, the runs are part of what you are in totality, but that horrific run really set me back, and it messed me up. And you know what it does? Like, everybody's been through it. It messes up with your confidence. And you don't even want to cap a card because you're just so down on yourself, and that happened to me in NBA this season. Thank you, my man. So let's set this one up here. Brooklyn, Minnesota, and Minnesota coming off a really impressive offensive performance last night. They looked so good. Ant looked so phenomenal. And I know a lot of you guys were on Ant's 3 prop. They are a fun team come playoff time. Let's see if they have any reason to battle here, and we know that they do. But let's just get an exact situation. So they're now tied with Memphis and Golden State. With tiebreakers, they're listed as 8th right now. So it's important for them to win this basketball game. It's important. They can go into Memphis and win in that final play-in, but it's important. Dougie White says, I was all over the Wolves yesterday. They destroyed the Grizzlies in the second half. Yeah, you guys got me on the Wolves too. So it wasn't like a horrific night, but it should have been I don't need to digress here. Let's get into line history. This is Brooklyn, Minnesota, and let's talk about who we expect to be in the lineup. Everybody's good to go for Minnesota. It's all hands on deck. And the opposite for Brooklyn, Williams, Sharp, Russell, Johnson, and Claxton all out. So Drew Timme at the 5, Watford at the 4, Jalen Wilson at the 3, Keon Johnson at 2, and Beekman at the 1. Just bad for the sport. Line history-wise, we have this total at 216.5. It's juiced to the over. This opened up at 217. We've dropped a half point to 216.5. And then when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have Minnesota minus 21. Open up at 18, has moved to 21. Wow. We get to the cash flow here. We have just 43% of the tickets and 46% of cash on Minnesota. People are looking, thinking this number is too high for the Timberwolves, and they're going to have back-to-back, and yet it keeps moving in their direction. 92 and 92 on the over. And then when we get to the, I guess that's about all we need. So let's hand it over to Wine Time. Take it away, Wine Time, my man. We have Brooklyn and Minnesota facing off.
Yeah, Jim, you know what? I'm doing something today that I usually don't do, and I'm taking two humongous favorites in the Boston Celtics and the Chicago Bulls. Something tells me the Timberwolves minus 21 in the play here. But you know what I'm going to do, Jim? I'm going to dare this lineup that the Brooklyn Nets are about to send out there to score 100 points because their team total right now is at 98 minus 110. I'm taking the team total under 98 minus 110 for the Brooklyn Nets. Other than them, it's the Charlotte Hornets team total. Those are the two lowest team total on the board, I believe. Just want to double check the Bulls game. The Wizards is 111. Yeah, these are the lowest team totals on the board, guys. I should probably move on this Hornets team total under as well while I'm at it. I might do that later on. I'll let you guys know. But as of right now, I'm on the Brooklyn Nets under 98 team total minus 110. I'm going to dare these guys to score 100 points here. I don't think they scored 90 points. And they're going to score 100? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think even if their starting players were out there, it's hard enough for them to score 100 points. How are these guys going to go out there against a Minnesota team that's still trying to win, that's at home, that's going to play good defense? How are these guys going to score 90 points? They're probably going to end up scoring around 86 to 88 when it's all said and done. Team total under 98. I wish I would have moved on this earlier. I probably would have gotten some better value, probably even a 99, but I'll still take the 98. I just want to double check 98.
I think this makes sense.
Yeah, it's I love it. Yeah, 98 minus 110. I'm on it right now. I'm going to put it in on my book.
Did you think, and I know you don't bet this way, but did you think of maybe the first half just in case they get up by 40? And
let's look and see what this first half is. So the first half I have all right. Wow, 49 and a half.
Maybe it's not. Just a quick thing here. Again, my man Ron Crawford sent me the message, so I'm just going to go over this one more time. So my expectation is that the Heat aren't actually going to try here. Are they mathematically capable of moving up? Yes, but the Atlanta Hawks would have to lose to the 76ers, and or the Chicago Bulls would have to lose at home to the Washington Wizards. So yes, mathematically speaking, the Heat can move up. The Heat know that they have no chance because the Bulls aren't going to lose what are they, minus 1,400? What are the Hawks? Minus 1,700. So again, it wasn't a mathematical situation with the Heat. It's that they have a 0% chance, and Spoelstra knows that. The Hawks game is going to start an hour before, so they're going to see that the Hawks are up 30 on the Sixers or whatever, and they're not going to sit back and go, oh, look, the Bulls are going to lose to the Wizards, and we're going to get that spot. So that's all I'm saying. It's not a mathematical equation. It's just I think there's a 0% chance. Sorry, one time. Take it away.
No, and I apologize. I think before my breakdown, I said I moved on the Bulls 16 and a half. I actually moved on their team total. So apologies on that. If anyone.
No, you gave us that. You gave us a team total over 127 and a half.
Yeah, I think though before that breakdown, I said that I'm taking two teams that were
okay.
Yeah, so that was my mistake, guys. I had it written down with a question mark. That wasn't an official play. My official play that I already have in is the team total. Just to clarify things, probably no one heard that. But Nets team total under 98. I think this makes a lot of sense. I looked at the first half, the 49 and a half. Yes, but at the same time, maybe I think they just lie down in the second half, and maybe in that third quarter they score 18 points. And it's like at that point, This team total is going to go way under. I think they're going to give up the second half because they're probably going to be down. Minnesota first half, probably a good play. They probably blow these guys out from start to finish. I'm sure their game plan is in their head. Like, we need to blow these guys out. We can't let them be in this game at all. We need to play good defense and we need to make our shots. It's crazy. I want to move on a minus 21 right now, and I just can't do it. I'm just going to stick with the team total under for the Nets. I'm going to dare them to do it. Maybe I regret not taking the Timberwolves later, but I'm going to take the team total on the Nets for an official play.
I'd be surprised if you regret it. In fact, I think that the under should be bet.
Yeah.
The full game under. Look, they shot out of their minds last night in the game that meant something to them. I was trying so hard all year to stay away from totals, and then I got burnt on one last night. I like your look on the team total under, and I like the look on the under. I think I might double down on this spot. There's just no way that they should. And then again, who's going to dictate pace? And the mistake I made on the under and was that it was the Grizzlies that dictated the pace against the Timberwolves. Timberwolves just were better and outshot them. They let the Grizzlies run up and down the floor. They did the same thing. Here, the Timberwolves are going to slow it down, man. They're going to slow it down, I expect. So I like the look. I like the look. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us is the aforementioned Memphis Grizzlies, 47-33, 22-18 on the road. At the Denver Nuggets, 48-32, 25-15 at home. We're at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Let's set this one up, and then let's take a look at these two squads and what their needs are. The Grizzlies must win. And so must the Nuggets. This is here we have a real basketball game, folks. Yeah. Let's see who is going to be in. Everybody's going to be in. Something that surprised me a little bit, maybe I just didn't watch enough of the Grizzlies this year, but Jalen Wells not being there to defend for the Grizzlies is a huge, it's just so noticeable. They have nobody out there that can make stops. And I know that I thought they were asking too much of a 21-year-old Jalen Wells. But here's a guy who can defend the perimeter, has the length, has the wingspan, and with the broken wrist, it's a clear loss for them defensively. The Denver Nuggets with the new coach against Sacramento, to me, that's as easy as sports gambling gets. You don't need X and O, you don't need anything. You just know that the whole organization just got rocked. And these guys are going to play with accountability. Excuse me, a little late in the show. So let's set this one up here. We have two teams that want to win and feel like they must win. They must ensure as many home games as possible. We watched the Grizzlies in a barn burner. I don't know how they'll have any energy for this. 141-125 loss. The Nuggets take out the Kings by 8 on the road and now get their first home game with Edelman as the coach. Niall J from 8 Sun says Memphis Road Dog take the over. LJ, can you if you don't mind, and maybe this is too much because you might be at work, but I would be very curious if you cross-reference that with the second half of a back-to-back. If it's the same situation. And maybe it is, and especially with the Grizzlies' inability to defend.
Yeah.
Let's get into the line history here. In the total, this total is right now at 244.5. This has come up from 238.5, which doesn't tell the whole story because that was at 5:12 p.m. If you wanted to bet this in the afternoon, you could have got it 236. There's certain times where I say, and I really believe this, where I think, really, are these advanced models that wrong? Really? And I've been successful doing it. Really? We're going to be 8 points off with the, Grizzlies on the second half of back-to-back. Isn't this a spot where the Grizzlies could let go? They could be down 25 and be like, look, let's just live the fight another day. Let's regroup. We have 53% of the tickets, 51% of the cash on the Nuggets, 76-80 on the over. We have not seen buyback at this number yet. Let's just see if we have seen any. No, we haven't seen. Yes, we have. Now, we've seen 5 cents of buyback for the first time, but that's taken a couple hours. Look, I'm partial here to not believe this. And I'm also here, I bet you LJ moved to 236.5 or 238. And now we're up at 244.5 with a Grizzlies team that could look, it's possible the Grizzlies get blown out here. I don't know how we're not on the Nuggets. I don't know how we're not on the Denver Nuggets. Let's just look at the line history one more time here on the spread. How on earth is Memphis not exhausted? There's been no movement. I mean, now they're going to go play in the thin air. Come on, man. I think this is maybe we should stay away from the double result just in case. We probably should. It doesn't make sense to make first half bets or early bets because you want 48 minutes to tire out the Grizzlies. Take it away here, Wine Time, my man.
Yeah, tough. Justin said he got the over 241. If you got better,
I got to tell the kids to be quiet. They're back from school.
Oh, you're all good. Yeah. If you got better value on this game on the total, by all means, that's a great play. I just hate seeing it move this much up. It makes me not want to take the over. I like what you guys got on the early look. Shots to my guy Justin. Shots to my guy LJ for pointing it out too. This is the highest total on the board. It's crazy. This is probably one of the better games on the board, and I want nothing to do with this game, guys. I'm excited for the good games come playoff time. I don't have enough value to take either team in this. I don't want to bet on the Nuggets to beat these guys by 7+ points, but at the same time, I'm not sure if the Grizzlies can keep up in this one. This is a very tough game here. This is going to be a fun game to watch. If everyone plays all 4 quarters, should be fun. Grizzlies getting almost, I think it's up to 7 right now. Let me just double check what I have right here on this game. I have the Grizzlies +7 -110 total, 244.5 -110. We have a team total for the Nuggets at 126. That is, as of right now, I believe, second highest team total on the board behind the only other highest team total on the board, which we took earlier, guys, was the Chicago Bulls. Not even the Boston Celtics. Their team total is only 117, and that's because the total obviously is low because the Hornets aren't going to score points. So maybe we should move on the Hornets team total under on that game too. The more I'm looking at these games, I'm going to stay away from this game as of right now, Jim. I have no edge in this one with either of these teams, I feel like. So I'm going to go past this game.
I'm going to say something here. This is the best bet on the board. The Nuggets in their first game after the firing of their coach and general manager, their first home game. I'm going to add this into the money line parlay. I'm going to take the Nuggets, and because this total is skyrocketed, I'm going to take the Grizzlies team total under because I think they lay down late. I think this is just perfect. This is what I think. So this is a game where I'm going to invest in. Let's roll on. 9:30 p.m. Eastern with the Oklahoma City Thunder 66-14, 30-8 on the road at the Utah Jazz 17-63, 10-30 at home. We're at Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. OKC 3-2, and thank you, Chase J. I should say it. I should say it. You know what? You're absolutely right. Oh, look, we got some new stuff back here as well that I like to see. We got the cash cow available here as well. And I should say it, shouldn't I? I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is. I got 5 kids outside. I can't scream.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
I think look, I don't need to say it again. I think Nuggets the best bet on the board. 9:30 p.m. Eastern, we have Oklahoma City Thunder 66-14, 30-8 on the road. The Utah Jazz 17-63, 10-30 at home. Tell me you didn't just say that, says the Jazz. Moneyline is calling me. 2 teams that have nothing to play for and no concerns, whether they win or lose. Both teams playing at a high pace. Fuck them babies. Forgot about that, Jermaine. 47.5 from the field for Oklahoma City, 36.7 from 3. The Jazz, 6th fastest pace in the NBA over the last 5 games, shooting 44.5 from the field and 33% from 3. Let's take a look and see who will be playing in this basketball game. We have clear information. Everybody out. Williams, Wallace, Holmgren, Hartenstein, Shea, Dort, Caruso, Dieng, all out. For Utah, same deal. We know everything except for Collier. So Collins, Harkless, Kessler, Markin, and KJ out. And Collier is a game time decision, right? Hamstring soreness might get Keontae George in lineup. So Ronnie Lofton is Jason Day plus 5,000 live last night. Here he comes. So let's take a look at the situation rest wise for these two squads, and if there's any information or any reason to make a move here. 4 games left after this on this 15-game NBA card. The last regular season NBA card of the year for us here. We have the Thunder played on Wednesday, took out Phoenix. Oh, I'm still angry about that. I said to everybody, I was like, you know what, I want Durant not to be in, the Thunder to not play anybody and then move on them. And that all happened, and yet I didn't move on them. I didn't make a decision not to. I just guess got caught up with waiting for the information, being a dad and shit like that. And then and then I felt good at halftime. But of course, the Thunder wear these teams down, just like the Cavaliers kind of wore the Pacers down, even without their full team. Even though Pacers still won by 2, but they were 10-point favorites. And then we have the Jazz coming off that 133-126 overtime victory on Wednesday here as well. So let's go. LJ says, sounds like an over to me. Bench players don't play defense. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have the Oklahoma City Thunder minus 9.5 minus 105. They opened up minus 11, now a 9.5 minus 105. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 234.5 juice to the under. This has come up from 232. It did get up to 235, but it's coming from 232. I think that sentiment makes sense. I mean, who is going to be playing defense here? Your starting lineup, though, can we get enough points from Joe, Wiggins, Jones? I don't know. Jalen at the 5, Kenrick at the 4. Yes, maybe there won't be defense being played, but can we get enough efficiency offensively? I don't know. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for this one. We have 70% of the tickets, 65% of cash on the Thunder, 91 and 91 on the over. Take it away one time. Any interest here?
Yeah, Jim, as much as I hate to say this, I feel like maybe Thunder might be the parlay buster of tonight. Almost seems a little bit too good to be true despite all their starting 5 being out tonight. Jazz money line plus 365. I'm not going to lie, is definitely crossing my mind here, along with the plus 9.5. Playing at home here on this Friday night for Utah, maybe they want to give their best effort. These guys that are going to be playing out there on the floor for them. It just seems
the last game of the season at home, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like I should be taking the Jazz plus 9.5 here, daring the backups for Thunder that are playing for nothing to beat them by 10 plus points. And it just almost seems like maybe the Jazz are winning this game the entire game, and everyone with their parlays has Thunder in them because, Thunder, the best team in the West against the worst team in the West, like they're going to beat these guys. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be surprised if the Jazz win this game outright, honestly. And a part of me wants to give that out on the show because I'm definitely going to take it. But as of right now, I'm going to move on. The Utah Jazz plus 9.5 minus 110. I'm going to dare the Thunder to beat them by 10 plus. And Jim, to be honest with you, before tip off, I might tweet this out. I might take the Utah Jazz if I can get a plus 350 or better still. That would get me back 3.5 units if they win this game. This is a game that I think that they can get. Everyone's going to have Thunder money line in all their parlays tonight, despite who's playing in their lineup. They're just going to say the best team in the West against the worst team in the West. Maybe I'm wrong, but you're getting 3.5 times your money on that. Getting 3.5 units back off a win. Not yet. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm still going to look over a couple things because I'm just now giving out the Utah Jazz plus 9.5, but I will be giving out the Utah Jazz plus 9.5 minus 110 officially on here and on Twitter when I tweet all this stuff out after the show.
Yeah, do we have enough of a sign that they're going to try in their last home game? Because I think you guys are right, but no Markkanen, no Kessler, no Collins. I think Collier being in would be a sign. I think you guys are right. I think that Sexton, Juzang, Sensabaugh, and Filipowski are, going to play hard. again, nothing can change for the Jazz if they win. The tanking is already been a success.
Yeah.
So they can't change the 14%. Why can't I get this? Sorry, I have to get off of this. Why they can't change their 14% opportunity to draft flag. So I think this makes sense. I really do. Let me just make sure that that's the case. I know it is, but I still feel like I need to double check everything when I say
Probably
something.
be the only dog I take today, honestly.
Jazz 17 wins, Wizards 17 wins, and Hornets 19 wins. So there's no, if the Jazz win the last 2 games of the year, they're still getting 14% chance. I like it. I like where you guys are at. I think this makes sense. I'm going to take the Jazz with you guys plus 9.5 in their final home game of the season because they've been an absolute disgrace. Just a disgrace to the league and a disgrace to their fans. They probably feel like they owe them something. I hope they feel that way. I like it. I'm going to join you. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. I'm getting nervous. I'm seeing the amount of our action.
I got a lot pending right now.
I'm not nervous about MLB and stuff like that. I need to ensure that these angles are, that we've dug and they're thorough because you can get hurt this late in the year in NBA. I like where we're at, though, and I like where you guys are at in that one. Let's roll. Next up for us, 10 p.m. Eastern, San Antonio Spurs, 33-47, 13-26 on the road. The Phoenix Suns, 35-45, 23-17 at home at Phoenix Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. The Spurs playing at the 5th fastest pace in the NBA, which isn't that fast. Again, they're slowing down late in the year, 101.6 possessions a game. They're shooting the ball quite well, 46.2 from the field and 36.6 from 3. Then we have the Suns 0-5, 20th fastest pace, 97.7 possessions a game, 44.5 from the field and 30.3% from 3. Ronnie Lofton says, "My Suns shake my head. The real disgrace." It's the management. I mean, the decision making that they have done. We know in every sport, the free agent isn't going to win you a championship. You're developing your talent. Generally speaking, NBA and NHL, you got to be the worst team in the league to get the high-end talent. You develop them. You come up together. Look at how the Thunder have done it, and look at how the Phoenix Suns have not done it.
Yeah.
So let's set this one up here. The Spurs had that monster victory against the Warriors. It was fun to watch, and our guy Man Bear Pig was on the Spurs money line like he does. I love the way Man Bear Pig caps. We all cap so differently, and it adds so much more fun to it. So they're coming off a big win. They're coming off of a big win here. They're been on the road for a while, and this is their last game on the road. They finish off at home versus the Raptors. The Phoenix Suns are broken, and I'm just thankful that I got off of the Devin Booker player prop over train. It's a very difficult spot. We knew that he was trying on the road and that there was an idea if we could win a game or could we get Durant back. We also knew that right off the hop he wanted the ball, was going to enjoy it. Now it's just sad coming to the court every day. Let's grab this line, history and cash flow, and hand it over to Wine Time. We have a total of 232. It's minus 110 to the under. Opened up at 232.5. Now at 232. I don't know who's going to try and who's going to care in this basketball game. It's wild. Do you know that every single team in the NBA is either in the playoffs, in the play-in, or in a lottery pick? Every single team in the NBA except for one, the Phoenix Suns. Isn't that nuts?
That's embarrassing for them, man. That's crazy to make that trade that they did and to see them come up so short. Like they were in the NBA Finals a couple years ago. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And so they've had the single worst outcome of any team in NBA. They're not in the play-in, they're not in the playoffs, and they're not in the lottery. Unbelievable. Suns opened up minus 4.5. Half-point move towards them at minus 5. Man, God, I'd love to fade them.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I don't know if I can. We're going to take a look at the cash flow here. I also want to double check here because, we've had Booker no-show 2 games in a row, and this is the final home game of the season. I wonder now, we bet Booker props 3 times in a row, cash 3 times in a row. We stayed off of them twice, and they went under both times. I should have been on the under. Now do we go back to the well? Do we take Booker's props over? I'm going to find out what they are. Take it away for us here. Wine Time, Spurs, Suns.
Yeah, when I capped this game last night, I originally had Spurs money line here in this spot. I was just looking at both groups that they were going to throw out on the floor, and I just thought, who's going to want this game more? But ultimately, I ended up staying away from this one. I could have got the Spurs plus like 150 plus 155. You could probably get a similar number. I'm not looking at it right here, but this is a game I ended up not wanting to have anything to do with. I just haven't got a good read on these Suns games all year, whether I'm on them, whether I want to fade them. Just haven't gotten good reads on this team. So I'm going to end up staying away from this game. It's just crazy to see how the Suns, they were in the NBA Finals. They blow the lead in the Finals. They go to the Western Conference Finals. I think the next year they end up trading away Bridges, Johnson for KD. They end up moving Paul. It's crazy for that Suns organization and all their fans because they were counting on a championship there the last couple of years, and they're not going to get one for quite some time now. We'll see what happens in this offseason, but I'm going to stay away from this game, a game I want nothing to do with. I'm not going to watch this game. Stay away from me, Jim.
I am not getting over-under on anybody at 365.
Wow.
I'm getting the milestones. I'm not getting over on it. Interesting. Also, and I don't mean to kind of, shine up a, piece of turd, but is this not possibly a phenomenal spot? Everybody's going to turn their back on the Suns. It's their last home game of the year. They've got to give something back to the fans for this horrific season. We also have a spot. Now, let's see if this is true. It is true. 63% of the tickets and 59% of cash on the Spurs because they just watched them beat the Warriors. This is the Suns.
Yeah.
It's the Suns, and it's Booker. And just like Justin McKelvey's saying, let's go back. Now, look, I don't want to try to outthink the markets and outthink NBA. It can be very dangerous at this time of year, but the Suns have been an absolute disgrace in this their final home game. You have to think that they care. And Booker has no-showed now back-to-back after we backed him in cash 3 straight times. We were also cashing as SGPs, which I wasn't tweeting out. It was myself. I was getting bonuses, 50% bonuses, cashing Booker over and the Suns team total under. I just wouldn't Holzer sit here and think, we got to give something back today? And LJ says, I agree. Suns show some heart tonight. Now, Saturated says, fuck the Suns, man. They aren't capable of playing defense. Yes, look, I get it. I get it. And there's some pieces on the, maybe I'm trying too hard to dig something out of it, but I think that we go back to the Booker prop, and not that it's as soon as it's available, and we take the Suns here. That's what I think. So we will, all I can do now is just put my money where my mouth is and deal with the consequences. And that's what I plan to do. Suns and Booker for me. We have 2 games left on the card, 10 p.m. Eastern, and also LJ sitting there going, "Yes, I think they show heart tonight." I think, and Stack saying, "Look, go back to it." Let's move on. 10 p.m. Eastern. We have 2 games left on the card. One time, you've been an absolute monster today. Thank you for all that you put in for the community and for us. It means a ton. LA Clippers, Sacramento. No, I'm not going to put the Suns in that fucking money line parlay. I'm not going to put too many eggs in that shit basket. Clippers, Kings, Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. Let's get into the Sacramento Kings here because they would like to win the basketball game. The problem is the Clippers badly want home court advantage, especially if they're playing the Nuggets. Oh, thank you. I'm not in control of it, Kong, but I will switch it here quickly. Sorry. And we don't. Oh yeah, here we go. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so Clippers, Kings. Clippers 48 and 32, 18 21 on the road. Kings 39, 41, 19 20 home. Clippers rolling right now, 5-0, 17th fastest pace over that stretch, 98.9 possessions a game. Oh no, it's supposed to be the Warriors game. I screwed up. Sorry, my bad. I was supposed to. We have 3 games left. My fault. Jose had the right game on, but we'll stick with the Clippers and go back to the Warriors. So that was my fault. That was on me. So we have the Clippers Kings here, Golden One Center. Clippers 5-0, playing great basketball, shooting the ball phenomenally well, 52.7 from the field and 45.2 from 3. I'm very interested to see who they're matching up with in the playoffs because it's hard not to have interest in them. Sacramento 3-2 over the past 5, 23rd fastest pace, 96.2 possessions a game. They've been slowing down as the season's gone on. 48.6 from the field, 39.2 from 3. So we have a real basketball game here again. Another real basketball game. These teams need to win. Monk out for the Kings. We've seen how bad that's hurt them. Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis. On the other side, Zubac is a game-time decision. No Coffee, no Batum. But right ankle sprain here for Zubac, which is a problem. You need him to be a hundo. Then we have Stormin Norman. He's questionable. He missed last game with the right shoulder injury. This is a deep squad, but these are important pieces. Saturated says, do the Kings need to win? Well, yeah. Now the Kings can, isn't it right? I believe the Kings can lose this game and win their last game of the year, right? They could lose here and then hold on to that 9th seed by defeating the Suns. Yes, at home. So maybe they don't really. But because they have the tiebreak. We went over that with the Mavericks. So you're right. So that's important. Let's go through the line history here. We have the Sacramento Kings plus 6.5 at even money. Opened up at 6, now 6.5. Then on the total, we have a 226.5 minus 109 to the under. It's not moved. It's moved a cent. And then cash flow wise, we have 67% of the tickets, 71% cash on the Clippers, 90% tickets, 89% cash on the over. Feels like a sharp line here. Take it away, Wine Time. Clippers, Kings.
Feels very sharp here, Jim. A part of me wants to take the Kings on the money line plus 200. I'm getting almost double my money on them to win this game outright. I just can't seem to get there when I put the X's and O's together, though, honestly. I just get such inconsistent basketball out of the Sacramento Kings. Ever since they got Zach LaVine, it feels like some games they play really well together and some games they just no-show. It just depends on how – I don't know. The Sacramento Kings are a hard group to kind of read. Curious to see if they do anything in the play-in tournament, but Clippers do need to win this game, I feel like. And I don't know. I'm going to end up staying away from this one. I don't want to take the Kings on the money line. I'm not going to lie, getting double my money. I might end up getting there, or I might end up getting on. I might just end up, just saying, I'll just take one unit and I'll take them on the plus 6.5. Daring the Clippers to beat them by 7+ points here. It's probably the smarter move here. I might end up tweeting this out later on the Kings. As of right now, I still have to cap this game a little bit more as the day goes on. Look at the market a little bit more. I have nothing on it as of right now, although I do lean towards the Kings. And I might end up getting the Kings. I just kind of want to see how, as the day goes on, where the market goes and what happens here. But it seems like it's a sharp line for the Kings. But I've just talked about the Kings so much on when they play the good teams, they don't show up, it seems like. So we'll see.
I think that one thing that should be is that the Kings will try to win here. It's in their best interest to win this game and rest everybody because they're going to have to go to battle here in a few days. So they would. I think they would prefer to rest everybody on Sunday against Phoenix, even though because it's not the last home game of the year if they've clinched the 9 seed. So yeah, I think this is a sharp line. I think it's trouble. I think we can move past. Let's backtrack to the Golden State Warriors spot. Golden State Warriors, Portland Trailblazers. We have heard from Mr. Belvedere. He's on the Warriors minus 14 to round out his card. Of course, they're coming off the debacle against the Spurs. They're not shooting well from the field. They're shooting nice from 3, 38.9%, but just 45.7 from the field. 22nd fastest pace. Portland, what a tricky cap they are just from a an X's no standpoint, because all of a sudden, over the last 5 games, they're running at 106.38 possessions a game. So, which is very confusing if you watch them play this year. That means with Scoot and Simons on the bench, and Delano Banton and Shane Sharp, the 1-2, and Sharp's game time decision. With that, they're flying up and down the court. It makes very little sense. Abdia is not going to play tonight, which sucks. So, Kamara's going to have to move up to the 4. It's much better to have Kamara at the 3. Thibault is going to start at the 3. And you have an angry Warriors squad, which is not the kind of squad that you really want to get upset. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one and the cash flow and set this one up. We have this total at 223.5. It's juiced to the over. It's come down from 227. I don't understand why it's come down that much. You want to say that if Diaz out of the lineup, that Tumani's going to play tough defense. I mean, Thibault can hit those corner threes. In no way am I saying that Portland should be looked at. This is a very angry Warriors group. It's gone from -12 to now -14.5. You can still pay for the flat 14s. Saturated says that Warriors -8.5 works, for the parlay piece. I get that. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 67% of tickets, 76% cash on the Warriors, 97 to 96 on the over. Take it away for us, Wine Time. What do you think about backing Golden State here?
Yeah, we're going to go back to that original money line parlay where we started off. I'm going to add the Warriors in there. So we're going to start it off with the Pistons, Hawks, and Warriors. We still have one game to talk about that we'll get to after this. But that is my third team in that 4-leg parlay. Simple. I think the Warriors get this win here. They're -1,000 on the money line. It's just a little bit to get this to a little bit plus money on this parlay. But I think they get it done here, honestly. It's simple. I mean, the Warriors have been playing such good basketball, and they need this win here. I think they get it done here. Warriors, not a big breakdown for this one. But yeah, we saw this line open up at, I think I saw it at -12, 12.5 last night, originally at mine. It's up to a 14.5 now. Does look like majority of the public is taking the Warriors here, but I'm not daring them to beat them by 15 plus points. I'm just daring them to win this game outright. Warriors money line for the third team in that.
I think they should probably be trusted to smash and grab. The lone concern would be, does Portland try in their this is their final home game of the season? Let me just double check that quickly here. That would be the only slight concern, but I think it is just a slight concern. An angry Warriors squad off of a no-show. And again, you have to take it full game because you want to get to that Blazers bench. No, it's not their last home game.
Yeah, they play LA on Sunday.
Perfect. I think Mr. Belvedere's on the right track. Oh, and look at that. Justin McKelvey on the 11.5. Great job.
And Lakers just need to win one out of their next 2 games, which obviously they're going to take care of business tonight. So that game's not going to matter on Sunday. So Blazers might be the look on Sunday.
Yeah, we have to go over, and I'll do that tonight. Go over exactly because we have to be ahead of the market. The market will come out tomorrow and it'll get destroyed.
Yeah.
So there was another spot there. There was another one that we were talking about. Oh, fuck, I hope I wrote my notes down. All right, let's talk about the final game on the board here. 10:30 p.m. Eastern with the Houston Rockets, 52-28, 23-16 on the road at the LA Lakers, 49-31, 30-10 at home. We are at crypto.com. Let's take another look at the standings here for the Lakers. They need 1 victory. Rockets don't care. And how do they not get it here? Saturated says that Warriors -8.5, -250 is the perfect parlay piece. He might be right. Okay, let's set this one up. We have the Lakers -11.5. They opened up at 9.5. They're now at 11.5. So move towards the Los Angeles Lakers, who do want to take Sunday off. I don't know why they would, though, really. I mean, they're going to have the week off anyways. I guess the more time off for LeBron and Luka, the better. The total at 225.5. Opener is now at 227. When we get to the cash flow, we have 40% of the tickets, 48% cash on the Lakers. Yet the line's moving their direction. 93 and 91 on the over. Who wants any of these teams that have nothing to play for? I mean, I don't understand why there would be less than 50%. We know who's in for the Rockets. They're not trying. It's Reed Shepherd, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore. Well, Whitmore will try. Jeff Green and old Jock Landale. Again, who's on their bench? Good God. Van Fleet, Amen, Tate, Smith, Sengun, Easton, and Brooks all out. LeBron James is a game-time decision, but they want to just seal the deal, get it done, list as probable. Take it away for us, Wine Time, your LA Lakers and the final game on our card, the 35th game we've capped today. Take it away.
Yeah, and this is also the last Laker home game of the season, regular season game here. I mean, it shows you everything. I mean, Uncle Jeff starting at the 4 for the Rockets today. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man. I mean, I remember when LeBron was playing with him in Cleveland, people were saying, like, this might be his last year, and it's cool to see him still in the league, man. But, yeah, just wild. I think the Lakers get this done. This is going to complete that 14 parlay. We got plus 120 on it this morning. It is going to be the Warriors, Lakers, Pistons, Hawks money line plus 120. It's 4 teams just for plus 120. But, I mean, I absolutely love this. I think Lakers take care of business here tonight. They need to win this game. I don't think they want to wait until Sunday to win that next game. They want to take care of business here at home. LeBron should be playing in this game. I don't know why he wouldn't. It's the final home game. Give him rest on Sunday. Give Luka rest on that Sunday because I guess they necessarily don't have to win that one. But, yeah, I think Lakers take care of business here. Rockets are going to lay down here. Rockets are looking forward to the playoffs, keeping their guys healthy. I'm actually surprised that Jalen Green's actually going to be playing in this one. So, yeah, we'll see. But I'm on the Lakers money line. I'm not going to take them on the spread here by any means. I'm just going to have them beat them on the money line.
I think that they should possibly still be bet at this number. My man, MMA locker room in the house. So let me ask you this quickly here. Rockets, Timberwolves, round 1. Who do you have?
Rockets. I'm going to take the Rockets in that one. I said I was going to back them in the playoffs, and if they get the Timberwolves, I think they've got a little bit of a coaching advantage, and I think they might have a little bit of a roster advantage. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ant Edwards is going to go nuts, but in a 7-game series, I think the Rockets would have an edge in that. You know what I mean? It's going to be tough. It's a 7-game series. I think they probably take them out 4-2, I would say. Gonna be that will be a fun series to watch. Seeing those young guys go at each other, though, for sure.
Wow, huge $50 dono from the Nuke Worker, our winner of the bracket contest. Give a little back to PSR, and thanks to Jeff Slaughter. What a man you are, Nuke Worker, a great friend of the channel. Thank you so much. The Nuke Worker, $50 dono to bless our action.
Let's go.
How deep are we in? We're coming up to 5 hours here. Shout out to the Nuke Worker. That means a ton to us. And let me ask you this, too. Tell me you didn't just say that. It says Luka under 30.5 points. Blowout potential, letdown factor after Mavs.
Yeah, I could
or
see
do you
it.
think that he's going to start feeling it?
No, I mean, I don't necessarily think he needs to go off for more than 30 to beat these guys in this game here. If I was to take anything, I definitely would take the under after the big performance against Dallas last game. They need to get it done. But, yeah, I don't expect him to play much in the fourth quarter in this game.
Well, Luka is a very interesting look. I'm going to write it down. I love me player prop unders, and you know they're going to be coming fast and furious here. I'm going to tweet them out this year because I think it's not just going to be black and white. It's across the board. I'm going to pick and choose the spots where I take the Operation Garcia, which we'll be talking about a lot more. Thank you, Nuke, my man. Thank you so much. There it is, Nuke Worker. And those are U.S. funds there too, man. And shout out to Gerald Jones. What a class act. And our guy Kong in second. Just a great group. Couldn't have 3 better guys. So congratulations on all of your successes. Well, I think the Lakers cover. But is there a feeling here, and I'm sorry that we're 5 hours deep and I'm not stopping the questions. This lineup here for the Rockets. I mean, is it possible that Whitmore goes for 30? I mean, are these guys is it possible that these guys?
I could maybe see that. I don't know for 30. What's his point prop at right now?
Let's get it up here. But is it possible, Jalen Green, Whitmore, these guys really dig in, or do they just let go?
That's tough.
And would Ime play him enough?
That's another thing. I mean, as of right now, I have no player props available for the Houston Rockets game, Jim. Absolutely wild.
Yeah,
I have
none.
I have Laker props. I do not have any Rocket props. Absolutely crazy. I think that tells us something. Maybe Jalen Green doesn't go. Maybe he gets ruled out. Some late minute foolery or something like that. I'm not too sure because this line is definitely moving towards the Lakers' way. So
I got to get my action in. I think there's lots of spots to attack now. We put in the work and we Cam's at 18.5. I don't have it either yet. So I'm going to take that over for Whitmore, I think.
Yeah.
God, I hate finishing the night with all this action, man. But I think it just makes sense here. I'm going to study it more. So I don't more. Like, I'll tweet it out if I bet it. All right. What a great job, my man. What a great job. Please review your NBA action for us. Wine time, my guy.
Yeah, we moved on to all these games as we went on today. I haven't tweeted any of these out yet, guys. I'm going to tweet them out all right now. Start off the card. We took the Pistons on the money line. I'm going to go over the parlay first. Pistons money line, Hawks money line, Lakers money line, Warriors money line. I got plus 120 on it. I also moved on the Detroit Pistons -6, -110. Moved on the Boston Celtics -19, -110. Lonnie Walker over 19.5 points -120. The Chicago Bulls over 127.5 -110 team total. Nets team total under 98 -110. Jazz plus 9.5 -110. We're also still thinking about maybe moving on the Jazz money line, the Kings money line, or maybe just stay away from those in general. We'll see. Maybe we give out the Kings plus 6.5. I really want the Kings here. I just have to do a little bit more studying on it, but that's my action for today, guys. A lot of action today.
One time, you're the man. Thank you for all that you have done for us here on this monstrous Friday show. This is the last regular season NBA card of the year for us here. Please click on this link and support our friend Wine Time Sports for all the effort that he puts in for our community. Please click on that and give him the love that he deserves. Wine Time, my man. What a day, God.
We love it, though, man. We love it.
Respect, man. Any last words for the Capital Sport Show?
Yeah, appreciate you as always, Jim, man. Love doing this show with you, man. Friday is my favorite day of the week to come on here and do this, share my action with you guys, hear your guys' thoughts, just pick your guys' brain. It's always a good time. Shout out to everyone in the chat for showing out as usual, man. It was a long show today. Thanks for sticking along. Talked about every game. Hit the like button if you haven't on your way out. Yeah, give me a follow on Twitter at Wine Time Sports. Yeah, big night tonight, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll be back with you guys next week. Looking forward to it. Yeah, stoked. So enjoy your guys' weekend. Good luck today, Jim.
Thank you.
And good luck to everyone in the chat.
Stay hot, Wine Time. We need that 60 in Major League Baseball. All right. Tell me, didn't you say this is what a show? I'm dizzy. Now is the most important time for me. I've copied and pasted nonstop. I've got all this action here. My man Jose back in business. I've got to decide what additions to make. I'm happy that I put a lot of the MLB in while we were moving here. So I'm very, very pumped up. And now my Force Quit applications has come up. Perfect timing with the show about to close for the day. Jose, my friend, how are you?
I'm swell. Let's get into this dog race.
Oh, we're racing greyhounds for entry to the playoff pool. We only have one. Oh, no, we have two more chances next week. Jose, please play our playoff pool outro as well for everybody. No secret race is saturated. Isn't it funny how angry our guy Nasty Nate is for being victorious?
I would be thrilled if I won a horse race. I mean, me and Nasty Nate are in the same boat. We both won a race, and maybe in some people's eyes, we didn't get shit for it.
Some people's eyes.
In some people's eyes.
Let's race, dogs. How many gold members do we have?
77, 76. Believe gold members. Shout out to you guys. Nuke Worker might get his $50 back. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. And more.
And more. Let's find out here all together. The dogs are barking. And here they go. Joseph Thompson at the top. Our man, Mr. Bitches, down there at the bottom. Top set. Happy birthday, George Wood, Nutflush, Paul Taylor, the Sailor. All in the mix here. Rob, free bands. A lot of beautiful stories can happen here today. Mr. Bitches dog leading in the pack right now. Bo Jackson, TJ saturated with that salty pussies up there as well, Jimmy.
Jesus, how salty is it?
It is.
What's the saline?
It is
count?
just too fucking salty. Atlantic Ocean-esque.
Here comes Ronnie Crawford making a huge move on the outside. Can he get there? The truth teller wants in as well. Jim Dewigger just signed up. I love it, Jim, my man. Let's go. King Ooh flying. And here comes Topside and K-Wolf. And don't look now, but Jimmy the Bag is flying on the outside as well. Jimmy the Bag trying to get to the wire. He's trying to get to the wire. Truth teller right there. And it's Salty Pete. It is Salty Pete. Salty Pete. Our friend Salty Pete. Cashing. And I messaged Salty Pete, didn't get anything back. I'm going to reach out to our friend Salty Pete here. Would love to let him know that a winner. Harbor Acres Cottages. And this is the time of year to go to Harbor Acres Cottages. Salty Pete getting that cash. Congratulations, Pete, my friend. So Top Set's birthday. The birthday pick was A's first 5. I think from a risk reward standpoint that's suitable, but in NBA there's a ton of spots that I find extremely appealing, and I think that the Pistons are very, very appealing. I think the Suns and the Nuggets are extremely appealing, hugely, and I think I'm going to put in some money line parlays here on this card as well, not multiple. Yeah, I cashed that plus 116 on Wednesday, saturated, and my no saline issues here. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Good. I'm glad your pH balance is level.
Thank you very much. Shout out to Jim Dewigger now in the playoff pool. It's going to be fun, Jim, my man. And Jim almost won the t-shirt yesterday. See, he was excited. There we go. This is being fun. Let's review all action. Jose, start with you. Let me take a second to regroup. Jose, your MLB action for today.
Sure. My MLB action for today, as I will bring it up right now. I have Rays first 5 money line minus 135, Marlins money line minus 102, Marlins first 5 money line minus 110. White Sox first 5 money line plus 125. Cardinals full game and first 5 money lines at even money. And Rockies money line plus 190 there. Will German Marquez lose his first game against the Padres since COVID?
I love it. Happy birthday to our friend Top Set. And happy birthday to our friend Franco as well tomorrow. Turning 35. Life gets better. Doesn't get worse. Gets better. Let's review all action here on the show. Steer over 1.5 bases. Stacks play today number 1. Stacks play today number 2. Athletics first 5. Kong smash play today. Diego Lopez. Gorky on Tsitsipas. Money line in tennis. Trill OG play today. Memphis, Denver over 240.5. That's up to 244.5 now. But yeah, my man.
Oh, we got the car.
Okay. You want to say hi?
Sea Bear.
Yeah, it's big cut. Almost over, my man. Cincinnati -1, Boston -1, Houston -1, Tampa Bay Lightning puck line, which is something I might add. That's Viper MB's action. Spooner on the Royals, Pirates, and Braves money lines, all plus money. Jermaine Reese Olsen under 5.5 Ks. Razor Sharp Picks gave us his whole Keeneland card. It's still on.
And by the way, Guillermo Zuccucci saying happy birthday to Emilio.
It's Emilio's birthday. Is he not Money in the Bank, Emilio? It's so much fun. So much fun. What a family the Zertucci's have. Happy birthday to Emilio. God, I love that guy. Canadiens plus 145. I think I had the draw in Montreal, Ottawa, and I had the draw in Calgary, Minnesota. I'm going to. Full unit. God, I don't have a lot. I just feel it. Just glistening. Just fucking glistening. Thank God it's been a good week. Although I did have to send today. And what about the new place? The show's on. Yes, we thank Anthem TV. Anthem TV, thank you. See, Anthem TV it's just only a 3.5 hour show there, right?
Yeah, so I guess so.
Yeah, it's not being 5 over there. I'm gonna add the Lightning puck line. I'm off Pittsburgh, New Jersey Devils. I think I might add the under 7 in San Jose Edmonton. I'd like to see how high it climbs. I might add the Flames. I'm on the under 5.5, and then I would add the draw. Good God. Just feel it. Just knots in my back as I talk about the action. But things are going well. And this is where you can say, look, Jimmy, scare money, don't make money. This is fine where you can actually say it. Flip out. Dougie Wise, free bands play day, Dodgers -1 at -145. Then I've moved on 8 bets in Major League Baseball. Or is it 9? It's 9. And I bet them during the show. The additions will take place now. I'm on Cleveland, Kansas City, Cleveland under 7, Pirates money line, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati under 8.5, Rays -1 at +107. Then I am on Toronto, Baltimore under 8. I don't think that game goes. Marlins -105. I'm on Cardinals -101, Philly, St. Louis over 7.5, and the Twins money line. Additions here will be. Oh, I did do that, right? Yeah, Rays -1 +107. Then what will I be adding? I'll figure that out here. I like the Marlins. I thought I did that. Sorry, did I make? I haven't. Oh, yes, I have. So Marlins, I bet. Okay, so I'm starting right here. Sorry, apologies for that. Jose's on the White Sox. I like it. We also got Fat Wally's NASCAR action here. I'm going to pop in the chat for any of you guys that missed it. And Jim Dewey says the Flames need to win in regulation. Honestly, they're trying to catch the Blues. I think that the people thinking that they're trying to catch I think that if you offered the Flames right now a 2-point win in overtime, they would take it. They would take it right away. That's what I believe. But you're right, Jim. It would be preferred. The Angels, I'm interested in. I moved on the Twins. I'm interested in the Cardinals, or did I already bet the Cardinals? Sorry, tripping out. No, I have already bet the Cardinals. Sorry, tripping out. All these bets were made earlier while we were doing it. The Rockies is the investment. How much am I going to invest? First 3 under 2, full game under 7.5, and Rockies for 5+1/2 is possible. The Diamondbacks I want, but I want to know exactly who they're playing. I'm leaving DeGrom and Miller alone. A's first 5, I need to move on, and then the first 3 under 2.5, first 3+1/2, the first 5+1/2. I don't want to have both the first 3+1/2 and the first 5+1/2, but I'm going to be involved in Cubs Dodgers. Coin is on the under 8 in the Baltimore game, the under 8 in the White Sox game, and the under 7 in the Guardians game. Mr. Belvedere on the Hawks -11, Pistons -6, Mavericks -12, and Warriors -14. We just reviewed all NBA action. We don't need to do it again. And I'm going to make those bets now and tweet them out now if anybody cares exactly what moves I am making. And that, my friends, is our show. And that is the last regular season NBA card for the year. So
hallelujah.
We're going to be. Well, I don't know. This is the lowest amount of action that I've had in a NBA season ever. I mean, I'd have to go back to 15, 20 years ago to find less action. I'm not even at 300 bets. Well, I will be soon though. That is our show for today. Jose, you do a hell of a job producing. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. Thank you to Anthem Entertainment TV for joining the squad here. It means a ton to us. So thank you very much. And I'm excited. Tonight, I'm only going to cap NHL tomorrow so I can live bet and sit back and get this cash here. Also, if you want to cheer on Corey Connors, it's pretty exciting for a little lottery ticket there. Pretty exciting. That is our show for today. We have nothing without you guys. Nuki, thank you for the $50 donation. It means a ton to us. And Jeff Slaughter shouting you out as well. Saturated, Jermaine, Swiggy, Nasty Nate, Fat Wally. Thank you for sharing your NASCAR action. You're a monster. Spooner, Oldie, Guillermo Zertucci. Happy birthday to Emilio. And happy birthday to our friend Topset and Franco tomorrow. Swish, thank you. AOD, Sean Pulliam, Justin McKelvey. Tell me you didn't just say that. There was great work done by the squad. Mr. Belvedere, MMA locker room on LeBron over 22.5 points. That might be a perfect spot to attack there. Thank you all for all that you do for us, and our thoughts and prayers with the Nutflush Allen family. Jose, please guide us into the future. Bless our action and leche us so that we can get that cash and sweep the week. Sweep the week.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate everyone. Don't forget as well, Saturday morning Say Hey Plays returns 12 Eastern. By the way, 11 o'clock Central, 12 Eastern Say Hey Plays starts. Want all the market information we can get, and I need the extra hour to prepare. So Say Hey Plays will start at 12 Eastern Saturday mornings. And don't forget, it's an interactive show. So the link will be in the chat. You guys can jump into the show yourselves. Call in, give us your best bets on the board here. We want all the people to jump in, join me and Dabby Cab and Sunday Night Baseball this Sunday night. Morgan Spooner, as he says right there, and Dabby Cab will be my first two guests on Sunday Night Baseball. Gonna have a nice little thruple there. Shout out to them. I know they hate when I associate them and the word thruple, but it'll be a great time nonetheless here. Appreciate everyone for watching. Let's go make some goddamn money and leche a los bookmakers. Let's go.
The 2024-25 NHL regular season is coming to an end, which means it is time for our second annual Pub Sports Radio NHL Playoffs Confidence Pool. $50 to enter, of which $3 will be taken for credit card costs. $47 will go into the prize pool. The top 10% will get paid. And all you have to do is pick a 20-player roster. You put 20 players together from any of the 16 NHL playoff teams. You get 1 point for a goal, 1 point for an assist, and the cap for whose roster collects the most points will be crowned champion. The regular season ends on Thursday, April 17th. The playoffs start Saturday, April 19th. You must get your picks in by then. Sign up at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.